Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Pokémon. Ralts, light purple. Gender, female. Level 1. Type, psychic plus fairy. Ability, trace. Held item, none. Egg moves, Memento, Destiny Bond, Misty Terrain, Ally Switch. Basic moves, Growl. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. A Pokémon whose quality reached the light purple color and whose ability was Trace. Based on the egg moves, one could deduce that its parents were also from the Ralts line, possibly Gardevoir or Galade. In any case, this Ralts had a talent that Cain fully approved of. Although initially the Togepi with the Serene Grace ability was Cain's first choice, that didn't mean this Ralts was inferior. Cain simply considered that the final result of that Togepi, Togekiss, had slightly greater appeal. However, Ralts' final form, Gardevoir, was also an extremely outstanding Pokémon. And to be honest, a Gardevoir with the Trace ability fit better into Cain's teams. Compared to a Togekiss with Serene Grace, Gardevoir was more suitable. Togekiss was formidable in single battles, but Cain already had many outstanding Pokémon for that purpose. With this egg in his possession, Cain felt no regret. He was completely satisfied. On the other hand, Laurelai, who chose at the same time as Cain, obtained the last of the 4 eggs with light purple quality, precisely selecting the one she needed most. In Alolan Sandshrew, or, as it should be called, an Ice-type Sandshrew. Upon seeing this egg, Cain was a bit surprised. Did the appearance of this Sandshrew indicate that the League had already begun exploring new regions? Were they approaching the Alola region? The Kalos region had only just been incorporated into the League's map. Team Rocket had just retreated, and it already seemed like the League was eager to expand. In Alola, many Pokémon have changed their forms due to environmental differences, and this Ice-type Sandshrew is just one example. Cain knew there was also an Ice-type Vulpix in that region. If that egg had been of an Ice-type Vulpix instead of a Sandshrew, Cain might have hesitated. An Ice-type Ninetales, the final form of Ice-type Vulpix, was an Ice and Fairy Pokémon. A terrifying combination. Lance would cry if he found out. But since it was an Ice-type Sandshrew, Cain had no doubts. Alolan Sandshrew had a complete type change. If not for the visual resemblance to the original, it could be considered an entirely new Pokémon. Alolan Sandshrew is Ice and Steel type, while the original Sandshrew is Ground type. They're completely different. Even its ability, basic moves, egg moves, and everything else were different. Laurelai surely obtained this Ice-type Sandshrew due to her natural affinity with Ice-type Pokémon. However, getting an unknown Pokémon isn't always an advantage. No one had experience raising these species, and everything would have to start from scratch. This would be a challenge for Laurelai. Even so, a Pokémon with light purple quality, even with imperfect training, would still be outstanding in terms of potential. Laurelai had just added another ace to her team to face Lance. Cain couldn't help but feel sorry for Lance in his mind. Buddy, maybe you should wait until the League splits Kanto and Johto into 2 separate regions before trying to be champion. Cain had the feeling that the eggs awarded at this event had been carefully selected based on the advancing participants. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a coincidence that everyone found an egg that suited them. Moreover, 3 of those eggs were Fairy-type Pokémon. The League had truly put in great effort, trying to give the impression of fairness, when there had clearly been manipulation behind the scenes. But this time, Cain had also benefited from it. After Cain and Laurelai chose, it was Diantha, Wallace, Will, and Caitlin's turn. Wallace, guided by his intuition, ultimately chose a Lotad, a Pokémon with dark blue quality and the swift swim ability. When Cain saw Wallace pick this Pokémon, he knew Wallace would have an even more powerful team in full battles with Water-type Pokémon in the future. If Wallace managed to capture a Pokémon with the Drizzle ability, his team would be perfectly formed. After the first 8 selections, it was the turn of participants ranked 9th to 16th. There were no individual ceremonies for these selections, but the cameras focused on the participants as they received their prizes, all showing satisfied expressions. The prizes had been carefully prepared by league experts, based on each trainer's characteristics. The league had truly put in a tremendous effort. It wouldn't be surprising if, in a short time, these trainers fully developed their potential. Eventually, they would become the core or even the elite of the league. Cain felt the league was carrying out an enormous plan, so vast he couldn't see the end of it. At this moment, he was just a piece on the board. However, at least he had managed to enter the game. With stable development, in the future, he could jump off the board and become a player. With that, the Sinnoh tournament came to an end. Many felt they still wanted more. Who knows how long it will be until the league organizes another tournament of this scale? And what if they include more regions next time? Cain, Steven, Wallace, and Phoebe left the stadium together, returning to the mansion on the outskirts of Harhome City. They knew this would be their last time together. Even if they met again, they wouldn't share this much time. It had been a unique experience. There was a certain melancholy in everyone. Don't worry so much. There will be many chances to see each other again. Whenever you can, come to Leafy Town. It'll be a pleasure to host you there, said Cain with a smile. His words lifted the group's spirits. After all, they were all in the Hoenn region. A trip of a few days wasn't a big deal if they wanted to meet again. For now, the priority was to absorb the tournament's lessons and focus on improvement. The most attentive had already noticed the changes and trends within the league. And there was something crucial on the horizon, the official introduction of the fairy type. Especially for Steven and Wallace, who represented major forces in the region. This change would bring major implications, and they needed to prepare. The league would likely make the announcement in no more than 2 weeks. After all, Cain had already publicly used fairy-type Pokémon and moves. The 4 of them spent their last night in the mansion. Before dawn, Cain was the first to leave. It was expected that, with the sunrise, the others would also depart. However, Cain didn't plan to return to the Hoenn region just yet, so he decided to leave earlier. The mysterious island in the alternate space above Lake Verity still awaited deeper exploration. Cain held a special device in his hands. Together with Slowking, and thanks to the move teleport, he left that place. After several consecutive teleports, Cain and Slowking arrived at the shore of Lake Verity. In his left hand, Cain held the device containing a Pokémon egg. It was the same Ralts egg he had obtained during the Sinnoh tournament. He felt that this island, filled with Psychic-type Pokémon, might provide some advantage for Ralts' development. In his right hand, the 4 characters glowed faintly. Cain extended his arm, and with a motion from top to bottom, as if unzipping something, the alternate space revealed itself once again. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. He was already experienced with this. He passed easily through the chaotic alternate space and arrived at the mysterious island. Some time ago, Cain had explored part of this island with his Pokémon. He estimated he had covered roughly a quarter of the island, focusing on the area around the Lake Verity entrance. Back then, the main objective had been to train and strengthen his Pokémon. This time, he planned to head toward the center of the island to discover what secrets it held. Interestingly, although Pokémon eggs technically don't count as active Pokémon, Cain could still carry 3 of them. He released 3 Pokeballs, calling out Slowking, Honchkrow, and Weevil, who had not appeared in a while. Due to the Sinnoh tournament, Cain had paused the training of these last 2. Also, the short time between battles hadn't allowed him to bring them out. They were eager to act. Honchkrow and Weevil had reached the quasi-elite level. However, after being surpassed by Drapion and Florges, both Pokémon harbored a strong determination to prove their full potential. Falling behind Drapion and Florges was acceptable to them, but if Swampert and Politoed also overtook them, they would certainly feel very frustrated. That's why, after the tournament ended, Cain immediately summoned them for training. This mysterious island was unbalanced in favor of Psychic-type Pokémon, so Honchkrow and Weevil, being Dark types, were perfect for battles here. Previously, Drapion had been the main focus due to the tournament, but now Cain could balance his training. With these 3 Pokémon, he advanced toward the island's interior. Slowking had reached level 58, just 2 steps away from elite level. That breakthrough would represent a huge leap for Cain. All of Cain's frontline Pokémon were already at the quasi-elite level, surpassing even what he had achieved in his previous life. In the past, his strongest Pokémon had been a Salamence. However, the rest of his team had been fairly average compared to his current standard. It had taken him years to reach that level in his previous life, but in this one, since his rebirth, not even a year had passed, and he had already reached the rank of a quasi-elite trainer. This progress was a major achievement for Cain. Still, the next steps would be more challenging. In his past life, none of his Pokémon had reached elite level, so he didn't know how to surpass that threshold. Was there some special barrier? Cain was convinced that, by following this path, he would eventually obtain the power needed to have a voice in this world, enough to handle any situation at will. That was his ultimate goal. However, it all depended on having enough strength. Whether it was the League, Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, Team Galactic, or Team Flare, none of these organizations or forces matter in the face of absolute power. Why did Giovanni found Team Rocket? Because he knew that, even with champion level or higher strength, ruling the world alone was extremely difficult. Even though Team Rocket was powerful, it couldn't expand beyond the Kanto region. When an absolute power appears, others will unite to oppose it. That's why Giovanni was willing to sacrifice resources and efforts in other regions to start the Mutewo project. He saw in Mew's DNA an opportunity to control the world through strength. Cain didn't aspire to that. He didn't need to dominate the world. His goal was to reach the Elite 4 level. With that power, no one would dare underestimate him. Even a champion would hesitate to face him, knowing the cost might be too high. It wasn't about having invincible strength, but about having the power to instill fear in others. Cain was working toward that goal. In short, first, attain a power that others fear. As for the rumors about his connection to Team Rocket, as long as Giovanni didn't confirm those accusations, no one would believe them. The League isn't stupid. If it eliminated every prodigy based on suspicion, it would never grow. As he advanced toward the center of the island, Cain reflected on his plans. Any wild Pokémon that got in the way was quickly defeated by Slowking and the 2 dark types. Luckily, there weren't large packs on the island, so they didn't fear being surrounded. In a single day, Cain covered most of the way to the island's center. However, something at the heart of the island had begun to awaken, noticing Cain's presence. This time, one could say the true exploration of this mysterious island had officially begun. Without going into detail, with Slowking having reached level 58, he could now take on a wild Pokémon from the island by himself. Moreover, with the support of Honchkrow and Weevil, battles against Psychic-type Pokémon were much more favorable. If any Pokémon got injured, Cain would simply return it to its Pokeball and call out Florges for healing. Thanks to his previous experience, he had come fully prepared to survive in this place. Recovery medicines and antidotes were well stocked, along with some potions Cain had crafted himself. There might not have been much food, but with all the medical supplies he carried, he had no need to worry about running out of essentials. After defeating a wild Grumpig that had attacked them directly, both Honchkrow and Weevil leveled up, reaching levels 52 and 51 respectively. Cain had no intention of capturing the Grumpig. He knew that the Pokémon in this place could not be caught. However, he wasn't looking to harm them unnecessarily either. He still didn't fully understand the nature of this island. If he hurt the wrong Pokémon and provoked the wrath of a true boss of the area, he could get into serious trouble, possibly even putting his life at risk. Besides, Cain no longer needed the shining stones that could be generated within Psychic-type Pokémon. His psychic abilities had already reached the intermediate level, and those stones were no longer useful for his progress. In fact, he found it more effective to use the power of the Unown he carried on his wrist. If he wanted to improve faster, finding more Unown to boost his potential was likely the better path. The curious thing was that the Pokémon Cain defeated seemed to vanish without a trace. Once beaten, They never appeared before him again. Just as Cain was about to cross the spot where the defeated Grumpig had fallen, Slowking used the move Teleport to appear in front of him, wearing a solemn expression. Honchcrow and Weevil reacted a bit more slowly, but quickly took positions on either side of Cain, alert to any potential threat. Cain frowned. As a psychic himself, he could sense certain changes in the environment, but Slowking's perceptive abilities far exceeded his own. When Slowking stepped in, Cain finally sensed it too. Something strange was happening in the space ahead of them. In this altered dimension, where the very fabric of space was already abnormal, those kinds of irregularities were hard to detect unless one had a special sensitivity to the surroundings. Since reaching the intermediate level as a psychic, Cain had confirmed he had a particular talent for spatial perception. That's why he could detect the anomalies in the air stretching out in front of him. At the spot where Grumpig had fallen, the space began to distort. A figure slowly emerged from the rippling air. It was a light yellow Pokémon with a fox-like appearance. Its long, thin mustaches extended to the sides of its face, and its eyes glowed with an aura of overwhelming intelligence. In each hand, it held a metal spoon that shimmered with a silvery glow. Though it looked like a normal Pokémon, the waves of psychic power emanating from its body were completely contained. Cain narrowed his eyes as he observed it. One of the most intelligent Pokémon in the world. Alakazam. Pokémon, Alakazam, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 65. Type, Psychic. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, Power Trick, Skill Swap, Psycho Shift, Psychic Terrain. Basic moves, Kinesis, Teleport, Confusion, Disable, Psybeam, Miracle Eye, Reflect, Psycho Cut, Recover, Telekinesis, Ally Switch, Psychic, Calm Mind, Future Sight, Trick. Learned moves, Ice Punch, Magic Room, Magic Coat, Wonder Room, Roleplay, Gravity. TM moves, none. The information about Alakazam made Cain tense up. An elite-level Alakazam. In an island where Psychic-type Pokémon were already abnormally strong, this Alakazam was an extremely dangerous opponent. If Cain didn't handle the situation well, his entire team could be defeated. Even attempting to escape using Slowking's teleport would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, Cain still had one ace up his sleeve, Mismagius, hidden in a shadow. Alakazam didn't attack immediately upon appearing. This behavior contrasted with that of the other Pokémon on the island, who normally attacked Cain and his team as soon as they saw them. The Pokémon simply stared intently at the egg Cain was carrying in his arms. The atmosphere turned strange. When Alakazam finally reacted, it showed a somewhat uncomfortable expression, almost human-like. A faint current of psychic energy emanated from its body, but it didn't seem hostile. Still, Slowking raised his psychic power to protect Cain. However, Cain signaled for Slowking to stop. He allowed the thread of energy from Alakazam to approach him. It was an attempt at telepathy. Young human, you've crossed a boundary. If you continue forward, you will awaken something you cannot face, said Alakazam's voice in Cain's mind. From the tone of the voice, it was clear this Alakazam was quite old. The warning confirmed several things. First, that this Alakazam had previous contact with humans, otherwise, it wouldn't have recognized Cain's youth. Second, that an extremely powerful entity resided at the center of the island. Third, that this entity was currently asleep, but could awaken if Cain kept advancing. Rather than relying solely on Alakazam's telepathy, Cain extended his own psychic energy to respond. When facing a Pokémon as intelligent and proud as Alakazam, demonstrating his own skill as a psychic was essential to earning respect and avoiding being underestimated. Is it? Azelf. Alakazam didn't respond immediately. Uncertainty began to grow in Cain's mind. Upon hearing the word Azelf, a burst of intense psychic energy immediately exploded from Alakazam's body. The tall trees and nearby bushes shook violently, as if struck by an invisible gust of wind. In response, Cain showed no signs of concern. On the contrary, a small smile formed on his face. Gently patting the Slowking beside him on the shoulder, he calmly reassured it. As he expected, The being behind the warning was none other than Azelf, the god of willpower and member of the legendary Lake Trio. Several moments passed before Alakazam managed to control his energy and relax. He took a deep breath, and his voice echoed once again in Cain's mind, this time with a solemn and commanding tone. "Do not speak the name of the great lord so casually." Cain nodded calmly, not taking the warning too seriously. To him, it wasn't something that warranted such caution. After all, he had even explored Mew's dwelling. Compared to that, Azelf stood on the same level as the Regis, though clearly, the Azelf on this island appeared to be a true god, with an actual divine function. "I didn't come here by choice," Cain explained, raising his right arm and showing the symbols on his wrist. "These little ones are the ones who brought me to this island." The Unown. Alakazam fixed his gaze on the symbols forming the letters on Cain's wrist, frowning immediately. Them again, Alakazam began, but abruptly interrupted his telepathy, as if something more important had come to mind. After a few moments of silence, his voice returned to Cain's mind. "If they brought you here, follow me." Cain was slightly surprised by the response, but decided not to ask further. He nodded calmly and prepared to follow. However, he extended his own psychic energy to try and communicate with the four Unown, attempting to understand what had led them to this island. Their responses were confusing and fragmented, and he couldn't decipher their true purpose. From Alakazam's initial words, it was clear that this wasn't the first time the Unown had appeared in this place. Somehow, Alakazam knew them. "The Pokémon you carry is promising. Would you consider leaving her here to grow? This place would be ideal for her development, and her potential could fully blossom," Alakazam said, suddenly shifting the conversation toward the Ralts egg Cain was carrying. Cain showed no signs of annoyance at the proposal. Ever since Alakazam appeared, its eyes hadn't left the egg, meaning it must have sensed the exceptional talent of the Pokémon about to be born. With a smile, Cain shook his head. "I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. This Pokémon is crucial to me, and in the future, she'll be a very important companion." Alakazam didn't insist. He had made the suggestion only because he could perceive a powerful psychic energy emanating from the egg, something extremely rare in an unborn Pokémon. "Prepare yourselves. We will teleport immediately," Alakazam announced, surrounding Cain and his Pokémon with his psychic energy. Before doing so, he made sure that Slowking wouldn't resist, as even the slightest opposition could cause the teleport move to fail. Alakazam wasn't just stronger than Slowking, he also had far greater control over his energy. With a flash, they all vanished. When Cain opened his eyes again, he stood at the edge of a great lake. The scenery had completely changed. This lake, located in the center of the mysterious island, was the most prominent location in the entire area. The energy radiating from the lake was immense. With his psychic sensitivity, Cain could feel that every drop of water contained a unique concentration of energy. In the center of the lake, floating less than a meter above the surface, was a pale pink cloud. The cloud looked light and soft, as if floating effortlessly in the air. Resting upon it was a small figure, a Pokémon that seemed fused with the cloud, using it as a bed. Cain fixed his gaze on the Pokémon and recognized it immediately. It was Azelf, the god of willpower and a member of the legendary Lake Trio, the one who embodied and represented the force of will. Azelf had a unique appearance, a blue, hood-shaped head crowned by a glowing red gem radiating energy. Its small gray body was accompanied by two long tails ending in fan-like shapes. At the ends of its tails were embedded two dark red gems, which, according to legend, were its weak points. However, this knowledge was a secret known to few, and Cain knew it thanks to rumors he'd heard about the legendary Lake Trio. Azelf's appearance vaguely resembled Mew, prompting Cain to wonder whether there might be some sort of connection between them. At that moment, Azelf seemed to be asleep, but its slightly furrowed brow suggested it wasn't having a peaceful dream. After bringing Cain and his Pokémon to the location, Alakazam stood to the side in a respectful posture, almost like a butler. Cain, in contrast, observed Azelf without restraint, though this didn't seem to please Alakazam. Slowking, being a psychic-type Pokémon, was more aware than Cain of the overwhelming energy emanating from Azelf. Compared to Azelf, his own energy felt insignificant, like that of a child in the presence of a giant. Meanwhile, Honchkrow and Weevil, both Dark-type Pokémon, began to show signs of discomfort. Although naturally immune to psychic energy, the intensity here was beyond their limits. Noticing their unease, Cain returned them to their Pokeballs, allowing them to rest. Both Pokémon appreciated the gesture before disappearing in a flash of light. Cain knew that for the moment, there was no immediate danger. However, he also understood that if Azelf decided to attack, there would be no way to resist. This Azelf was unlike any other legendary Pokémon. It possessed a divine function, making it a true god. Even the Regis couldn't compare to a legendary Pokémon of this magnitude. Seeing that Azelf remained asleep, Cain turned his attention to the lake and its surroundings, examining them carefully. There was something more to this place, something he still couldn't decipher. Who could possibly have their own island in such a mysterious dimension? Certainly not just anyone. Cain approached the edge of the lake, crouched down, and after a brief moment of hesitation, seeing that Alakazam showed no reaction, he extended his hand and slowly dipped his fingers into the lake's water. A soothing freshness spread through his body from his hand. In his mind, he immediately felt an ethereal clarity, as if his consciousness had been cleared of all distractions. The lake's water contained a large amount of attributeless energy. Just by touching it, Cain felt his body, tired from a series of consecutive battles and his mind exhausted, begin to recover significantly. He barely managed to suppress a soft sigh of relief. He opened his eyes again, carefully observing the lake's crystalline water. There was not a single impurity in it, not even the shadow of a Pokémon. This lake was truly peculiar. For a moment, Cain wondered if it would be beneficial to place the Ralts egg in the lake water. However, he only considered it briefly, as he didn't dare make that decision without certainty. He pulled a canteen from his backpack. It had originally been filled with drinking water, and Cain had chosen not to store it in his item storage, preferring to carry it along with his basic supplies. The container was already empty, so Cain filled it with the lake's water. Perhaps he could analyze it later. The system had received a recent update, and Cain trusted that it might now be able to analyze something about the lake's water. Just as he finished filling the canteen and was about to stand up, he noticed a reflection on the water's surface. It was a small reflection with large curious eyes staring at him intently, as if trying to decipher his intentions. Cain quickly lifted his head and saw that the reflection belonged to Azelf, who had awoken at some point. Their eyes met, large and small, with no words exchanged. Azelf's gaze held confusion. To the side, Alakazam wiped sweat from his forehead and carefully began transmitting, via telepathy, the events that had led to their encounter with Cain. Azelf tilted its head slightly, its expression showing that it was pondering what it had heard. Instinctively, Cain activated his system to analyze Azelf. Pokémon, Azelf. Insufficient data, incomplete analysis. Please update the system and try again. Gender, genderless. Level, 89. Type, psychic. Ability, levitate. Held item, divine function, god of will. Unique in the Pokémon World. Specific effects unknown. Please update the system for more information. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, natural gift, last resort, rest, confusion, imprison, detect, swift, uproar, future sight, nasty plot, extrasensory, explosion. Learned moves, fire punch, magic coat, wonder room, iron tail, signal beam, role play, skill swap, ally switch, trick, thunder punch, helping hand, magic room, ice punch, telekinesis, zen headbutt. TM moves, none. Cain felt his body tense as he reviewed Azelf's data. Level 89 made it the second strongest Pokémon he had ever seen. Only Professor Oak's Dragonite surpassed it. However, the system hadn't managed to gather all the data on Azelf, probably due to its current limitations in analyzing a Pokémon of such magnitude. Moreover, the item Divine Function especially caught his attention. It was the first time Cain had seen something like it, and he had no idea what its purpose or effect could be. As the system analyzed Azelf, the Pokémon suddenly seemed to notice something. Its eyes sparkled, scanning the surroundings before focusing on Cain. "Are you trying to spy on me?" A clear voice resonated in Cain's mind, impossible to identify as male or female. However, Azelf's youth was evident in the tone. Cain's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time a Pokémon had noticed the system's analysis. Not even Dragonite, a Pokémon capable of facing legendaries, had sensed the scan. Was the Divine Function item the reason? Before Cain could explain, Azelf shook its head. "I must have imagined it. It's been so long since I've felt something like that. Besides, this human looks weak." The voice filled Cain's mind again. "I know why you came, but what they're looking for isn't here." It knew why he had come? Cain was bewildered. He didn't even know the exact reason for his arrival. Was it referring to the Unown? Or something else? Azelf continued. "Although, your Pokémon are interesting. One has exceptional talent, and the other carries the essence of Mew." Fascinating. That Azelf could perceive Mew's energy in Slowking didn't surprise Cain. After all, they were both psychic type, and Azelf, as a god, likely knew of Mew's existence. Azelf then began communicating telepathically with Slowking, excluding Cain from the conversation. During their exchange, Cain noticed Slowking's expression gradually become more astonished. At the same time, Azelf's gaze toward him took on a tone of surprise. "I didn't originally plan to get involved, but Slowking says you're a good person. Someone who possesses a Pokémon with Mew's essence surely can't be a liar." With a flick of its tail, Azelf's red gem began to shine, and the 4 Unown on Cain's arm emerged and floated toward Azelf. After a few moments, the Unown returned to Cain's arm. "What they seek is in the continent of time and space. If you get the chance, you should go, but be careful. Your current strength is pitiful." Then Azelf emitted a soft blue light, which enveloped the Ralts egg. "I originally intended to give this to Slowking, but his connection to Mew makes it have little effect on him. This little one in your arms seems to need it more." Cain watched as the light completely surrounded the egg, radiating a comforting warmth. The blue light remained for 3 minutes before slowly fading away. The Ralts egg now had a light blue line on its surface. When Cain used the system again to scan the Ralts egg, he discovered that something new had appeared in the Held Item section, Azelf's Blessing. As a legendary Psychic-type Pokémon, Azelf possessed the ability to bless other Pokémon of the same type. However, using this ability left it in a temporary state of weakness. Cain could clearly tell that Azelf seemed exhausted, barely able to keep its eyes open and swaying in the air. After yawning, it waved goodbye to Cain and returned to the center of the lake, lying once again on that pink cloud. It stretched lazily and resumed its slumber. At that moment, Alakazam approached and made a courteous gesture to indicate that Cain should leave. Almost imperceptibly, upon seeing the Ralts egg in Cain's hands, a flash of envy crossed its gaze. As the god of willpower, Azelf's blessing didn't grant direct or obvious growth, but it significantly enhanced the willpower of the Pokémon who received it. Willpower is something hard to measure, but at times, it can be the deciding factor in achieving great things. Cain didn't linger there any longer. Azelf had already gone back to sleep, so staying served no purpose. However, he did have certain questions about the interaction between the Unown and Azelf. Alakazam waved the spoon it held, channeling its psychic energy to envelop Cain and his Pokémon, and in an instant, they were transported back to the place they had been earlier. The spoink that had previously lain on the ground was no longer there. Holding the Ralts egg, Cain began walking back. Along the way, he encountered no more Pokémon. He extended his psychic energy toward his wrist, attempting to communicate with the Unown. Azelf had mentioned that what the Unown were looking for was in the continent of time and space. Did that refer to the continent created by Dialga and Palkia? Moreover, Azelf had warned him to be careful. Evidently, that continent was much more dangerous than where he was now. The main problem was that Cain didn't know where that continent was or how to get there. The 4 Unown appeared in Cain's mind and formed a series of words. Looking for something lost and came to ask Azelf for directions? Cain read what the Unown had said and couldn't help but feel frustrated. All this just to ask for directions? Besides, couldn't they do it themselves? Why did they have to come find him? Now he had 4 symbols that looked like tattoos on his wrist, something he still wasn't used to. You say you have a solution, so I won't feel uncomfortable with you anymore? Cain was puzzled as he read this. How would they fix that? Then, just as Cain was preparing to leave the island, another Unown appeared in the alternate space. Without hesitation, it launched itself toward Cain's wrist, joining the others. Again, a message appeared in his mind. For our uncomfortable? Then let's be 5. Cain brought a hand to his forehead, feeling like he'd been getting too many headaches lately. Divine logic. Still, he had to admit that the arrival of the 5th Unown seemed to have slightly accelerated his ability to develop psychic skills. Even though the increase was barely noticeable, it was much faster than if he were relying solely on his own meditation. When he reached the edge of the island, Cain stepped into the alternate space, as if an invisible bridge lay beneath his feet. Then, he extended his right hand downward and opened a rift in space, stepping through it directly. Now that Cain had 5 Unown with him, he began to wonder whether all the Unown would eventually join him. Would he become some kind of humanoid Pokémon? In the alternate space, another Unown appeared, this time shaped like an exclamation mark with narrowed eyes. It observed the place where Cain had vanished, a glint of contemplation in its gaze. After lingering there for a moment, it too disappeared. Cain didn't notice this, as he was busy communicating with the Unown already with him. They explained that they had been searching for something for a long time without success, and that Azelf might know where to find it. That's why they had brought him here. When Cain asked why they couldn't do it themselves, the answer was that they simply weren't capable. Even though they offered many explanations, their words were hard to understand. Cain often had trouble following the Unown's manner of speaking. In short, to find what they were searching for, they needed the help of a human. And they had chosen Cain because their leader, the main Unown, had designated him. Azelf owed them a favor, so it agreed to bless the Ralts egg. With that, the debt between the Unown and Azelf was settled. The Unown confirmed that what they were looking for was indeed on the continent created by Dialga and Palkia. However, they also warned him that he wasn't ready to go there yet. Neither his own power nor that of the Unown was enough at the moment. Only when Cain could withstand the presence of at least 20 Unown would he be able to traverse the alternate space to that land. The Unown were appearing little by little to help Cain become familiar with their abilities and energy. In the meantime, they would allow Cain to use their powers as a form of gratitude, hoping that in the future, he would help them recover what they were searching for. Cain didn't reject the idea. On one hand, the Unown were providing him with numerous benefits, and there didn't seem to be any negative consequences. On the other, Cain had always been interested in ancient ruins and unknown lands. Those places, explored by few or never before visited, might contain valuable treasures or resources to strengthen his Pokémon. The trip to Azelf's island of willpower had been a very fruitful experience, quickly enhancing the strength of his Pokémon and allowing Slowking to learn special psychic energy techniques. However, Cain knew that Dialga and Palkia wouldn't be as accessible as Azelf. He would need to make sure he was strong enough, at least able to escape if necessary, before venturing to the islands of time and space. Upon exiting the alternate space, Cain took a deep breath of the fresh air around him. "Slowking, let's go," Cain said. In an instant, they vanished through teleportation. As Cain departed, he had one last thought. He felt that a new door was opening in this world. 3 days later, at Rustboro City Airport in the Hoenn region, Cain exited the building alone. He didn't spend much time in the city, assuming Steven was still processing the experiences and lessons learned during the Sinnoh tournament. Without wasting any time, Cain took a vehicle and quickly left the city before summoning his Flygon, heading to Leafy town. His arrival was quiet. Cain made sure to enter his residence without drawing anyone's attention. No one knew he had returned. Meanwhile, old Matsuda, who had come back from Sinnoh after Cain's revelation about fairy-type Pokémon, remained busy with endless meetings at the Hoenn League headquarters. The discovery of the fairy type was not only a major event, but it had also come at a very delicate time. The League had to act quickly before regular trainers fully grasped the impact of the news. The existence of this new type had to be officially announced, and the quality detection systems in Pokémon evaluation machines needed to be updated to include the fairy type, as well as an analysis of its moves, effects, and power. Although Cain had already reported that the fairy type was effective against dragon, dark, and fighting-type Pokémon, the League needed solid evidence. They especially wanted to confirm whether Dragon-type moves were truly ineffective against Fairy-type Pokémon, and if there was any ability or move that allowed Dragon-types to overcome that barrier. This last question was crucial, since otherwise, Dragon-type Pokémon would be at a significant disadvantage against Fairy-types. Drake, the current Dragon-type Elite Four member in Hoenn, was in charge of the Fairy-type evaluation project. Although he had followed Cain's announcement during the conference via video call, he couldn't help but feel personally affected. As a Dragon-type Pokémon specialist, this new type posed both a professional and emotional challenge. After investing so much time and effort in training his Dragon-type Pokémon, discovering that a new type could easily overpower them was frustrating. However, he fulfilled his duty without complaint, aware that no one in Hoenn understood Dragon-type Pokémon better than he did. Drake and Cain maintained a cordial relationship, and the former frequently turned to Cain to clarify doubts and gain additional information about Fairy-type Pokémon. Although sharing secret details was something Cain was not comfortable with, he answered Drake's questions honestly, except for those that were too sensitive. This cooperation allowed Drake to save time on his research and make faster progress. It was during these conversations that Cain glimpsed a lucrative opportunity. Reflecting on it, he realized that this shift in the type dynamics could be exploited commercially. Without delay, he called a meeting with the leaders of his organization, Team Heaven. The organization had grown considerably since its creation. Cain implemented a strict recruitment policy. New recruits would only learn of their affiliation with Team Rocket after passing rigorous tests. He also instructed his lieutenants to instill unwavering loyalty to him, even above that of Team Rocket itself. His goal was to consolidate absolute control over Team Heaven and ensure the organization followed his orders strictly. The meeting took place at the main base. The key members, Sky, Miyamoto, Alec, and Karen, showed visible signs of progress in both their skills and their confidence. Although they were now stronger, their respect and obedience toward Cain remained intact, a quality he had valued when selecting them on Trial Island. Cain observed with satisfaction how each had reached the advanced level. Although they were still unable to face his main Pokémon, their progress was remarkable. In his speech, he acknowledged their efforts and prepared them for the next steps. Now that the League is in the midst of a revolution with the discovery of the Fairy type, we have a unique opportunity to gain massive profits. You all know this type will be a seismic shift for trainers, evaluation systems, battle strategies, and we can take advantage of this before anyone else, Cain declared seriously. As he outlined his plan, the group listened attentively. Cain explained that Team Heaven could focus on filling the gaps in the market. They could sell key items, such as charms, TMs, or unique potions against the Fairy type. They also considered offering exclusive services for training or evaluating Pokémon with this new attribute. Sky, who managed the organization's finances, nodded enthusiastically. With Cain's approval, they had already begun generating revenue through low-risk activities. Karen, the leader of the Celestial Hunting Group, contributed ideas on how to capitalize on the growing interest in Fairy-type Pokémon to attract more members to Team Heaven. Cain concluded the meeting by emphasizing that while profits were a priority, they also needed to continue expanding Team Heaven's power. His goal wasn't just to exploit the temporary chaos. He wanted to establish the organization as an indispensable force in Hoenn's trainer ecosystem. Soon, this world will open new doors for us. I want you to be ready to walk through them, Cain concluded, making it clear that this was only the beginning of a major transformation. With determination in his eyes, Cain was already mapping out the future. He didn't just aim to adapt to the changes in the Pokémon world, he intended to lead them from the shadows. Now that he had reached this point, there was no turning back. Cain and his Team Heaven were ready to dominate the game. Cain, in the middle of a conversation with Drake, had devised an ambitious plan to generate massive profits. If this plan were executed correctly, Team Heaven would gain resources like never before. And of course, Cain himself would also benefit with a great deal of additional assets. From this moment on, I want all available resources from Team Heaven to be sold. Gather all the hunter points and entrust these tasks only to trusted individuals. Send them to all major cities, whether it's Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, or Sinnoh. I want us to have a presence in every major black market, Cain declared firmly. He paused briefly and continued, use those points, resources, and anything that can be converted into money to massively acquire certain Pokémon. Cleffa, Clefairy, Clefable, Igglybuff, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Mr. Mime, Azurill, Marill, Azumarill, Snubbull, Granbull, and Mime Jr. The four main members of the team, seated in front of Cain, showed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this list of Pokémon. Although they knew Cain usually had clear reasons for his decisions, they couldn't help but be surprised. Many of these Pokémon, although popular among children and nobles, were considered expensive and, in some cases, not very effective in battle. Buying such Pokémon in large quantities seemed like a risky move. However, none of them voiced their doubts aloud. As subordinates, they had learned that the key to success was to listen more and speak less. I don't know what you all think, but I want you to do this immediately, added Cain in a tone that allowed no objections. I want these Pokémon acquired entirely. I don't care about quality, price, or circumstances. You can pay up to triple their value. And if you still can't acquire them, then take more aggressive measures. If necessary, you are authorized to steal them. I don't care how you do it. What I want is for you to deliver as many of these Pokémon as possible in the shortest time. This was the first time since the formation of Team Heaven that Cain had issued such a direct and high-priority order. The scale of this operation was a real test of his team's operational capacity. Cain knew that if they managed to capture even 10% of the available supply of these Pokémon on the market, the profits would be incalculable. Everything would depend on how well they executed this mission. The motive behind this plan was clear to Cain. The recent revelation of the fairy type, which he himself had accelerated, was still a secret known only to the upper echelons of the Pokémon League. Neither families nor underground organizations were aware of it. This was the perfect moment to act, before the information became public. Once the League officially announced the existence of the fairy type and provided details about its characteristics, the value of the Pokémon Cain was collecting would skyrocket. Those Pokémon, some of which had until now been seen as simply cute companions, would prove to be key assets in strategic battles. They would be especially effective against Dragon-type Pokémon, which had until then been considered the most powerful. The Fairy-type's ability to be immune to Dragon-type moves and also deal effective damage against them would completely change battle strategies. Noble families and trainers dedicated to raising Dragon-type Pokémon would face a crisis. Meanwhile, Cain would already have secured a dominant position by monopolizing a large quantity of Fairy-type Pokémon before the official announcement. With this foresight, the profits would not only allow Team Heaven to expand, but also ensure Cain had enough resources to train his second group of Pokémon, while further strengthening the force of his first line. Without wasting time, Cain ordered the four main members of the team to begin executing the plan. Even though they didn't fully understand the reasoning behind the instructions, they had complete trust in Cain. So far, every one of his decisions had yielded impressive results. As a sign of commitment, the four used all their personal resources and hunter points to begin the acquisitions. Within days, Team Heaven had completely emptied the fairy-type Pokémon stock in Verdanturf Town's black market, one of the smallest in Hoenn. Soon, rumors began to circulate in the Pokémon trading world. In several cities across Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, mysterious figures dressed in black appeared, compulsively buying Pokémon considered unpopular. These buyers, apparently unconcerned with costs, paid exorbitant amounts for these Pokémon. Even when sellers doubled or tripled their prices, the buyers kept acquiring them without hesitation. This phenomenon quickly became the main topic among merchants. Shop owners even began to speculate about the motivations behind this demand. If you see someone dressed entirely in black, congratulations, a big sale is coming your way, was the rumor being spread. Of course, none of them suspected that this was all part of Cain's carefully calculated plan. Meanwhile, Cain remained at his base, sitting alone in a meeting room, deep in thought. He had already reached the rank of a quasi-elite level trainer, with his main team fully at the quasi-elite level. His Slowking, in particular, was a formidable force, capable of facing almost any Pokémon of a similar level. Additionally, with the help of the 5 Unown, Slowking's mastery over space-related moves was practically unbeatable. The sound of his fingers tapping against the table echoed in the dark room as Cain analyzed his next steps. Now that his first line of Pokémon had reached solid development, his focus was on training the second group, ensuring his team had a robust foundation and enough resources for the future. Team Heaven's success in this mission would be a key step toward that goal. While Cain sat in place, lost in thought for about 30 minutes, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep. System update complete. The system is being restored. Please wait patiently. It was a mechanical voice. Cain immediately straightened up. Finally, the update was complete. He had waited a long time for this, and the system was finally ready. He remained seated, waiting patiently for the main system to finish its restoration. He couldn't help but wonder what improvements had been made in this new update. After waiting about 10 minutes, the system's voice rang out again. System restoration complete. All system functions have been restored and are now available. Thank you for your patience, user. The system's voice was still mechanical, but this time it sounded less rigid. Cain couldn't help but wonder if the system had learned something from its time interacting with Porygon. System, explain to me the improvements made in this update, Cain asked, full of curiosity and anticipation. In response, the system projected a virtual screen in front of him, displaying in detail the changes introduced with the update. From the very first glance at the screen, Cain could feel a clear difference. Although the system had always had a technological design, it previously gave the impression of being somewhat outdated, like computer monitors from the 1980s or 1990s. Now, it seemed to have made a qualitative leap, reaching a 21st century level of design. Of course, this was just a metaphor. It had never actually been that rudimentary, but the improvement was evident. Cain set aside these superficial details and focused on the functional upgrades listed on the screen. The first and most important point was that the system had managed to establish a fully independent subsystem capable of autonomous communication. This meant that as long as Cain was in a normal environment, i.e., not in ruins or alternate spaces, the main system could connect to the subsystem at any time. Currently, this subsystem was installed in Porygon's body. Originally, Porygon was simply a set of data, but now that data was linked to the subsystem, which was entirely under the control of the main system. Cain could destroy the subsystem at any time, and if he did, Porygon would cease to exist. With this change, Porygon had reached exactly the state Cain had hoped for, a balance between autonomy and complete trust. This also meant he could now fully entrust certain tasks to his Pokémon, which would also accelerate their development. If I could get a teleportation device, it'd be perfect. Cain thought for a moment, but decided to set that idea aside for now and focus on the other improvements. The second change was a significant increase in the system's data processing capacity. If previously the system had been like a dual-core computer, it had now become a quad-core. This meant it could process information much faster and more efficiently. He would no longer have issues with lag or crashes due to data overload. Cain knew this would be crucial for future missions, especially when he gained access to data related to Team Rocket's genetic research experiments. The third change was related to the system's discretion when scanning Pokémon data. Now, the system could analyze information much more stealthily, which would prevent situations like the time it was detected by Azelf. Unless the target Pokémon had a power level much higher than Azelf's, there would be no issues. Although this change didn't seem crucial, it was a useful improvement in certain circumstances. The fourth point in the update was an expansion of the system's scanning range. Previously, Cain had to be in physical contact with a Pokémon to obtain complete details about it. Now, he could gather basic information on any Pokémon within a considerable distance, although direct contact was still required for a thorough analysis. The fifth change was directly related to the system's general detection range. The scanning reach had increased significantly. Before, he had to be relatively close to analyze data like level, abilities, traits, and quality of a Pokémon. Now, he could do so from up to 100 meters away. Lastly, the sixth change was a new function called Battle Simulation. This function allowed the system to predict how a Pokémon would fight based on its information, abilities, and characteristics. The more information the system had about the Pokémon and its trainer, the more accurate the simulation would be. However, Cain immediately understood the risk of this new power. If he relied too much on the simulation function, he might grow lazy and lose his natural ability to analyze and battle. Therefore, he decided to use this function sparingly. Instead of relying completely on the system, he planned to use it as a learning tool, gradually integrating his opponent's strategies and abilities into his own battle style. After reviewing all the improvements, Cain was quite satisfied with the outcome. Although there wasn't a single feature that could be considered revolutionary, the system as a whole was now much more robust and efficient. If the system has already completed its update, then Porygon should be awake too, Cain thought, pulling out the Pokeball he had stored it in. Since Porygon was essentially data, it didn't need food to survive. However, giving it Pokeblocks could accelerate its development. Cain pulled out the luxury ball he kept in his pocket and looked at Porygon through the small window. Porygon's eyes locked onto Cain with full attention. With a smile, Cain said, "System, switch view to Porygon mode." He was curious to see how the world looked from his Pokémon's perspective, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to try it out. Porygon's perspective appeared on the screen in front of Cain. It was as if he were looking through a strange distorted crystal, seeing his own figure on the other side of the glass, reduced in size. It was a curious experience. Without paying too much attention to the view, Cain ordered the system to close the virtual screen and summoned Porygon. However, just after calling it out, a white light suddenly enveloped Porygon. It was evolving. Cain watched in amazement as Porygon evolved following the system update. According to Cain's knowledge of this species of Pokémon, Porygon's first evolution normally required the use of the upgrade item to evolve. In this case, the evolution also made sense. Since the system had downloaded all of Porygon's information into its database, it could be interpreted that the process replicated the necessary conditions for using the upgrade item, allowing evolution without the use of a physical item. In essence, this was not so different from directly using the upgrade item normally required. Before the update, since the system was in suspended mode, Porygon, as an extension of the system, had also entered sleep mode. Now that the system had completed its update, Porygon immediately began its evolution. However, there was a concerning detail. Porygon was a class of Pokémon for which no quality enhancement potions existed. Cain had never found any information on how to improve a Porygon's aptitudes, making it impossible to develop such a potion for it. Therefore, he could only rely on Porygon's natural capabilities to determine its potential. Soon, the white light faded and Porygon's evolution was completed without external assistance or interruptions. Originally, Porygon had an angular design, with many edges that gave it a rigid appearance. However, after evolving, it had noticeably softened. It was now Porygon 2. Although Porygon 2 still closely resembled its previous form, its edges were rounded, and the pattern on its chest had also softened, taking on a more curved shape. In appearance, it somewhat resembled a chubby bird. Nonetheless, it retained the characteristic red, blue, and yellow color scheme, which made it still recognizable as a Porygon. Most likely, this Porygon 2 is the first in this world to reach its second evolutionary form, Cain thought as he observed his evolved Pokémon. He immediately activated the system's new scanning function. Before, Cain had little information on Porygon, and the system couldn't even determine its potential quality accurately. Now, with Porygon 2 integrated into the system, the measurement should be much more precise. Pokémon: Porygon 2 Dark Green. Gender: genderless. Level: 30. Type, normal. Ability, analytic. Held item, subsystem. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, conversion, conversion 2, tackle, sharpen, psybeam, agility, recover, magnet rise, signal beam, defense curl, zap cannon, magic coat. Learned moves, ally switch, pain split, wonder room. TM moves, none. As expected, the system could now calculate Porygon 2's quality accurately. Although Porygon 2's quality was only dark green, that was enough for Cain. His Porygon 2 was essentially a support-type Pokémon designed to serve as an auxiliary tool, not for combat. Even the level 30 it had reached wasn't something Cain planned to interfere with directly. According to the system's calculations and analysis, the fastest way for Porygon 2 to level up was not through battles, but by continuously collecting data. The more data it collected, especially data it had never recorded before, the faster it would grow. The integration of the system with Porygon 2 resulted in mutual benefit. Porygon 2 could help the system collect massive amounts of information, while the system provided Porygon 2 with an incredibly enhanced capacity for evolution and data processing speed. Though they were technically now a unified entity, Cain still preferred to treat them as separate ones. System, test the visual projection and voice reproduction functions of Porygon 2, Cain ordered mentally. In response, Porygon 2's round eyes lit up, projecting 2 beams of light. The light condensed in the air, forming the figure of Cain as he appeared at that moment. When Cain raised a hand, the projected figure imitated his movement. Although the projection couldn't physically interact with objects, it was nearly indistinguishable from Cain's real presence. Cain spoke a few words and Porygon 2 repeated them almost instantly with precision, showing only minimal delay. The system's and Porygon 2's ability to transmit information remotely was quite impressive. System, what's the maximum distance you can maintain with Porygon 2's subsystem? Cain asked. Communication is possible regardless of distance, as long as both are in the same space and timeline. However, the greater the distance, the greater the delay in image and sound transmission. At its peak, the delay will not exceed 3 seconds. Cain noticed that the system's responses were now smoother and more human-like, with less mechanical rigidity. It was as if the system, like Porygon 2, had softened its edges. Cain nodded in satisfaction. As long as he didn't enter alternate spaces, there would be no communication issues. Then, Cain checked several other system functions, confirming that Porygon 2 would enter standby mode if disconnected from the system, without showing any independent awareness or uncontrolled behavior. Additionally, when Porygon 2 entered electronic devices or networks, it would still be completely under the system's control, with no risk of losing command over it. This solved one of the biggest problems Team Rocket faced when creating the Porygon: how to keep them under control. With the system's help, Cain had managed to overcome this difficulty with ease. The main system's subsystem was fully integrated into Porygon 2. Even if it became data within a network, it was still linked to and controlled by the system. Finally, Cain asked if the system was capable of creating more subsystems. Porygon, while uncommon, was not unique in this world. If Cain managed to obtain and control more of them, he could collect data on a large scale, expanding the system's capacity and transforming it into the world's most complete archive. Moreover, by possessing multiple Porygon, Cain would gain a significant advantage in terms of information and knowledge. If he ever faced an organization, he could send his Porygon to sabotage their data and communication systems, giving him a major strategic edge. In a highly technological world like this one, where electronic devices were everywhere, this could change the course of any confrontation. For small organizations, detecting the presence of a Porygon would be nearly impossible. Their computers and databases would become extensions of Cain's own system. And Cain would be free to come and go at will. For now, Cain had no intention of using Porygon 2 as a personal assistant, as he planned to stay in Leafy Town for a while to reorganize and rest. System, send Porygon 2 into the network. Have it gather information with special attention to the entire database of the Void organization in Mauville City. I need every detail about them, Cain mentally ordered the system. Task created. Beginning execution. After hearing the system's confirmation, Porygon 2's eyes flashed before it transformed into a stream of blue and red data, immediately integrating into the computer in the living room. Networks and electronic devices would become its paths of exploration. Satisfied, Cain nodded slightly. The Void organization had shown interest in the growing development of Leafy Town. However, external pressures and internal conflicts had prevented them from taking definitive action. Previously, Cain lacked the resources or strength to face them, but now he was beginning to draft a plan to weaken and eventually assimilate them. The Void organization, being one of the main underground factions in Mauville City, possessed abundant resources. What Cain had previously taken from them had not significantly affected them. However, if he managed to dismantle them completely, he would obtain a massive amount of resources. More importantly, the Void organization controlled one of the main platforms of Mauville City's Battle Coliseum, which generated colossal annual revenue. Cain not only wanted to absorb the Void organization, but also retain their influence over the Coliseum. That would be the best-case scenario, though difficult to achieve. Sending Porygon 2 to gather information was the first step of this ambitious plan. After organizing a plan with Team Heaven to monetize the upcoming revelation of the fairy type, Cain sent Porygon 2 to collect valuable data and then returned to his backyard. Now, this place was a paradise for Pokémon. In addition to his team members, many wild Pokémon that hadn't been captured also lived there, having grown accustomed to this safe environment. The group of Slowpoke was the main administrator of the garden, also acting as a guardian against intruders. The Slowpoke and Slowbro used their psychic powers to create a defensive radar that detected any unknown human or Pokémon presence approaching. Alongside them, the garden pond housed a large number of water-type Pokémon. In the nearby mountains, other Pokémon also chose to visit or even settle in the backyard, drawn by the security and freedom of the place. Among these visitors were the Beautifly and Dustox that Cain had previously encountered in the mountains. Their leader, Florges, had created an exclusive area in the garden to grow her favorite flowers. Other residents of the garden included the Absol family, which Cain had previously met in the mountains. The little Absol he had rescued was now fully recovered, showing physical development far superior to its peers thanks to the special poke blocks Cain had created. These poke blocks not only cured its illnesses, but also strengthened its constitution. Cain knew Absol could be useful in the future, so he cared for it with the same dedication he gave his own Pokémon. Similarly, the two young Swablu, whose mother Altaria had been absent for some time, also lived there. These two Swablu, now independent, diligently followed the tasks Cain assigned them daily. Thanks to this, their strength and spirit had noticeably improved, preparing them for the day Cain would integrate them into his team. Altaria was aware of Cain's plans and had no objections, recognizing his skill and good intentions. Additionally, Cain was helping her in her training, as she was ready to attempt reaching the elite level. In another area of the garden, Cain had released a large group of Poliwag and Poliwhirl he had captured at Lake Verity. Although the garden pond was already large, it was now crowded with water-type Pokémon, so Cain was considering expanding it again. In fact, the pond was no longer just a pond, it had practically become a small lake. In Leafy Town, there were two significant bodies of water, the lake in Cain's backyard and the large artificial lake next to the Leafy Town gym, which was owned by the gym. The gym's artificial lake, thanks to Cain's support, had become a thriving habitat for numerous water-type Pokémon not only from Hoenn, but also from Kanto, Johto, and even Sinnoh. This attracted trainers from all over who paid a fee to enter and catch Pokémon, though with limits on how many they could take. This lake had become a major source of income for the gym, as had the large commercial avenue Cain had helped establish in front of the gym in collaboration with the Devon Corporation. The commercial avenue's popularity quickly grew, generating taxes that strengthened the gym's finances. Currently, this avenue was the gym's main source of income. With the growing fame and development of Leafy Town, more people were visiting, whether to challenge the gym as part of a journey or even to move there. This population increase had led the town's size to double in just a few months. Thanks to Cain's management and the cooperation of several factions, Leafy Town now rivaled neighboring Verdanturf Town in size. With this expansion, Cain had begun to receive significant income from the gym's activities. Under Sky's administration, the gym operated efficiently, with finances carefully recorded. Cain could access the resources generated at any time. Finally, after continuous effort, Cain had turned Leafy Town into a stable resource hub, cementing his influence and establishing a solid foundation for future projects. It was no wonder that gym leaders were always incredibly wealthy. With the current income and its continued growth, Cain would soon rival them in terms of resources and power. In reality, a rumor circulates in Leafy Town about the lake in Cain's backyard. It's unclear who started spreading it, but it's said that the Pokémon living in Cain's lake are of exceptionally high quality, which has attracted many curious people. However, no one has managed to enter Cain's home. Just by looking at the entrance and the surroundings, it's clear why. Each day, more than a dozen high-level Houndoom patrol the area, making it obvious that this is not an easy place for most to approach. And that's not even mentioning the many powerful Pokémon also found within the property. If an elite-level trainer gets close, Matsuda Takashi, who works at the Breeders' Guild branch in Leafy Town, is immediately notified. For this reason, no one dares to approach Cain's house without thinking twice. This rumor has further increased Leafy Town's fame. There's another matter worth highlighting. Cain, as the gym leader of Leafy Town and the one responsible for the town's significant growth, is deeply admired by all its residents. The town's mayor, an emissary sent by the League and known for his servile character, built a statue in the town center as a token of gratitude toward Cain. The statue doesn't depict Cain himself, but rather his signature Pokémon, Slowking. As the star Pokémon of the Leafy Town gym, Slowking is recognized by everyone for its extraordinary strength. It has now become the symbol of Leafy Town. The entire Slowpoke group, meanwhile, enjoys protection within the town. Capturing them without permission is strictly forbidden. In this way, Leafy Town has gained a kind of official mascot Slowpoke. Several Slowpoke live in Leafy Town's artificial lake, leading a calm and carefree life. Often, some come out of the lake to take a stroll through the town. Not only does no one try to capture them, but residents usually offer them food when they pass by. Sometimes, one can witness a curious scene, an adorably slow-moving Slowpoke crossing the street, carrying all kinds of food that people have hung on it, while others continue offering more. This is what's known as loving what is associated with what you love. Cain had once planted seeds, and now the trees had grown, full of fruit ready to be picked. Even though it wasn't the season when the fruit was at its sweetest, largest, or most abundant, its flavor was still quite pleasant. Cain, who had remained in the backyard since his return, wasn't fully aware of all these changes in the town. If he knew, he would probably be surprised. Today, Cain decided to give his Pokémon a day to relax. Altaria, for example, was playing in the air above the backyard along with the two little Swablu she hadn't seen in a long time. Florges danced gracefully among the flowers she had claimed as her territory, surrounded by several beautifly that admired her. That flower meadow was her favorite place. Slowking was by the backyard lake, sharing stories with the surrounding Slowpoke. Not far away, Politoed spoke with the Poliwag and Poliwhirl, trying to imitate Slowking. Slowking was teaching Politoed how to lead his group and how to be a good king to them. In the future, the Slowpoke and the Poliwag would become the two largest groups in Cain's backyard, in addition to being an important source of help with heavy tasks. Meanwhile, Honchcrow, Jengar, Weevil, Drapion, and Swampert were training together in friendly battles. These 5 Pokémon, known for their combative nature, had not yet reached Slowking's level of power. Even with the day off granted by Cain, they couldn't resist the temptation to train. However, Swampert, being the youngest, often just watched from the sidelines. Originally, He belonged to Cain's second group of Pokémon, but his rapid increase in strength had led him to seek more challenging battles. Now, cautiously, he had approached Honchcrow's group. Honchcrow and the others had no issue including Swampert, especially since Drapion and Jengar had already fought alongside him in the past. However, the power gap was still noticeable. Generally, Honchcrow, Weevil, Jengar, and Drapion would do 2-on-2 matches among themselves. Elsewhere in the backyard, the Pokémon from the second group, Aron, Larvatar, Combuskin, and Bagon, who had regained his potential, were practicing battles. They had noticed how quickly Swampert had improved. They used to play together, but now Swampert could even go up against Honchcrow's group. This filled them with admiration and motivation to improve. Among them, a new member had joined, Horsia, who was discovered and captured by Cain at Lake Verity. Horsia, being shy and used to solitude, was happy to have so many new companions. Both Horsia and Bagon had reserved personalities. Though they were happy on the inside, they had trouble expressing it. Luckily, Aron, Larvatar, and Combuskin had more outgoing personalities, which would likely help Horsia and Bagon fully integrate into the group. Lastly, there was Miss Magius. Ever since she decided on her own to train and become a role model for Bagon, she had followed Cain's assigned tasks to the letter and practiced energy control. Though her current strength didn't yet fully match her level, she had improved considerably since meeting Cain. Cain, meanwhile, was resting on the soft grass in the backyard, enjoying the sunlight. In his arms, he held a Pokémon egg, feeling its warmth. That day, Cain not only allowed his Pokémon to rest, but also decided to take a break for himself. Since his rebirth, he had been under constant pressure. Now that he had finally regained the strength of his previous life, he could afford to relax a bit and recharge to continue growing. With his hands on the egg, Cain connected carefully with it through his psychic abilities, sharing emotions. The egg, which held a young Ralts, seemed to enjoy the sun and the warmth of Cain's embrace. Sometimes, in a life full of tension, putting everything aside for a moment and enjoying the happy emotions of the Pokémon around you is a true pleasure. Cain loved that feeling, but he couldn't forget that this world was a ruthless place. Even though he now had some power, he still walked a dangerous path. One wrong decision could cost him his position, both in the League and in Team Rocket. After resting the entire afternoon, Cain brought along the mutating Carbink that always accompanied him to the colony where the Carbink lived. During this time, although this Carbink didn't participate in battles, it was always by Cain's side. His initial intention was to closely observe the mutation process, but unfortunately, when the Sinnoh tournament began, the system entered sleep mode. Now that the system is active again, Cain can resume monitoring this Carbink. The blue crystal on its head now contains more pinkish hues than before. What was once barely visible now shows subtle reddish patterns. This Carbink is still undergoing mutation, but the progress is very slow. Now that the system is fully operational, Cain assigned it a long-term task to analyze the reasons behind this Carbink's mutation. Even if the exact cause cannot be identified, it must at least seek effective ways to accelerate the mutation process. Cain has no intention of waiting 5 or 6 years for the process to complete naturally. That would be far too slow. Carbink has adapted well to its primary function. As it walked through the tunnels, it emitted a faint glow that lit the way. Although it hadn't participated much in building this place, it seemed to know it perfectly, thanks to the way its species carries out its work. Cain arrived at the Carbink territory and met with their leader, the Minister Carbink. The Carbink colony hadn't changed much since the last time. Its leader remained the same, but the walls of the place were now adorned with many more gems and precious minerals. These pieces came from materials the Carbink shed from their bodies and then used to decorate their surroundings. Thanks to the Poke blocks that Cain provided them, the Carbink no longer depended on extracting nutrients from the soil and rocks. They now lived more comfortably and had less work, which resulted in them producing more gems and minerals than before. Without hesitation, Cain took all the accumulated gems and minerals from the storage room. Between him and the Carbink, there was a relationship of mutual cooperation. To them, these gems were little more than waste with no real use, and Cain simply ensured they didn't go to waste. The Carbink colony maintained a constant size, it neither increased nor decreased. This demonstrated that, without the presence of a Diancie, a Carbink colony couldn't expand and become a larger kingdom. Cain sold the collected gems and minerals to a store in Leafy town owned by Stephen's family. The shopkeeper knew Cain well and gave him a fair price for everything without trying to take advantage. With the money earned, Cain also added recent income from the Leafy town gym and assigned most of the funds to Sky. His task was to purchase as many fairy-type Pokémon as possible, regardless of cost. Cain was placing a big bet. He knew that with rising demand from Team Heaven, the prices of these Pokémon were already climbing. However, compared to the surge in value he expected after the official announcement of the fairy type, that initial increase would be insignificant. Once everything was organized, Cain devoted his time to disciplined training with his Pokémon. Cain personally led the training of Pokémon like Aron and Larvatar, while the stronger Pokémon were guided by Honchkrow and Slowking. These two figures held great authority among Cain's Pokémon. Slowking was the strongest on the team, while Honchkrow had the status of being Cain's first Pokémon, earning respect both for his experience and his seniority. Under their leadership, the training of the other Pokémon progressed without much need for Cain's direct involvement. Among the Pokémon that had recently joined the training were Altaria and Mismagius, both eager to further improve their skills. In addition, as the Pokémon progressed in strength, Cain adjusted the Pokeblock recipes to meet their specific needs. The new team members also required custom-designed Pokeblocks. Cain began to notice the advantages of being a leader of an organization. He could now delegate logistical tasks to his team, allowing him to focus entirely on training and growth. Aron and Larvatar were sturdy Pokémon, and their daily diet of minerals and metals was essential. Their training focused on precise energy control in addition to physical exercises. Aron had to extract metal from rocks using steel-type energy, while Larvatar worked on combining rock and ground-type energies to shape sculptures. Combusken, for his part, underwent intense training. Since his evolution, he was no longer as fragile as he was as a Torchic. His daily routine included running 500 laps around the backyard, along with exercises to improve control over his fire-type energy. For example, he had to generate flames at specific temperatures and use them to melt the sculptures created by Aron and Larvatar. If he couldn't melt them, Combusken had to rely on physical strength to break them, thus proving his capability as the only fire/fighting-type Pokémon on the team. Bagon, after consuming Pokeblocks that restored his potential for a time, had fully recovered his abilities. This Pokémon, with pure dragon blood, had a training regimen that was more physical than energetic. Cain prioritized strengthening his body to fully harness his lineage. Finally, Horsia, the most recent addition to the team, trained by swimming 500 laps daily around the backyard lake. At first, it resisted the regimen, but seeing the others' effort, it quickly adapted. The training of the stronger Pokémon followed a more structured plan, focusing on refining specific moves, as well as energy control and physical endurance. Cain was convinced that consistent effort always paid off. Cain also participated in his Pokémon's training, as he had not only reached an intermediate level in his psychic abilities, but thanks to his constant physical training, his stamina now exceeded that of an average person. Moreover, Cain had noticed that ever since the Unown bonded with his body, he seemed to experience a slight increase in his physical capabilities. Although this change was barely noticeable and much subtler than the increase in his psychic power, the now fully functional system was capable of detecting these small variations in his body. The most interesting part was that, during training sessions, this improvement seemed to accelerate slightly. Now that he had enough resources, Cain made sure to consume high-quality food packed with energy, which significantly contributed to his physical development and made the training process easier. While the Pokémon carried out their regular training, Cain would run 10 laps around the area and then dedicate time to practicing and refining his psychic skills. These daily routines had become part of his new personal standards, with the goal of not becoming a weak link in the event of facing battles in the wild. This intense training lasted for an entire week, until something Cain had been waiting for finally happened. The big announcement from the League was officially revealed. The Fairy type. All regions and divisions of the Pokémon League simultaneously announced the official existence of this new type, publishing detailed information about it. However, Cain, who had been the first to discover the Fairy type and was now recognized as the lead researcher behind the discovery, was not publicly mentioned. In the Discoverer and Lead Contributor section of the League's official announcement, only the word Anonymous appeared. This was a specific request that Cain had made to the League. Except for the higher-ups within the organization, even most gym leaders had no idea who was truly responsible. The few individuals present on the day Cain revealed his findings about the Fairy type had signed strict confidentiality agreements. The reason was simple: the implications of this discovery were so massive that Cain could not afford to endure the attention or public scrutiny that would come with it. To understand the level of recognition he had turned down, one only had to look at the other researchers listed in the announcement. The renowned Professor Oak, Professor Birch, and many other prominent scientists were named in the second tier, while the term Anonymous held the top spot. Such an honor was something Cain could not handle in his current situation. Had his name been revealed, he would have been placed directly in the spotlight, making many of his planned operations far more difficult. Setting aside that fame, although it hurt his pride, was a minor sacrifice compared to the benefits he would gain. Besides, as long as the League's top brass recognized his contribution, that was more than enough. As expected, the identity of the mysterious Professor Anonymous became a hot topic in the Pokémon world. Admirers and skeptics alike tried to uncover who was behind this major discovery. The rise of the Fairy type had a devastating impact on Dragon-type Pokémon. While it didn't eliminate them entirely, it significantly weakened their dominance, reducing their effectiveness by a third. In response to the revelation, the League also published a list of Pokémon that had been identified as Fairy type. Although most of them originated from the Kalos region, some species from other regions were also reclassified. This news triggered a frenzy among trainers, who began actively searching for Fairy-type Pokémon. Everyone quickly realized that raising a Dragon-type Pokémon was far more expensive and complex than training a Fairy-type one. However, these Pokémon were naturally rare, and finding them in the wild was not easy. Because of this, those familiar with gray markets or black markets rushed to seek Fairy-type Pokémon for sale. To their surprise, they discovered that many of these Pokémon had already been purchased. Pokémon traders were also stunned. Over the past week, they had sold these Pokémon at high prices to buyers they had considered naive. Now, understanding the true value of those sales, they realized that they had been the real naive ones. Furious, many traders began investigating who was behind these mass purchases, only to discover they were dealing with a group operating with exclusive insider knowledge, likely tied to the League's high-ranking officials. This realization left them speechless. They understood that they were dealing with an organization powerful enough to access privileged information and operate on a global scale. Faced with this, they chose to remain silent and accept their fate. Meanwhile, Cain, with the help of his organization's resources, Team Heaven, had managed to acquire nearly half of the Fairy-type Pokémon available on the market. His personal investment, along with substantial loans from Stephen and Wallace, had made these acquisitions possible. In Cain's own words, this was a monumental gamble. If he won, the profits would be incalculable. If he lost, well, at least part of the money wasn't his. Fortunately, the gamble had been a resounding success. Cain now found himself in a secret Team Heaven base in the mountains behind Leafy Town, looking at endless rows of Pokeballs containing Fairy-type Pokémon. His face showed satisfaction. This time, we really hit the jackpot, Cain thought. For the first time in his life, Cain was looking at a trove of resources that exceeded even his wildest dreams. Can we trust everyone who has had contact with these Pokémon and Pokeballs? Cain asked as he observed the Pokémon neatly organized on shelves in front of him. His question was directed at the 4 people standing behind him: Sky, Alec, Miyamoto, and Karen. These 4 were the main individuals responsible for the operation and had been involved from the very beginning. They were also the ones who sent people to various regions to acquire the necessary Pokémon. If any of these subordinates failed to remain discreet, it could pose a significant problem for both Cain and Team Heaven. Don't worry, sir. These people are orphans we've taken in since we settled in Leafy Town. Their backgrounds are completely clean, and they've all undergone a specific indoctrination process. They are now part of the loyal members of Team Heaven, people who would never betray us, Sky replied respectfully. The other 3 remained silent, backing up their comrade's statement. For an organization to truly grow, it's essential to have individuals willing to sacrifice when needed. Upon hearing this, Cain nodded, relieved. Currently, Team Heaven was under the primary management of these 4 people. The downside of managing a large number of members is that internal relationships can become complex, with inevitable conflicts arising. However, this could also be an advantage. As long as the leader maintained balance among them, the organization would run smoothly. A leader's greatest fear is for subordinates to develop overly close camaraderie, as this could lead to conspiracies against them. But Sky and the others were intelligent. They understood that as Team Heaven grew, the distance between them and Cain had to grow as well. If they continued to act as they did in the early days, when the team was small and close-knit, the end result would be their downfall once the organization reached maturity. Although the 4 of them were highly skilled, they knew they didn't have the mettle required to lead an organization like Team Heaven. Their role was to fulfill their responsibilities and follow Cain closely, which would ensure them a promising future. Cain, although he trusted them, knew that certain precautions were necessary. While he admired figures like Giovanni, who could trust their subordinates completely, Cain knew that was only possible thanks to Giovanni's overwhelming power. Cain didn't possess that level of strength. That's why, ever since his system had come back online, Cain had ordered Porygon 2 to install certain safety devices into the communication and electronic devices used by Sky and the others. These measures were for emergencies only, since Cain's trust in them remained high. However, given the vast amounts of money involved in this operation, caution was always the better choice. In fact, Sky and the others weren't even thinking about betraying Cain. Their thoughts were focused on something completely different. In addition to being amazed by the immense sums of money involved, they all had the same burning question: how had Cain known about the fairy-type revelations so far in advance? What position had he attained within the League? Someone who had managed to rise in both Team Rocket and the League was not someone they mere advanced-level trainers could ever even dream of rebelling against. To them, Cain was an enigma. His strategies and vision were on a completely different level. All they could do was focus on fulfilling their own responsibilities. Sir, should we begin selling the Pokémon now? This operation really has brought us an astronomical profit, Miyamoto asked, unable to hide his excitement. Cain shook his head and gave a slight smile. It's not time yet. Even though we've monopolized nearly half the market, there's still another half out there. Let those merchants burn through their share first. These Pokémon will only increase in value over time, they won't depreciate. What's the most effective strategy for making money? Monopoly. If they could monopolize the entire market, the prices of the Pokémon would be set by Cain alone. Although the value of fairy-type Pokémon had already skyrocketed, Cain knew there was still room for much more growth. However, he continued, we can't keep them all here. Find some trustworthy people and sell a few low-quality Pokémon first. This will provide us with operating capital. But make sure to act discreetly. If anyone catches on, blame Team Rocket. Do not allow anyone to connect this to Team Heaven and Hoenn. Start by selling in some small towns in Kanto. These Pokémon represented a constant resource drain due to maintenance costs. By selling the lower-quality ones first, they would not only ease the financial burden, but also make a considerable profit. Understood, the 4 responded enthusiastically, although they tried to hide it. Even Karen, usually reserved, couldn't conceal the excitement in her eyes. Originally, when she helped Cain form the hunting group, she thought that was the real way to make money. Now, seeing the profits from this operation, she realized that had only been beginner's play. Cain hadn't stopped capturing Pokémon due to lack of interest, but because of a lack of time. Remember, Cain added coldly, if anyone gets caught, they need to know what to do. I don't want anyone ratting us out. As the leader of a clandestine organization, Cain was prepared to make sacrifices when necessary. The four understood the severity of his words and quickly responded, understood. The Pokémon in the base were already organized by quality. The lower quality ones took up most of the shelves, the medium quality ones were in the center, and the high quality ones, fewer in number, were carefully set aside. Cain had no intention of selling the high quality Pokémon or using them himself. He planned to set up specialized breeding areas for these Pokémon, using his skills as a breeder to improve each generation. This would provide steady and sustainable income for Team Heaven. With this operation, Cain also planned to invest in acquiring more useful Pokémon, such as Zangus and Breloom, whose combination was particularly effective. These two species could become the symbol of Team Heaven. Once the order was given, the entire Team Heaven base sprang into action. Each member had specific tasks, from transportation to sales to security. The strict division of labor not only increased efficiency, but also ensured the confidentiality of the operation. After resolving this matter, Cain returned with his Pokémon to the previously established training plan. Meanwhile, Team Heaven began selling some of the Fairy-type Pokémon. However, the sales were carried out at a slow pace, unable to meet the high market demand. This caused the prices of Fairy-type Pokémon to continue rising. Moreover, since Team Heaven limited sales to only a few Pokémon in each city and acted with great discretion, they did not attract attention from the general market or cause disorder. Silently, they continued accumulating wealth. In the market, more people began to notice a peculiar phenomenon. Several groups seemed to be stockpiling Fairy-type Pokémon, attempting to drive prices higher. This led to a continuous increase in the value of these Pokémon. Eventually, the main underground groups decided to hold a meeting to address the issue. In that meeting, it was agreed that the situation could not be prolonged, as an uncontrolled price increase would benefit no one. As a result, prices began to stabilize. It was at this point that Cain decided to take the next step. Except for the highest quality Pokémon, he ordered the rest to be sold off in bulk. Regardless of the price, everything was sold to merchants specializing in Pokémon distribution. Although retail sales would have generated higher profits, this approach helped avoid delays and potential long-term complications. In a single night, merchants from different regions received a large number of Fairy-type Pokémon. It was evident that almost half of the market had suddenly been supplied, causing temporary saturation and a drop in prices. Many merchants who believed they had acquired an exclusive resource were stunned. Pokémon that were once extremely rare suddenly appeared in large quantities. At this point, they realized they had been manipulated. However, it was already too late. Team Heaven had executed their operation with such precision and discretion that even their own members didn't fully know what was going on. For the merchants, tracking down those responsible was virtually impossible. With this strategy, Cain managed to obtain an immense fortune. From the total profits, Cain kept 70%, as he had invested all his personal resources and also had outstanding debts with Stephen and Wallace. It was only logical that he recovered the majority of the profit. The four main leaders of Team Heaven, Sky, Alec, Miyamoto, and Karen, had no objections. They knew that Cain had risked everything in this move. Despite receiving only the remaining 30%, that amount was more than enough to cover Team Heaven's needs for a long time. Additionally, Cain allowed the four leaders to share a small portion of those profits as a reward for their loyalty and effort. For them, this amount represented a personal fortune, which ensured a much smoother path in the future. Deeply grateful, they vowed to continue serving Cain with absolute devotion. Cain, for his part, once again delegated the management of Team Heaven and the Leafy Town Gym to his subordinates. With both institutions operating properly, he was able to fully focus on his own goals. The first thing he did was repay his debts to Stephen and Wallace. He also thanked them for their support and invited them to visit Leafy Town whenever they wanted. He even offered to prepare custom poke blocks using his advanced expertise as a breeder. Although Cain had not made his skill as a breeder public, those who knew him well understood that he far surpassed the average advanced-level breeders. This was something even the League Elite recognized, but they said nothing otherwise. The old folks at the Breeders' Guild would have gone mad. After paying his debts, Cain still retained 60% of the profits. With this sum, he was better prepared to face any challenge. He allocated part of the money to acquire high-tech equipment through his connections in Team Rocket and the League. Among the tools he purchased were communication devices, teleportation tools, analysis and treatment equipment, and a complete virtual camouflage device. The latter was by far the most expensive investment, as he obtained it through Team Rocket's internal catalog. Cain planned to use these resources to develop the mysterious uninhabited island he had discovered in the ocean. Now that Porygon 2 had completed its tests, it was safe to transfer the Pokémon to that island. Although the island hadn't been discovered by anyone else, Cain didn't want to take any risks. That's why he would install the virtual camouflage device, which would make the island invisible, greatly increasing its security. With this technology, and thanks to the mysterious energy the island emitted, the Pokémon living there could train and grow more quickly. Furthermore, the communication and teleportation tools would allow Cain to access his Pokémon from anywhere, ensuring that even during long expeditions, his team's training would not be neglected. This island was part of a plan Cain had conceived since discovering it, but he hadn't had the resources to implement it. The recent fortune obtained from the fairy-type Pokémon finally allowed him to bring this project to life. However, before permanently transferring the Pokémon, Cain wanted to thoroughly explore and study the island to ensure its safety. Meanwhile, he continued training his Pokémon in the backyard, processing the lessons learned during the Sinnoh tournament and strengthening his second group of Pokémon so they could reach the next level. Even though he had invested in rare and expensive materials to enhance his team, he quickly discovered that money disappeared fast. Between custom medicines and advanced supplements, the expenses were enormous. This reminded him that no matter how much one earns, money is never enough. The more you earn, the more you spend, as your needs and standards also rise. However, Cain firmly believed that those who know how to spend well also know how to earn well. As he progressed with his training, he occasionally took his team into the nearby forest to face wild Pokémon. This not only improved their battle skills, but also helped newcomers like Porygon and Horsia adapt to his training style. The forest battles, which were more moderate, provided valuable experience for the newer Pokémon and helped them integrate into the team. As usual, after finishing the morning training, Cain took Larvatar and the others to the back mountains. To avoid affecting the training of the other Pokémon, Cain didn't allow any of them to accompany him, except for Slowking. Although the back mountains and the surrounding mountain ranges didn't harbor high-level Pokémon, taking Slowking was a safety measure, as he could use the move Teleport to return to the backyard if necessary. The main combat team consisted of Aron, Larvatar, Combuskin, Horsia, and Porygon, who had recently entered its growth phase. Porygon, although the lowest level member, had shown the most progress thanks to training and battles during this time. Its confrontations, often against much stronger opponents, helped it improve considerably, even if its role was limited to distracting the enemy. Currently, Aron had reached level 26, Larvatar level 21, Combuskin 24, Porygon 15, and Horsia 18. This progress was the result of constant battles and training. With these levels, Cain decided to take them deeper into the mountains, selecting areas with wild Pokémon between levels 20 and 30. These were ideal opponents for training his team. This lifestyle, although predictable, had been consistent for a long time. Even though it didn't provide the excitement of fast advancement, the steady and solid improvement of the Pokémon's abilities was motivation enough to continue. On their way deeper into the mountains, they arrived at the mysterious lake where Cain had found Absol. This place was perfect for training, as the wild Pokémon there were at appropriate levels for Cain's team. During battles, if only one wild Pokémon appeared, Cain would send one of his own to fight solo. If there were several, he allowed the group to fight together. However, it didn't take long before Cain noticed something strange. The number of wild Pokémon in the area was abnormally low, as if someone had passed through clearing them out. Someone else had been there. This was Cain's first conclusion. It wasn't unusual for other trainers to visit the back mountains. There were always those, like Cain, who preferred to train in natural and dangerous environments. These trainers, who grew stronger by facing danger, were often more skilled than those of similar level who followed safer methods. Even so, Cain decided not to worry too much. The back mountains weren't his exclusive territory, and it was normal to encounter others. He simply chose to look for another spot, as the area had become inadequate for his training. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered something else. In a thick bush, there were fragments of clothing caught between the branches, and the ground was covered with chaotic footprints, signs of an intense battle. Judging by the size of the footprints, Cain deduced that more than one person had been involved. Had a group entered the back mountains? Intrigued, Cain began to follow the tracks. The fabric fragments found in the bush looked vaguely familiar to him. It wasn't long before he found a camp. From the branches of a tree, Cain observed the camp from above, hidden among the leaves. The camp consisted of 5 tents, each apparently occupied by one person. However, what caught Cain's attention was the emblem on one of the larger tents. It was the symbol of Team Void. Team Void, an organization from Mauville City, had been the first to confront Cain. Although he had obtained quite a few benefits from them in the past, their presence in this area was not a good sign. Using his psychic abilities, Cain detected that all the people in the camp were gathered in the central tent. From his elevated position, he could clearly hear their conversation. "We can't act rashly," said one voice. "Our mission objective is to stabilize the situation, not take unnecessary risks. But this is a great opportunity. The enemy hasn't even noticed we're here. If we move carefully, we can catch them completely off guard," replied another, deeper voice. "Are you an idiot? Have you seen how many there are? And how many of us? Even if they're not very strong, we're only 5 people. It would be like handing ourselves over on a silver platter," a female voice intervened. "That's enough," interrupted another, more authoritative voice. "Our mission is not to attack immediately. We're here to wait for instructions. I'm sure there are other groups like ours in the mountains. The goal is to launch a surprise attack when the signal is given." Cain narrowed his eyes as he listened. Team Void had set its sights on Team Heaven. The organization, apparently weakened by pressure in Mauville City, was looking to establish itself in Leafy Town. Team Heaven, with its rapid growth, seemed to have caught their interest. Cain watched as the camp members scattered to explore the surroundings. Looking at his Slowking, he gave a signal. In a flash, both disappeared from the tree. It was time to find out how strong these intruders were. Team Void, a target Cain had been monitoring for a long time, had finally revealed its hand. Although Cain had planned to wait until he reached a higher level before taking action, it seemed fate had decided to speed things up. Slowking used the move Teleport along with Cain to catch up with one of the Team Void members who had separated from the group. This was the individual who had initially proposed launching a surprise attack on Team Heaven. As soon as the teleport move ended, Cain immediately began chasing him. The man was accompanied by a Seviper, keeping a safe distance to ensure his security. During that time, Cain gathered data on the opponent's Pokémon. It was a Seviper with green tier quality and at level 29. It hadn't even reached level 30. Where did this guy get the confidence to think he could attack Team Heaven? Perhaps they still viewed Team Heaven as if it were the old Black Snake gang. If that were the case, it might make a bit of sense. But could today's Team Heaven really be compared to the former Black Snake gang? The leadership was completely different. For someone as insignificant as that individual, it wasn't even necessary for Slowking to intervene. Cain didn't bother to attack by surprise. Instead, he openly stepped into his path. When the Team Void member saw Cain appear out of nowhere, he reacted quickly. Without saying a word, He ordered his Seviper to attack while calling out the rest of his Pokémon. This showed that, although the Team Void member lacked great power, he did have some survival skills in the wild. Cain, of course, was already prepared. This opponent's Pokémon would serve as practice for Larvatar, Aron, and the others. When the Team Void member summoned his 4 Pokémon and saw the ones Cain sent onto the battlefield, he was completely stunned. What had he just seen? A Larvatar and a Porygon, both pseudo-legendary Pokémon, accompanied by an Aron and a Horsia, both extremely rare species, and a Combusken, one of Hoenn's starter Pokémon. The moment he saw them, the man's eyes filled with greed. To him, Cain looked like a young league trainer, possibly from a powerful and prestigious family. A trainer carrying 2 pseudo-legendary Pokémon couldn't possibly be of ordinary origin. If he could steal those Pokémon. Immediately, his mind began to craft a plan. If he could steal those Pokémon, who would care about Team Heaven or Team Void? He could vanish, travel somewhere remote, and train quietly. When those Pokémon evolved, he would be a master in his own right. The greed in his eyes intensified. Cain, observing his expression, understood exactly what was going through his mind. With a slight smile, he thought, this guy might know how to survive in the wild, but he's clearly not very smart. Even if Cain were just an average young league member, someone with Pokémon like those would never be without protection. Shaking his head, Cain stopped wasting time. The opponent's 4 Pokémon began advancing toward him, and Cain gave his commands. Larvatar, use Stealth Rock and then Rock Slide. Aron, go in with Metal Claw. Combusken, charge with Flame Charge. Porygon, attack with Dragon Breath. Horsia, use Water Gun. Cain had trained his Pokémon to work as a perfectly coordinated team. 4 of them could use Dragon-type moves, a clear sign of the dragon blood running through their veins. Some trainers thought that the introduction of the Fairy type was a devastating blow to Dragon-type Pokémon. However, what many overlooked was that the true strength of Dragon Pokémon didn't lie solely in their powerful moves, but also in their incredibly resilient bodies. Larvatar, who had the greatest energy control thanks to the fragment of Grouden's armor it carried, was in charge of deploying Stealth Rock. This move slowed the enemy Pokémon's advance. Aron, the toughest of them all, led the front line with Metal Claw, facing off against the Seviper without fear. Combusken, who had significantly improved its speed during daily training, used Flame Charge to further boost its agility. Porygon, though still young, showed impressive control over Dragon Breath, one of its most reliable moves at this stage. Finally, Horsia, although used to battling in water, demonstrated its ability to adapt to the terrain and launched precise attacks from solid ground. Cain's team was a perfectly synchronized machine. Even though the enemy Pokémon looked physically larger, they were no match for the strength and strategy of Cain's team. The opponents fell one after another. This battle left Cain's Pokémon excited. Larvatar, in particular, showed overwhelming enthusiasm and seemed eager for more fights. Cain, on the other hand, eliminated the Team Void member without hesitation and used the ability of the Unown to create an alternate space to dispose of the body. This space wasn't only useful for storing objects, but also for erasing evidence. An invaluable ability for someone in his position. With each battle, Cain's little Pokémon continued to grow and display extraordinary progress. Cain patted each of his Pokémon on the head and offered them several Pokeblocks as a reward. Sensing their enthusiasm, Cain smiled and said, "Don't get too excited, there are still plenty of battles ahead. Be ready." Larvatar cried out with excitement, clenching his tiny fists as he jumped for joy. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and began searching through his small red backpack. Aron, seeing what Larvatar was doing, happily ran over to him. Just as Cain expected, Larvatar pulled out 2 small diamonds, each about the size of a thumb, from his backpack. He kept one for himself and bit into it immediately, while the other he offered directly to Aron. Under Cain's guidance, Larvatar had learned how to share. When Combusken, Porygon, and Horsia observed this interaction, they looked surprised. Larvatar, noticing this, dug once more into his backpack and pulled out 3 more diamonds, placing them in front of them with a gesture indicating they shouldn't worry and should go ahead and take them. Cain couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed at the scene. Larvatar had a very peculiar habit, or rather, a curious obsession. He loved to hoard food. He always kept leftover diamonds in his backpack, making sure he had something to eat when he got hungry. Judging by Aron's reaction, who eagerly approached, it was clearly not the first time they had done something like this. Combusken took one of the diamonds, but then returned it to Larvatar, smiling awkwardly and saying it wasn't necessary. Seriously? Were those diamonds really food for Pokémon? Probably only those two little monsters could eat something like that without issue. However, after consuming those diamonds, Larvatar's and Aron's bodies had visibly grown stronger, almost taking on a diamond-like texture. Combusken watched with a hint of envy, thinking, eating something that strengthens the body makes sense. Porygon, who had never tried anything like that before, decided to give it a try out of curiosity. He had seen Larvatar and Aron enjoy diamonds before, but those were food given by Cain. Now, with Larvatar offering it directly, Porygon couldn't resist and decided to try biting the diamond. Crack. Don't get it wrong, that wasn't the sound of a diamond breaking, but of Porygon's teeth taking the hit. With slightly teary eyes, Porygon looked at the diamond in his hand, still completely intact, and was on the verge of crying. Fortunately, his strong-willed nature allowed him to hold back the tears. Still, his teeth really hurt. Watching Larvatar and Aron enjoy themselves so much, Porygon thought maybe he just wasn't strong enough yet. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely be able to eat diamonds, the little dragon told himself. For now, he simply handed the diamond back to Larvatar. Combusken, who was nearby, covered his mouth to keep from bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Horsia, being the oldest and most experienced of the group, immediately recognized that it wasn't something she could eat. She thanked Larvatar but politely declined the offer, suggesting he enjoy it himself. And so, after Larvatar and Aron each consumed 2 diamonds, their little snack time ended happily. Cain watched the whole scene with a smile, not saying much. He knew that this kind of interaction among his Pokémon helped strengthen their bonds and improve their teamwork. At the very least, Larvatar now knew how to share and cooperate with the others, which was great progress. After a short break to recover energy, Cain set off again with his team. There were still 4 Team Void members left to eliminate. Cain also planned to interrogate the leader of this group to find out exactly what Team Void was planning. With the help of Sloking's teleport move, the enemies had no chance of escape. Furthermore, Cain knew the mountainous area better than they did and had wilderness survival skills far superior to those of the Team Void members. With just a small clue to their whereabouts, Cain could track and neutralize them. In the wild, tracking and counter-tracking skills are essential for survival. However, it was clear that Cain's tracking skills far surpassed those of his opponents. In no time, Cain located and eliminated the 3 members who had gone out to explore the area. Only the leader remained, waiting for news at the base camp. Unfortunately for him, no reports would arrive. Instead, the only thing that showed up was Cain, who destroyed the camp with the help of Larvatar and Aron before confronting him directly. Although the leader was more experienced than the others, his strength wasn't much greater. He was probably just a mid-tier member within Team Void's hierarchy. Even though he put up some resistance and inflicted minor injuries on Cain's team, the final outcome was inevitable. After healing his Pokémon, Cain proceeded to interrogate the last remaining member of Team Void. At first, the man tried to resist, but when Cain called Sloking to threaten him with a strong mental hold, his resistance crumbled. Now terrified, the man confessed everything. The group of 5 was an advance team sent by Team Void to explore the mountainous area and gather information about Team Heaven. Although Team Void despised Team Heaven, some of its leaders were cautious and preferred to act carefully. It turned out that this group had been assembled from members sent by different Team Void leaders, which explained their internal conflicts. Team Void's plan was to retreat from Mauville City toward Leafy Town, which had been secretly taken over by one of their leaders, Cain. This man had proposed using the town as an operations base, hoping to solidify his position within the organization and increase his influence. As Team Void weakened in Mauville City, their enemies began probing their weaknesses, noticing that their only elite-level trainer had disappeared long ago. The final Team Void member's confession allowed Cain to better understand the situation. With a smile, Cain opened a portal to an alternate space and ordered Larvatar to throw all the enemy camp's supplies inside. This act left the leader completely stunned. Without wasting time, Cain grabbed him by the neck, placed his hand on Slowking, and teleported to Team Heaven's mountain hideout. There, he threw the prisoner in front of the team members and ordered, "Gather all the team leaders. I need them in the conference room." Cain calmly made his way to the room, leaving the others in shock. When that member of Team Heaven reacted, Cain had already disappeared from the meeting room. He rushed out quickly, leaving behind the captured member of Team Void. In any case, he was tied up and couldn't escape for now. Besides, this was Team Heaven's headquarters. If they allowed a stranger to escape, how could they maintain their reputation? The 4 leaders of Team Heaven, Sky, Alec, Miyamoto, and Karen, received the message and immediately left their tasks to return to the team space. Cain was already seated at the head of the meeting room table, waiting patiently. The 4 entered hastily and, upon seeing Cain, quickly ran toward him. Cain gestured with his hand, signaling them to sit down. That simple gesture eased their worries. They had feared something had caused Cain's displeasure. "I just found a group from Team Void in the mountains. I've already taken out the rest and captured the leader," Cain said calmly. The 4 leaders frowned upon hearing this. Team Void was no stranger to them. After all, Leafy Town had been taken from one of their top commanders. Since then, Team Heaven had considered them a formidable enemy. The fact that Cain had found a Team Void group in the mountains meant something big was about to happen. No need to guess. Team Void is planning an attack, Cain stated directly, without sugarcoating it. He didn't have time to waste on long explanations. Currently, Team Heaven was one of Cain's main sources of resources, so he couldn't afford to ignore them. Moreover, Team Void was also one of his top priorities. Upon hearing this, the 4 leaders straightened up, becoming serious. Team Void wasn't a small group. In the Hoenn region, they were a mid-level organization with a certain reputation, especially in Mauville City, where they were a major power. Facing an attack from Team Void would be a complicated problem for Team Heaven. "Sir, what should we do?" Sky asked. "Double the patrol range and send in specialized combat teams to investigate the mountains. Search for other hidden Team Void squads. If you encounter enemies that can't be defeated, be ready to call for reinforcements," Cain ordered as he assigned the tasks. "However, don't worry. The enemies with quasi-elite level strength won't be involved yet." Upon hearing these instructions, the 4 leaders nodded solemnly. Understood, they responded in unison. Cain remained seated for a while without saying anything, and the 4 didn't dare move or speak. "There's something else," Cain said suddenly. "Within Team Heaven, there are infiltrators sent by other factions of Team Rocket. Whether it's one or several, you must find them." These words sent a chill down the spines of the 3 leaders responsible for recruitment, Sky, Alec, and Miyamoto. Cold sweat ran down their backs. Recruiting members was their responsibility. If there were infiltrators, it was clearly their failure. The 3 immediately stood up. "Sir." Cain raised his hand to stop them. "I'm not looking to blame anyone. I know your loyalty. The problem isn't you, but that this person hasn't caused any visible damage so far, which makes them hard to identify. However, from now on, stay alert. I'd rather you make a mistake eliminating someone than allow one of these traitors to continue. Anyone showing signs of betrayal or identified as an infiltrator must be eliminated immediately. Don't hesitate." For Cain, traitors could not be tolerated. Harsh measures were necessary to prevent others from following their example. "Understood," the 3 leaders replied, wiping the sweat from their brows. After giving these instructions, Cain left the room. Currently, Team Heaven had several thousand members, and it was inevitable that other organizations would attempt to infiltrate. Cain could tolerate a certain number of spies, since even large organizations like Team Rocket or the Alliance were vulnerable to infiltration. However, someone inside Team Heaven had leaked information about his whereabouts to Xenon, and that was unacceptable. He had been so busy training his Pokémon and generating income that he had almost forgotten about this issue. The encounter with Team Void reminded him it was time to address this problem. That traitor had to be eliminated. With this thought in mind, Cain resumed his training plan in the forest. He summoned Aron and the rest of the team, who joined Larvatar in training. After the last battle, Larvatar and the others had suffered some injuries, but after resting in their Pokeballs, they were nearly fully recovered. When the sun was already high, Cain returned to the backyard just in time for dinner. However, an unexpected event interrupted his plans. Fortunately, this interruption was a welcome one. Finally, after a long wait and thanks to Cain's carefully designed plan, Altaria was about to reach the elite level rank. From her usual spot in the yard, Altaria's energy fluctuated intensely, surging between low levels and impressive spikes that exceeded her previous limits. Cain immediately approached, bringing Slowking with him. Although Altaria wasn't technically his Pokémon, he could command her. Having an elite-level Pokémon on his team would be a great asset, especially a Dragon type. Cain activated the system to monitor Altaria's changes in real time while watching with a mix of focus and joy. Even though Slowking was close to reaching elite level, Cain still wasn't entirely clear on how that transition was achieved. The process of breaking the barrier into the elite level was complex, and not all Pokémon were capable of achieving it. Only Pokémon with a certain level of talent could aspire to those heights. Just as Pokémon with light purple quality could reach champion level, Pokémon with light blue quality were needed to reach elite level. Of course, quality ratings aren't the only factor, it's just theoretical. There are Pokémon with dark green quality that can reach elite level, and Pokémon with blue quality that can reach champion level. All of this is possible. It's just that there are relatively few, so most people tend to ignore them. Altaria, with a dark blue quality rating, shouldn't have any issues evolving. However, she had remained at her current level for a long time, making this moment truly special. Cain arrived just as Altaria was reaching a critical point. Cain wore a serious expression as he activated the system to monitor in real time. He slowly walked toward Altaria, who was undergoing a critical moment. At that moment, Altaria kept her eyes closed, releasing dense waves of dragon and flying-type energy. Cain pulled out several potions from his storage space, ones he had prepared in advance, hoping they would help Altaria during her breakthrough. Sensing someone approaching, Altaria suddenly opened her eyes. A fierce intensity gleamed in them. As a Pokémon who had spent most of her life in the wild, that instinctive reaction reflected her untamed nature, which hadn't completely disappeared despite the time spent with Cain. However, upon realizing it was Cain approaching, the aggression in Altaria's eyes quickly faded, showing a more peaceful expression. Cain reached out and gently stroked Altaria's feathers. His fingers emitted a faint psychic energy that helped calm the Pokémon. At the same time, he opened the potions one by one and carefully administered them into Altaria's mouth. With the potions absorbed, Altaria's energy began to intensify further. For about 10 minutes, her aura fluctuated violently until it reached a climax, at which point the oscillations fully stabilized. After being stuck at the threshold of the quasi-elite level for so long, Altaria had finally made the leap. She had reached the rank of an elite-level Pokémon. Altaria expressed her joy by approaching Cain and rubbing her head against his face in a loving gesture. Afterward, she spread her wings and let out a jubilant cry. Her two little Swablu flew excitedly around her, celebrating their mother's achievement. They too understood how much effort Altaria had put in to reach this level, and even though it had once seemed like an unattainable dream, she had finally done it. System, did you record the entire process? Cain asked mentally while sharing in Altaria's joy. It was the first time he had closely witnessed a Pokémon breakthrough to the elite level. Although the process hadn't caused much of a stir, Altaria's exceptional potential made the case worthy of study. The entire process has been recorded, the system replied. Analyze the reasons why Altaria took so long to break the barrier and the specific conditions that enabled this breakthrough. Also, Evaluate whether the administered potions had a significant impact on the success of the process, Cain instructed the system. Analysis in progress. Please wait patiently. The recently updated system was now capable of processing data with greater speed and accuracy. As he waited for the results, Cain reflected on the impact of this advancement. Altaria's success not only represented a power boost for his team, but also provided Cain with invaluable experience for better understanding the process of a Pokémon's advancement to higher levels. Cain began to consider that Altaria's difficulty in breaking the limit might have stemmed from a lack of pressure. During her time on Mythical Island, Altaria had been a dominant figure. Even the elite-level Pokémon on the island avoided confronting her due to her flying ability and her peak quasi-elite strength. However, this comfort may have led her to stagnate. Only after leaving the island with Cain and facing challenges such as battles against Team Void and threats from legendary Pokémon like Regice did Altaria finally feel the pressure needed to advance. As Cain pondered this, he left Altaria and her little Swablu to enjoy their moment of triumph. The time and space were theirs to celebrate. With Altaria now at the elite level, Cain felt his overall plans had more foundation. This advancement significantly improved the viability of his future strategies. Altaria's energy accumulation for this breakthrough had taken just under a month, raising questions about whether this time frame was specific to Altaria or if all Pokémon required similar durations. Cain gathered his thoughts as he returned to the backyard, where he resumed his routine of preparing dinner for his Pokémon, something he did daily, no matter how busy he was. The number of Pokémon under his care had grown considerably, and preparing meals for all of them was not a task he could manage alone. Fortunately, he had the help of several reliable companions. Miltank, one of Cain's earliest allies, now enjoyed a peaceful life in the backyard. She had gained some weight due to her carefree lifestyle, but she remained a key player in the daily meal preparations. Alongside her, other Pokémon such as Florges, Jengar, Honchkrow, and Weevil also played important roles in these tasks. The younger Pokémon, like Aron and Larvatar, used this time to relax and play. Over the past few weeks, Cain had implemented a mix of training, friendly battles, and mountain skirmishes for them. Although Aron was ahead in terms of level, the recent inclusion of Pokémon like Bagon had slightly slowed his initial progress. Despite this, Cain had high expectations for his team. The members of his second combat line were showing steady progress, displaying skills both in individual fights and in group strategies. Preparing dinner was a labor-intensive and time-consuming task, but Cain saw it as an opportunity to strengthen bonds with his Pokémon. He used high-tech tools to process the ingredients and cook, making the job easier. After about an hour, dinner was ready, a hearty and nutritious meal that everyone enjoyed. Although the process was demanding, Cain never saw it as a burden. For him, cooking for his Pokémon was a way of thanking them and building a deeper relationship. Every time he saw his Pokémon enjoying their food or the Pokeblocks he made, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In those moments, the pressure of survival faded away, leaving him with a feeling of peace and gratitude. Thus, in the small routines of his daily life, Cain found great rewards. After finishing dinner, Slowking immediately ran toward Cain. Seeing the expression on Slowking's face, Cain already knew what it was about. He instantly showed a joyful expression, and they both disappeared together in an instant. In Cain's room, on a table, there was a device holding Ralts' Pokémon egg. At that moment, the incubator's timer had reached 0, and large amounts of psychic energy were emanating from the egg. Slowking had sensed the psychic energy escaping from the egg, which is why he quickly alerted Cain. Ralts was about to hatch. Cain opened the incubator. Without the device's barrier, the psychic energy leaking from the egg intensified, mixed with a special energy that seemed to be fairy-type. Crack. Crack. The eggshell began to fracture. Small cracks appeared on its surface and grew larger. A kind of energy mist, composed of psychic and fairy-type energy, emerged from the fissures, as if the egg were exhaling a soft breath, quickly dissipating into the air. The cracks in the shell became more pronounced until a small white hand emerged from the gaps. Bit by bit, the fragments of the egg fell away, revealing the figure of the Pokémon inside. Green hair covered most of its head like a bowl, with two red, flat, crescent-shaped horns, one facing forward, the other backward. It is said that these horns are the receptors Ralts uses to activate its psychic abilities and sense the emotions of others. When it lifted its head, its large red eyes could be seen beneath the hair, along with a small mouth. Its entire body was white, except for the hair and the horns, giving it the appearance of wearing a kind of white cloak. Ralts lifted its head and looked at Cain, who was standing directly in front of it, watching. "Rills," it murmured with a soft, melodic voice. Cain smiled, seeing how well the hatching had gone, much better than he had imagined. However, he quickly noticed something peculiar about Ralts. It wasn't a shiny Pokémon, but among its thick green hair was a lock of light blue that stood out. "What is this?" Cain was stunned. Could it be a mutation? Or perhaps the result of Azelf's blessing? Azelf, being a legendary Pokémon, had blessed Ralts to strengthen its willpower. Having a blue strand in its hair seemed to align with that idea. Still, Cain wasn't entirely sure if that was the reason. "Rills," Ralts made the sweet sound again. Suddenly, a faint psychic wave emanated from Ralts's red horns and connected the minds of Cain and Slowking. It had just hatched, and was already capable of using telepathy. "Hug, hug," a soft voice echoed in Cain's mind. Ralts extended its tiny arms toward him with a hopeful expression. Cain couldn't help but laugh with joy. He picked up Ralts in his arms, feeling the warmth of its small body. Ralts are usually shy, but when they are happy or excited, their body temperature rises. Holding Ralts was no effort at all for Cain. Its weight was negligible compared to other Pokémon like Larvatar. On top of that, its body was as soft as a warm water pouch, offering a comforting sensation. "Slowking, I found you a very talented disciple. You better teach her well," Cain joked with a smile. "Yadin." Slowking's face filled with disbelief, as if to say, "Disciple? Little girl." Although Slowking knew Cain had planned to give him a student, he hadn't expected it to be a small and charming Pokémon. Seeing Slowking's stunned face, Cain couldn't hold back his laughter. It was rare to see that expression from Slowking after all this time. "Ralts, from now on, Slowking will be your teacher. Make sure to learn a lot from him," Cain said as he spoke to the little Ralts in his arms. Ralts looked at Slowking, who was a bit taller than Cain, and showed a curious expression. With his pink skin, Slowking seemed quite friendly to her. "Rills," she smiled sweetly and let out a small sound. Immediately, Slowking was completely captivated by her charm, gladly accepting his new disciple. Suddenly, a tiny voice echoed in Cain's mind, "Mama." Cain froze in place. "Mama? What?" he thought, as his face went completely blank. Since Slowking was still mentally connected to Ralts, he also heard the "mama" in Cain's mind. Wait. "Mama? Mama?" Cain nearly choked on his own saliva. Off to the side, Slowking covered his mouth, trying to hold back laughter as his body trembled from the effort. "Ralts, I'm not your mama," Cain said in defeat. "Ralts?" Ralts's eyes filled with tears, her little face scrunching up, showing an expression on the verge of crying. Cain sighed, feeling defeated. All right. How about you call me Dad instead of Mom?" "Papa?" Ralts asked hopefully, looking at Cain with shining eyes. "Yes, Papa," Cain confirmed with a smile. "Papa!" Ralts exclaimed joyfully. Even though she didn't fully understand what Papa meant, saying it made her feel an inexplicable joy. With a resigned expression, Cain walked out of the room with Ralts in his arms, followed by Slowking, who was still shaking as he tried not to laugh. Upon seeing Ralts, the other Pokémon who were playing after dinner quickly gathered around. They knew Cain had a Pokémon egg about to hatch, but they hadn't expected it to happen that very day. A new companion had joined the group. Ralts, though initially shy when faced with so many Pokémon, quickly adapted thanks to the warmth of the others. She was still a baby, so she couldn't run and play much yet, but moving around a little was fine, especially after drinking the milk Miltank had prepared for her. Until then, she hadn't eaten anything and seemed completely unaware of the eggshell pieces she had left behind. Altaria reached the elite level rank, and Ralts successfully hatched. 2 surprises in a single day. However, after the joyful moment, the routine of intensive training and rigorous daily battles once again set the pace of life. In these battles, Larvatar and his teammates learned and grew a lot. When a Pokémon's level increases, it's necessary to prepare the appropriate potions to enhance their potential. Fortunately, Aron and Larvatar's quality enhancement potions were nearly ready, but Cain had yet to prepare those for Combuskin, Porygon, and Horsia. Luckily, the popularity of the fairy type when it was introduced brought Cain a great profit. With that income, he now had enough money to purchase the materials, though some of them were not easy to obtain. Because of this, Cain decided to slow down the pace of battles and focus more on physical training, energy control, and move practice. A month passed. A whole month. It had been just under 2 months since the Sinnoh tournament ended. During this time, Cain's first team of Pokémon hadn't increased their levels significantly. Slowking remained at level 58 without any change. However, Honchkrow had reached level 53, Gengar rose to level 54, Drapion also reached level 54, Weevil got to level 52, and Florges rose to level 53. Except for Slowking, the rest of the first team had increased by about 1 level. These improvements didn't come from battles, but from daily training and the energy absorbed through their meals, which allowed them to gradually raise their levels. This type of advancement is slower, but also more stable. During the first month after the tournament, Cain focused on helping his Pokémon internalize what they had learned during the battles on Azelf Island and in the Sinnoh tournament, helping them reinforce their foundations. Every step in the process of growth and strengthening must be firm, so that when they reach higher levels, they don't collapse due to a weak foundation. Even though their levels hadn't risen significantly, their strength continued to solidify steadily. Their progress was evident in move control, energy management, and physical conditioning. Even Slowking, who hadn't advanced in level, had improved his abilities day by day. That's why sometimes, even if 2 Pokémon are at the same level, the power gap between them can be huge. The trainer's focus and dedication to their Pokémon's development are essential. Even when levels increase quickly, there must be balance and room to correct possible mistakes. For example, Swampert and Politoed, who had leveled up quickly for the tournament, now had to face the consequences of that accelerated growth. Both were subject to the most intense and rigorous training. Fortunately, neither complained, aware of their current shortcomings. They completed every task assigned by Cain, no matter how exhausting. Their training now aimed to fill the gaps left in their development. That's why their levels barely rose. Swampert remained at level 45, while Politoed, having grown less excessively, stayed at level 41, already within the advanced range and very close to reaching level 42. Though there were still areas for improvement, his progress wasn't as slow as Swampert's. Meanwhile, the second team of Pokémon showed faster progress during this time. Cain had invested more resources into them than into the first team, with greater expectations for their development. And they did not disappoint. Aron reached level 30. As planned, he would evolve into Aron at level 32, experiencing a notable increase in strength and size. Larvatar, the most enthusiastic in battles, had reached level 26, and his evolution seemed to be drawing closer. Combuskin, on the other hand, was displaying impressive physical development. With defined muscles in both arms and legs, he stood out as the most physically powerful of all the second-team Pokémon. He was now at level 30, and Cain had decided to halt his progress until he could make him a quality enhancement potion. Finally, there were Porygon and Horsia. As the most recent team members, they were still in a phase of exploration and adaptation. Unlike Larvatar and Aron, who had developed a solid foundation from the beginning, Porygon and Horsia needed to work more on their fundamentals. That's why, after reaching level 20, Cain separated them from the main group to focus exclusively on strengthening their bases. This would ensure that, like Larvatar and Aron, they wouldn't face issues when leveling up quickly in the future. Meanwhile, Flygon, the ground dragon that Cain used as a mount, finally reached the quasi-elite level. Although Flygon had been neglected by his previous trainer, Cain saw potential in him and believed he could make up for lost ground. At the very least, having a Dragon-type Pokémon at quasi-elite level as a mount was quite impressive. Lastly, there was the youngest member of the team, Ralts. Under Sloking's guidance and Miltank's care, she still needed time to grow out of her infant stage and enter the growth phase, at which point she could join the team's training. Despite being so young, her talent was undeniable. From birth, with her light purple quality status, Ralts had shown exceptional abilities, so much so that even Sloking sometimes didn't know how to continue teaching her. And, of course, whenever Ralts sweetly called out the word "Daddy," Cain was left completely flustered and at a loss. However, such a peaceful life couldn't belong to Cain for long. Team Heaven and Team Void had been entangled for a month, and the situation had become increasingly evident over time. At first, Team Void tried to infiltrate more members into the back mountains, hoping to slowly penetrate and take over Team Heaven without bloodshed. But after Cain discovered the first group of Team Void members, Sky and the others began actively searching for them. Just as Cain expected, throughout the month, small groups from Team Void attempted to enter the back mountains one after another. However, all these groups were eliminated by Sky and the others. When Team Void received no news from the operatives, they began to suspect something. The following teams also failed to return, which eventually drew their attention. They then sent stronger members, leading Sky and the others to personally step in. Yesterday, Team Void sent a full squad of advanced-level members, who managed to get close to Team Heaven's headquarters. However, Team Heaven had many members, and Sky and the other 3 were present. In the end, although the 5 enemies fought to the death, only 2 managed to escape badly injured, while the other 3 were captured. Even so, Team Heaven suffered considerable losses. After all, these were 5 advanced-level members. Although Sky and the others made 4, the 5th enemy was dealt with by a large number of regular members, which left many injured. With 2 people escaping, it was inevitable that they would report to their superiors. This time, Team Void seemed to have assessed Team Heaven's capabilities. For advanced-level members were far stronger than the former Black Snake group, but they were still no match for Team Void. Especially since there was no quasi-elite level expert within Team Heaven. Sky immediately informed Cain of the situation. For Cain, this meant that Team Void would soon send a quasi-elite level member, which would finally give him the opportunity to act against them. If Team Void's leaders had remained hidden in Mauville City, it would have been difficult for Cain to confront them. But now the situation was different. By taking the initiative, Team Void had offered Cain a chance. Even in the world of crime, justifying one's actions is important. Before a confrontation, groups often discredit their opponents to find a suitable excuse. Now, Team Void had provided Cain with the perfect excuse. Cain, accompanied by his Pokémon, settled into Team Heaven's headquarters, awaiting Team Void's arrival. After Cain decided to act, Sky and the others were finally able to relax. During this time, they had been under constant tension. They knew Team Void was no small organization, and Team Heaven's only real advantage was Cain. Without his intervention, a quasi-elite level trainer would be unbeatable for them. Team Void turned out to be even more cautious than Cain expected. On the first day Cain waited at the headquarters, no one showed up. It wasn't until the night of the second day that Sloking detected movement. Without alerting anyone, Cain dressed in black and put on a white mask with a crying face. With the help of Sloking's teleport move, he vanished from Team Heaven's base. Team Void members were approaching, though they hadn't yet entered the security perimeter. Still, Sloking's psychic abilities detected them. Cain decided not to involve Sky and the others. A large group would be less efficient than acting alone. Thanks to Sloking's teleport move, Cain appeared behind a group of people dressed in dark purple clothing, the signature uniform of Team Void. With a cold smile on his face, Cain recalled how long it had been since he'd last done this kind of task. However, these skills were deeply ingrained in his subconscious, and now, with much greater power than in his past life, he didn't expect to fail. Cain returned Sloking to his Pokeball. What he was about to do wasn't suitable for a Pokémon like him. He threw out 3 Pokeballs, releasing Honchkrow, Weevil, and Gengar. They would be the stars of this operation, the most suited for missions like this. Together, Cain and his Pokémon sank into the darkness. With his black plumage, Honchkrow moved stealthily. Weevil, as agile as ever, and Gengar, able to hide in the shadows, formed a perfect team, unstoppable assassins in the night. Cain used his psychic powers to silence the sound of his footsteps, while his Pokémon operated without needing additional instructions. In the dark forest, where Cain once felt limited by the lack of visibility, his psychic abilities now allowed him to perceive his surroundings with great clarity. The Team Void members were scattered, each following their own path. This indicated they did not belong to the direct team of a leader, and that even among themselves, there was distrust. This situation gave Cain a tactical advantage. Silently, he approached the last member of the group. Before he could react, his Pokémon was immobilized by Gengar. Against a quasi-elite level Pokémon, a lower-level opponent stood no chance. Cain covered the man's mouth while Weevil, from the shadows, slit his throat with its sharp claws. Cain then opened a small dimensional portal and tossed the body and the Pokémon inside. All of this happened in less than a second. Without leaving a trace, Cain moved on to his next target. With the precise coordination between Weevil, Honchkrow, and Gengar, Cain was able to eliminate 2 people at once before they could even react. As he repeated this process, Cain became more efficient, quickly regaining his deadly finesse. The Team Void members, eager to reach Team Heaven's base and carry out a surprise attack, suspected nothing. The leader of the group, confident, believed it would be an easy task. He thought that without a quasi-elite level Pokémon, Team Heaven wouldn't pose a challenge. With that in mind, he had only brought a small squad, fewer than 30 people, to infiltrate the back mountains. Just 10 minutes from Team Heaven's base, the leader ordered his men to stop and prepare for battle. But as he turned around, he realized there was no sound behind him. Attention everyone! We're about to enter combat. Call out your main Pokémon immediately. I don't want anyone becoming a burden later on. The group leader gave the order firmly. Facing off against the opposing team's base patrols wasn't something he considered worthy of his personal intervention. After all, he had brought all these subordinates precisely to handle such trivialities. However, when he received no response from his men, his expression darkened immediately. Just as he was about to demand an explanation, a familiar voice came from behind him, his closest subordinate. But before the sentence could be finished, the voice was abruptly cut off. Sir. G.I. Gibson, it seems like something's not right. The man named Gibson, a high-ranking officer of Team Void, turned around with a frown, only to witness a scene that left him stunned. His subordinate was vanishing before his eyes, swallowed by a spatial rift that was closing rapidly. Next to that rift stood a hooded figure wearing a white mask shaped like a weeping face, staring directly at him. Surrounding this figure were 3 Pokémon, a shadowy, winged creature, a sleek, agile one, and a third floating with a sinister grin. He looked around in growing desperation. All his subordinates, who had been there just minutes earlier, were gone without a trace. This couldn't be real. Just 5 minutes ago, he had personally confirmed that no one had strayed from the group. Now, the only explanation was that this masked figure had managed to eliminate them all in that brief span. Gibson's expression turned grim, but he didn't lose his composure. As a veteran of the underworld, he knew that giving in to panic was not an option. With a swift motion, he slid 3 Pokeballs from his sleeve, expanding them to full size before tossing them to the ground. A 4th Pokémon, a Swalot, was already by his side. Cain's analysis system activated instantly, providing data on the Pokémon before him. It came as no surprise that all 4 were in the quasi-elite level, though their individual levels weren't particularly high. The Swalot, at level 52, was the strongest of the group, followed by another Pokémon at level 51 and 2 more at level 50. Additional system data revealed that these Pokémon had been poorly trained, limiting their future growth potential. Cain quickly assessed the situation. This guy, Gibson, had clearly neglected his Pokémon's training, relying on his rank and basic strength that was barely enough to intimidate weaker opponents. Now, facing someone with meticulous strategy and well-trained Pokémon, he was doomed to lose. "Who are you?" Gibson demanded, trying to sound intimidating. Cain didn't respond immediately. Behind his mask, a cold smile formed on his face. His opponent's arrogance and mediocrity were obvious. "Weren't you the one who came looking for me? And now you ask who I am." Cain's voice was calm, almost mocking. He had no intention of dragging out this conversation unnecessarily. "So you're the leader of that so-called Team Heaven?" Gibson tried to buy time while analyzing the situation. Cain didn't answer. Instead, he issued a mental command to his Pokémon. Honchkrow, Weavile, and Gengar moved in unison, vanishing into the shadows. Their speed and coordination were impressive, and even with his recent lack of combat experience, Gibson immediately realized he was in serious trouble. Honchkrow soared through the night air with an elegant but deadly motion. Weavile darted between the trees with feline agility, while Gengar sank into the ground, leaving only a mocking laugh in the air. The tension was palpable. Gibson began to sweat. Though he hadn't participated in serious battles for a while, he could still recognize the power of enemy Pokémon. His own, while impressive in appearance, weren't up to the task. Desperate, he decided to take the initiative. He ordered his Swalot and another of his Pokémon to attack Cain directly, while keeping the remaining two close for protection. His strategy was simple. If he could eliminate the trainer, the Pokémon would lose direction. But Cain was no easy target. Before Gibson's Pokémon could get close, Honchkrow and Weavile intercepted with precise moves. Honchkrow's first strike, a flawlessly executed sky attack, sent one of the Pokémon flying. Weavile, with Ice Punch, neutralized the other. Gibson tried to react, but Gengar appeared beside him, forcing him to step back. The Ghost-type's grin was a clear warning. There was no escape. The battle was brief but decisive. Gibson's Pokémon fell one after another, unable to withstand the coordinated assault of Cain and his allies. In the end, Gibson tried to flee, but Gengar stopped him with ease. Cain watched him indifferently as he stripped him of his Pokeballs and equipment. Without wasting time, he cast him into the same dimension where he had sent his subordinates. With the threat eliminated, Cain turned toward Mauville City. It was time to end the rival organization once and for all. He sent a message to his allies, ordering them to advance toward the city. That night, Cain had a clear objective: to eradicate Team Void and seize total control. Cain traveled most of the way to Mauville City riding on Flygon, trusting that Slowking would identify the psychic coordinates he had previously left along the route to Mauville City. Eventually, when Slowking sensed the exact point, he was able to teleport them to Mauville City. From the sky, Cain returned Flygon to its Pokeball and, during the fall, vanished into the darkness of the night along with Slowking. When they reappeared, they were in a secluded corner of Mauville City. The last time Cain had visited this city, his goal had been to eliminate small branches of Team Void to earn some money to buy the ingredients for the quality enhancement potion for Marshtomp and Poliwag. However, this time his objective was far more ambitious: to completely eradicate Team Void. On this occasion, there was no need to use the League as a pretext. Now, Cain could act openly under the name of Team Heaven, ready to replace Team Void as one of the main forces in the city. It was likely that the leaders of Team Void were gathered at their headquarters, eagerly awaiting the good news from Gibson, the member they had sent to confront Team Heaven. Although Cain had grown immensely in strength and skill, facing a group of quasi-elite level leaders alone was still an impossible task. However, he had an advantage. The leaders of Team Void were not a united group. Heading to one of the secondary Team Void bases he had visited previously, Cain found that the place had somewhat recovered since his last attack. However, restoring that base had required many resources, as Team Void had always been marginalized by other forces in Mauville City. The base was now well guarded, but for Cain, that number of guards posed no challenge. The last time, it hadn't taken much effort for him to destroy the place, and now his power was even greater. Inside the main office of the base, Cain grabbed the strongest officer there, an advanced level member, by the neck and lifted him off the ground with ease. After all, if he could carry Larvatar without issue, holding a man was a trivial task, especially with the help of his psychic powers. "Call your superior," Cain ordered coldly. "Make up whatever excuse you want, but get him here." The man, terrified, didn't dare to disobey. Once Cain released him, he hurried to use his communication device to contact his superior, fabricating an excuse to summon him. The superior, who was in a meeting at the main headquarters, responded angrily, shouting insults through the communicator. However, the base officer shut off the device and resigned, focused on pleasing Cain, offering him tea and sitting quietly in a corner, hoping to survive. Cain didn't judge him for his behavior. At least this man understood his situation and knew how to act to save himself, which made him intelligent. It wasn't long before the superior arrived at the base, furious, only to be met with a devastating attack from Cain. Though Cain had questions for him, the fight was brief. The base leader had no chance to resist. Cain's Pokémon, led by Honchkrow and Weevil, enjoyed the battle, thrilled to fight together again after so long. Despite the inferiority of their opponent, Cain didn't underestimate the situation and directed the battle precisely through telepathic communication. The result was clear: the enemy's Pokémon were mercilessly defeated, and the base leader himself was subdued. After interrogating him, Cain sent him to the alternate space and confiscated his belongings, including several valuable items. Thanks to the information obtained, Cain discovered that Team Void had 8 remaining leaders, all of quasi-elite level. With Gibson already eliminated and another leader captured, only 6 remained. Among them, Kanan, whom Cain remembered well, was mid-level, while the strongest was a man named Robert. However, even the most powerful among them posed no significant threat to Cain. With the help of the base officer, Cain began visiting other Team Void bases in Mauville City, using similar tactics to lure the leaders. In total, he managed to eliminate 3 more, further reducing Team Void's ranks. Each victory allowed Cain to obtain valuable resources, as Team Void leaders usually carried all their gear and possessions with them. Although many Pokémon were severely injured in the battles, some were strong enough to be reused as tools or to train Team Heaven's subordinates. With only 3 Team Void leaders remaining, Cain knew they would no longer fall for his traps. It was time to face them directly at their main headquarters. With the base officer as his guide, Cain headed openly toward Team Void's headquarters. He didn't try to hide his movements, allowing other organizations to detect his actions. Today, Team Heaven was not only aiming to eliminate Team Void, but also to establish itself as a new dominant force in the city. Cain quickly arrived at Team Void's headquarters. It was a modern building that stood out in the urban landscape. At the entrance, a few members tried to stop him, but with Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar at his side, no one dared to approach. Even the subordinates of Team Void, under orders from their superiors, didn't dare confront him. They knew well there was no point in fighting someone so vastly superior in strength. Did they want to die pointlessly? Besides, considering Cain had already defeated several leaders, his confident arrival at their headquarters could only mean he was entirely certain of his victory. Cain calmly entered the Team Void building. It was midnight, but the attack had turned on all the lights in the place. Meanwhile, spies from other factions, who had been following the confrontation from a distance, didn't dare enter. After all, this was the headquarters of one of Mauville City's largest organizations, and normally they didn't even dare get close. But today was different. Someone had stormed the building with unprecedented audacity, which motivated them to watch the show from outside. Even though Team Void had been marginalized by the other factions in the city, it was still a powerful organization. Even in its decline, its influence far surpassed that of these smaller groups. Cain advanced through the building, while Team Void members stepped back with every step. Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar openly displayed their energy and presence, making it clear they weren't there to play. It had been a long time since they had such an exciting battle, and their enthusiasm showed. Cain, for his part, wasn't worried about the possible implications of using Jengar. Although this Pokémon was known in the Alliance, no one would associate it directly with him. Honchkrow and Weevil had never been seen in that context, and while Jengar was more common, its use by members of clandestine organizations wasn't unusual. Everything about Cain, from his clothing to his fighting style, fit perfectly with the profile of a member of a clandestine faction, ruling out any suspicion of a connection to the Alliance. "If you want to live, you still have time to leave," Cain said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. He had made his purpose clear: eliminate Team Void. Anyone who chose to stay after hearing that could only be a loyal fanatic or a hopeless fool, and neither deserved to live. Cain's statement left the lobby in absolute silence. No one dared to respond, as everyone was evaluating their options. The guards knew several leaders had left and hadn't returned. It didn't take a genius to understand what that meant. 3, said Cain, beginning a countdown. The message was clear: those who remained after the count would not be spared. His icy and authoritative tone triggered an immediate reaction. Some began to show signs of panic, though others looked at him with hatred. The latter were clearly the loyalists to Team Void. Cain activated his recording system to ensure their faces were logged. 2. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Damn it. I didn't come here to die. I'm not staying." Although his words were defiant, his actions were the exact opposite. He quickly took off his Team Void uniform and ran off, making it clear he'd rather flee than face Cain. There was a saying: "You may curse as you speak, but your way of fleeing is admirable." This act of bravery or cowardice inspired others. "He's right. I'm not staying for this either." In a matter of seconds, several more followed his lead, removing their uniforms and leaving the place. They avoided eye contact with Cain, carefully circling around him as they exited. Behind his mask, Cain smiled faintly. He didn't care about the mass exodus. After all, his target was the leaders. Seeing that most of the present members had fled, Cain didn't bother to say one. He simply raised his hand, signaling his Pokémon to attack. The few who remained weren't particularly strong, and under the assault of Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar, they didn't stand a chance. The confrontation ended swiftly. It was then that the Team Void leaders, who had been on the upper floors, finally rushed down. The scene they encountered in the lobby was devastating: uniforms scattered everywhere and the corpses of their subordinates. Leading them was Robert, a cold and calculating-looking man. He was the strongest of the remaining leaders and, according to rumors, the most likely successor to the former boss. Beside him was Cain, the man Cain had long marked as a target, and an attractive-looking woman whose strength was comparable to Gibson's. According to rumors, her rise in Team Void was due to her relationship with the former leader. Cain knew that defeating these three would mark the definitive end of Team Void. "Who are you?" asked Cain, his voice filled with fury and disdain. In truth, the question was unnecessary. The leaders who had left before hadn't returned. Even if they managed to defeat Cain, Team Void would never be the same again. Without its main resources and leaders, the organization was doomed to fall to the level of a minor faction. Cain didn't answer. Instead, he let out a cold laugh as he unleashed all his psychic energy. Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar charged at the three leaders, taking advantage of the confined space to gain the upper hand. The three were forced to retreat as they released their Pokémon in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Cain wasted no time. He took advantage of the confusion to quickly approach the woman. In a precise movement, 5 black letters glowed on his right hand, and a black crack appeared between the woman's neck and body. Without even a sound, her head vanished. One down, Cain thought as he prepared to face the 2 remaining leaders. Then, Cain moved his hand again, expanding the rift in space and throwing the woman entirely into it. Only Robert and Cain remained. At that moment, both Robert and Cain summoned their Pokémon. However, upon witnessing how the woman had vanished into the spatial rift without the slightest resistance, their expressions turned extremely grim. They had already lost someone in a single clash. Although their relationship was usually strained, constantly competing and disagreeing, facing a powerful and unknown enemy now made every extra member a significant asset. Cain, for his part, simply brushed off his hands indifferently, as if nothing had happened. That spatial slash was far more practical than using a dagger. At least there was no blood. Sensing Cain's thoughts, the 5 letters on his wrist briefly glowed, using a knife to kill a chicken. Now, in the entire Void Team building, only Cain, Canaan, and Robert remained. If he could get rid of them here, everything would be resolved. Afterward, it would be a matter of how the Heaven Team would absorb whatever was left of the Void Team. Cain no longer bothered to conceal his strength. He pulled out 2 additional Pokeballs and summoned Slowking and Drapion. Although the enemy had the numerical advantage, Slowking and the others also needed to join the fray. When Slowking appeared, Canaan's expression changed drastically. In his mind, he already had certain suspicions, but they were too shocking to accept outright. As someone who had closely followed the events in Leafy Town, Canaan knew very well what Slowking's presence meant. On the other hand, Robert only appeared momentarily puzzled upon seeing Slowking and didn't think much of it. For him, Leafy Town was just another unknown backwater, incomparable to Mauville City. Its development had been so rapid that he was still stuck with an outdated impression of the place. Only recently, after Canaan suggested retreating to Leafy Town, had Robert done a bit of research, but he didn't know what Slowking represented there. Seeing Canaan's expression, the killing intent in Cain's heart intensified even more. Currently, the 2 most representative figures of Cain's alliance were Slowking, his strongest Pokémon, and Florges. However, identifying Cain through Florges would require either personal knowledge or very specific attention. Therefore, Slowking was the most obvious symbol. Without exchanging words, Honchkrow and the others, under Cain's command, began attacking immediately. Drapion led the charge. Canaan, once a fearsome adversary for Cain, now had no choice but to resist together with Robert. Against Cain, they couldn't even fight back. Although their Pokémon were much stronger than Gibson's, Cain had deployed all his most powerful Pokémon, except for Florges. Slowking was at level 58. In the 2 months since, while Slowking's level hadn't increased, his power had continued to grow steadily. That difference couldn't be measured by level alone. The rest of Cain's Pokémon had progressed similarly. Cain was deliberately strengthening his Pokémon's foundations, ensuring they were prepared to advance to elite level in the future. This was something Canaan and Robert simply couldn't understand. Slowking and Honchkrow hadn't fought together in a long time, but their past coordination and synchronization remained intact. They trained together regularly, knew each other deeply, and could cooperate seamlessly under Cain's orders. 5 of Cain's Pokémon faced off against the enemy's 8 quasi-elite level Pokémon without much difficulty. In fact, they probably faced more pressure in the wild. Wild Pokémon at the quasi-elite level had a savagery that these Pokémon, long removed from battle, couldn't match. Wild ones fought with tactics forged in life-or-death situations, often trading blows even if they were injured. In contrast, the Pokémon of these 2 trainers, who lived comfortably, had become equally complacent. This shows that having a trainer can be both a blessing and a curse for a Pokémon. If the trainer is ambitious and keeps striving for improvement, their Pokémon will grow stronger over time. On the other hand, if the trainer is content with their status and seeks comfort, their Pokémon, long out of battle, will lose their edge. They may have a reputation for being strong but lack the real power to back it up. Take, for example, Professor Oak, who retired early but never stopped training his Pokémon. Even if they didn't battle, he ensured they kept to a training regime or went out to fight on their own. That's why his Dragonite was always in top shape. Canaan and Robert, however, had spent too much time fighting for power. How much time could they really devote to their Pokémon's training? If they had a team of breeders like Giovanni, it would be different, but how many could afford such a luxury? Just like in Cain's battle against Gibson, where he scoffed at his Pokémon, those of Canaan and Robert, although stronger, were also in decline. 8 Pokémon, 2 Swalot, 2 Breloom, 1 Manectric, 1 Hariyama, 1 Exploud, and 1 Slaking. Among them, the only one Cain worried about was Robert's Slaking. Slaking are naturally lazy and don't need much training. Their lethargy allows them to store energy for devastating bursts of power. A slaking that had been storing energy for this long could be terrifying. However, this slaking was of mediocre green quality and level 51. Even if it exploded, it wouldn't surpass what Cain could handle. Though Cain and Robert had 8 Pokémon, they had never trained to fight together, so they couldn't combine their strength effectively. Slowking. Use your psychic powers to restrain them. Unlimited psychic attacks. Drapion. Find their weak points. Triple attack. Honchkrow. Sky attack. Gengar. Continuous shadow punch. Weevil. Ice punch. Since the enemy was clearly inferior in strength, there was no need for elaborate tactics. He would simply crush them with brute force. Although some of their Pokémon had reached levels 55 or 56, their lack of will to fight was evident. Their combat spirit had long since died. They were no longer fit for battle. Slowking dispersed his psychic power into the air, filling the space around him with a palpable energy that emanated from his body. These energies, though spread out, remained under his control, further increasing his explosive power in battle. Dark energy spheres began to form around Slowking, condensed with his psychic power. Without pausing for a second, these spheres shot directly toward the enemy Pokémon. Drapion led the charge, rushing forward with unstoppable force. 2 Breloom tried to block his advance using their combined strength. However, far from being intimidated, Drapion seemed even more excited. His pincers began to blaze with fire, completely enveloped. It was the move Firefang, which Drapion had mastered perfectly. With a couple of clean strikes, the 2 Breloom were completely overwhelmed. Both showed expressions of disbelief, unable to stop Drapion, who effortlessly trapped them both, one in each pincer, and slammed them violently against the wall. Suspended in the air, the Breloom were helpless. Drapion, eyes gleaming with excitement, tilted his tail forward. At the tip, a concentrated ball of toxic energy formed, so intense it looked like a drop of poison was about to fall. With a swift and forceful motion, Drapion used the moves Firefang and Poison Tail on one of the Breloom. The combination of strength, energy, and type advantage was devastating, knocking it out instantly. From high above the hall, Honchkrow let out a sharp cry. His body was covered in a layer of bluish flames, forming the figure of a bird around him. It was the move Sky Attack. Wasting no time, he dove at a Hariyama who was trying to rescue the Breloom, taking him down before he could interfere with Drapion. Noticing this, Drapion turned his head toward the Hariyama, but just then he saw an Exploud approaching with its mouth wide open, ready to unleash a sound-based attack. However, before it could act, a black shadow moved quickly. Weevil appeared. With a precise blow, it used Ice Punch, freezing Exploud's mouth and stopping its attack. Drapion released the second Breloom, but before it could hit the ground, his tail moved with speed and accuracy, pinning it against the wall. It was the move Fellstinger, a move Drapion had learned during the Sinnoh tournament. This move doubled in power if it knocked out the opponent, and Drapion had executed it masterfully. Without even looking back, Drapion finished off the Breloom with Venoshock, ensuring it wouldn't get back up. Meanwhile, a Manectric had fixed its attention on Honchkrow, but before it could attack, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, Gengar. With a wicked grin, Gengar landed a shadow punch straight to Manectric's face, sending it flying. Not giving it time to recover, Gengar reappeared in front of it, his eyes glowing with a hypnotic light. Manectric, caught in his gaze, fell into a deep sleep. Gengar began to use Dream Eater, feeding on the enemy Pokémon's dreams while weakening it even further. On another front, the 2 Swalot, who seemed to be the strongest Pokémon on the enemy team, had already been neutralized by Slowking. The move Psychic targeted them, exploiting their weakness to Psychic-type moves. Although the 2 Swalot tried to resist, their lack of regular training and battles had weakened them. Just enduring Slowking's attacks was a monumental task for them. In the midst of the chaos, a Slaking lay on the ground, yawning indifferently. Though Robert was giving desperate orders, Slaking didn't seem in any rush to act. Finally, with a lazy attitude, it stood up and locked eyes on Drapion, the only Pokémon without a direct opponent. Suddenly, Slaking's eyes lit up with determination. It had been storing energy the entire battle, and now it was ready to release it. With a mighty leap, Slaking lunged at Drapion, shattering the floor tiles beneath its feet. Drapion, noticing the attack, smiled eagerly. He took a defensive stance, ready to measure strength with Slaking. The clash was spectacular. Drapion's pincers met Slaking's arms, generating a shockwave that made the ground tremble. Even the cement cracked beneath them, creating a crater at the sight of their battle. Both seemed evenly matched in strength. Robert watched in awe. He had placed great hopes in Slaking, feeding and caring for it throughout its development. Though Slaking had mediocre potential, training it to a quasi-elite level had been a monumental task. Now, seeing it stand up to Drapion with such strength filled him with pride. Cain also watched the fight. He knew better than anyone the strength of Drapion and was surprised that Slaking could match it. This sparked his interest in the Slacketh groups that inhabited the nearby mountains. However, Slaking's nature ultimately prevailed. Although its burst of energy had been impressive, its laziness caught up to it. At the crucial moment, it dropped its guard, allowing Drapion to catch it. With a swift move, Drapion threw it against a wall, bringing it down. Slaking was buried under the rubble, too lazy to try to free itself. The rest of the enemy Pokémon also fell one by one. Honchkrow, Jengar, Weevil, and Slowking worked together to finish off the remaining opponents. In these types of battles, where the number of enemies was high, Honchkrow's Moxie ability proved extremely useful. Jengar, taking advantage of the situation, moved between the weakened enemies, making sure he landed the finishing blow. In the end, Jengar became the main collector of heads. Although the other Pokémon didn't complain, it was clear Jengar enjoyed the role. Isn't it the main attacker's job to land the decisive blows? Slowking, main attacker? Drapion, me? All of Cain and Robert's Pokémon were defeated by Cain. Both of them were completely stunned, unable to accept it. Sometimes you can foresee something happening, but when it actually does, it always catches you off guard. That's exactly how Cain and Robert felt now. In reality, this didn't happen because of Cain's sudden appearance, but rather from the moment the true leader of Team Void disappeared. Even then, they could already predict something like this might occur. However, they held on to a false hope and thought that, once they completely took control of Team Void, they would reorganize and develop it to reach a higher level. The end result was that no one was willing to submit to another. Everyone competed to the end, obsessed with the struggle for power and benefits, forgetting how to fight or train their Pokémon. They forgot what it really takes to be a member of a territorial force. Power. That's the true core of everything. If, after the disappearance of Team Void's leader, someone had seriously dedicated themselves to training their Pokémon and invested all the resources they collected into training, resisting the temptations of luxury, then it wouldn't matter how much the others fought for power. Even if they eventually chose a leader, in the face of absolute power, all others would be made a mockery. Unfortunately, no one understood that. Or perhaps some did, but chose not to act. Outside the Team Void building, rushed footsteps could be heard. For people entered through the main door, Sky and the other three, who had hurried over along with all official members of Team Heaven after receiving Cain's message. This clearly meant they were preparing for all-out war. However, the four who entered at the end seemed a little surprised. Had Cain really crushed such a powerful force as Team Void all by himself? Although Team Void's leader had vanished, there were still several quasi-elite level experts remaining. When they saw Cain and Robert standing there with blank expressions and noticed the Pokémon scattered disorderly across the floor, some still breathing, some not, they couldn't help but be shocked. All of these Pokémon were genuine quasi-elite level. Even if they were weak, their foundations were still impressive. Capture that one over there and finish off the weaker one, Cain ordered when he saw the four enter, still wearing his mask and outfit. But upon hearing Cain's voice, the four immediately recognized it. Yes, Alec replied respectfully. Since Cain had deduced part of Cain's identity, it was better to eliminate him to avoid trouble. However, Robert could still be useful, especially regarding information about the missing leader of Team Void. The rest was not something Cain needed to worry about. Sky, Miyamoto, you two will be in charge of taking over all of Team Void's territories and establishing a base there, Cain instructed the two. Understood. They both replied respectfully. Oh, and remember, you can recruit people, but the selection standards remain the same as before. Quality over quantity. Cain added as a reminder. Understood. After speaking, Cain pulled out several Pokeballs from his pocket. These contained the Pokémon that still had battle potential after a sweep, including some that belonged to the high-ranking members of Team Void. They were quasi-elite level Pokémon. Although they were lacking vitality, with some training, they could recover their basic strength. For Team Heaven to quickly absorb such a powerful force like Team Void, Sky, and the others' current combat capabilities weren't enough. With these Pokémon, at least they'd be able to defend themselves. Finally, Cain didn't assign Karen any specific task, leaving her a bit disoriented. Let's go. You'll come with me to meet the leaders of the other forces in Mauville City, Cain said calmly as he headed toward the door. Karen followed him. Before leaving, Cain recalled Slowking and Drapion, leaving only Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar behind. These three Pokémon wouldn't reveal his identity. Outside the Team Void building, many members from other forces were already waiting. When Cain entered, the spies from those forces could no longer follow him, but they had predicted what would happen. So, they immediately notified their superiors, who then relayed the report to the leaders of each force. Team Void, as one of the 6 great powers of Mauville City, had attracted the attention of the other 5 leaders at that moment. There were 5 of them, all barely considered elite level at the lowest end of the spectrum. Mauville City, being one of the major cities in the Hoenn region, was under the supervision of one of the current Elite Four, Watson. Yet it still housed 6 underground forces whose leaders were all elite level. This showed just how poorly Watson was managing his position. It was no wonder Juan wanted to replace him in the Elite Four. It's worth noting that the elite level title does not automatically reflect one's true power. When a Pokémon reaches level 60, it is officially considered to have entered the elite level range, but that is just the beginning, known as initial elite level. Pokémon like Cain's Mismagius and Altaria were in this category. When a Pokémon reaches level 64, it is considered to be intermediate elite level within the elite trainer tier. At level 66, this rises to advanced elite level, and upon reaching level 69, it is classified as maximum elite level. If a Pokémon reaches level 70, its trainer is considered to have entered the Elite Four level, a distinguished group that includes top talents like Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi. The Elite Four level is a subcategory within the elite level range. While the elite rank spans levels 60 to 79, trainers who reach level 70 or higher are seen as the elite among the elite. Finally, upon reaching level 76, a Pokémon enters the Advanced Elite Four level. At this stage, each level represents a significant difference, and reaching this point requires a combination of talent, effective training methods, and vast resources. The 5 leaders of the other forces in Mauville City were all initial elite-level trainers, which didn't concern Cain. Standing in front of the Team Void building, the 5 leaders and their direct followers waited patiently for the victor. They had planned to take over Team Void for a long time, but never acted due to 2 main reasons. First, they weren't sure if Team Void's leader had disappeared or was just in hiding. Second, they constantly watched one another, afraid that any move would give another force the upper hand. That's why no one had taken the initiative. However, Cain had taken over Team Void first, leaving the 5 leaders wearing grim expressions. Dressed in a black robe and white mask, Cain walked toward them with Karen by his side. His first words were, "From today onward, everything that belonged to Team Void will be absorbed by Team Heaven, including their spot in the Battle Coliseum." Even in front of 5 elite-level leaders, Cain showed no fear. When they heard Cain's words, the 5 people in front of him couldn't help but lose their composure. Did someone really expect to swallow up the entire territory of Team Void, the result of their long-standing schemes, and allow an outsider to intervene in Mauville City? A piece of meat was originally meant for 6 people. Although none would starve, who wouldn't want a little more to be fully satisfied? Wouldn't it be better to turn 6 portions into 5? After all, the eliminated party could also be part of the feast. However, now, instead of dividing the eliminated one among themselves, someone had taken the opportunity to devour it in one bite and even dared to propose sharing the meat with them. This was no longer just a slap in the face. The 5 leaders of the other factions observed Honchcrow, Weevil, and Jengar, who stood beside Cain. The energy they emitted was impressive, and their combat ability didn't seem weak either. But no matter how strong they were still quasi-elite level Pokémon. They knew well that they themselves possessed genuine elite level Pokémon. Even if they had just reached that level, they were still elite level Pokémon. That was not something lower tier Pokémon could easily challenge. Moreover, those who reached the elite level weren't just any trainers, they were individuals with talent and clear goals. Unlike the members of Team Void, who barely trained and indulged in leisure, these trainers never neglected combat or preparation. With a quick exchange of glances, the 5 quickly agreed on a plan. They would not allow outside intervention. First, eliminate the intruders, then decide how to divide the spoils among themselves. One by one, they drew out their Pokeballs and summoned their Pokémon. In total, 5 elite-level Pokémon appeared. 5 elite Pokémon combining their energy, radiating powerful presence. Cain looked at the 5 trainers and their Pokémon, and used his system to record the information. On the far left, a man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked scholarly summoned a Cacturne with blue-tier quality at level 62. Second from the left, a woman in a red cloak with exaggerated makeup released a Seviper with blue-tier quality at level 62. In the center, a bulky man with bulging muscles all over his body, though his expression didn't suggest he was just a brainless brute, seemed to be leading the group. He had a Hitmonlee with blue-tier quality at level 63, slightly stronger than the others. Second from the right, a burly man with multiple rings on each finger and a cigar in his mouth revealed a Rhydon with blue-tier quality at level 62. Finally, on the far right, dressed in a black robe similar to Cain's, a man with cold eyes under his hood summoned a Dusclops with blue-tier quality at level 62. 5 people, 5 elite-level Pokémon. Clearly, these were their main weapons. To Cain, their blue-tier quality was entirely logical and expected. Only Pokémon with light blue-tier quality had a real chance of reaching elite level. And those with blue-tier had a significantly higher probability than those with light blue. If a major organization's leader didn't even have a blue-tier Pokémon, that would be truly strange. The message was clear. They planned to crush Cain with brute force and turn his team into another feast. But Cain was already prepared. If he planned to take on Team Void and secure a place on Mauville City's battlefield, displaying power was an essential part of the plan. Calmly, he drew a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it into the air. Altaria appeared. The Pokémon spread its wings and let out a clear, resonant cry. Its energy was fully unleashed. It was Altaria, who had recently ascended to the elite level. As a dragon and flying-type Pokémon, its level 60 wasn't at a disadvantage against these opponents. In fact, Altaria's quality was even more outstanding than theirs. When the 5 trainers felt its presence, their expressions darkened. An elite-level Pokémon. The moment Altaria appeared, it was clear it had reached that level. Do you think summoning a newly elite Altaria is enough to devour all of Team Void and also take over the battlefield spot? Asked the burly man in the center. With his words, the other 4 began to regain their composure. Of course. A single newly elite Pokémon wasn't enough to intimidate them or make them give up such a juicy opportunity. The man in the center was sizing Cain up carefully. In his experience, enemies who hid in the shadows were far more dangerous than those who showed themselves openly. When Cain saw they still intended to fight, he shook his head and smiled. Hey, what if I add one more Pokémon to the equation? From Cain's shadow, a dark figure floated up to his side, revealing itself to the 5. It was Mismagius. An elite-level Mismagius. Since beginning to train under Cain, Mismagius had fully regained its strength, reaching a level similar to Altaria's, though its aura was far more intimidating. The appearance of Mismagius froze the expressions of the 5 trainers. Even their Pokémon began to show unease. Altaria had already made them nervous, but Mismagius added overwhelming pressure. The Dusclops in particular looked almost paralyzed in the face of Mismagius's presence. Cain knew that both Altaria and Mismagius were his strongest cards in this operation. Even if they couldn't unleash their full potential, sometimes simply showing up was enough to make a difference. The 5 trainers hesitated. Cain could focus his attack on one of them, and the others probably wouldn't help. In fact, they might take the opportunity to gain something. Gradually, their expressions changed. They no longer thought of fighting, but of how to maximize their benefits under Cain's new rules. Seeing this, the man in the center sighed. Without another word, Cain stepped aside and introduced his companion. For now, everything related to Mauville City's battlefield will be managed by her. After hearing Cain's arrangements, the leaders of the other factions showed no reaction. Since Cain had demonstrated sufficient strength, he could now take over what Team Void had left behind. As one of the parties responsible for the battle arena in Mauville City, Team Void had now been replaced by Team Heaven, and it was logical that someone would need to handle the daily operations. Assigning one person to that task was the most natural choice. It didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman. In the world of underground forces, gender didn't matter, only strength did. Cain represented that strength within Team Heaven. How strong his subordinates were was irrelevant. What mattered was him. In the presence of the 5 leaders and their subordinates, Cain introduced Karen as the appointed person in charge. This was not a decision made out of preference, but necessity. There were only 4 key figures in Team Heaven: Sky, who managed the Leafy Town Gym, Miyamoto and Alec, who oversaw the overall structure of the team, and Karen, who led the hunting group. However, during this period, the hunting group wouldn't be very active. The priority would be to absorb and digest everything Team Void had left behind. Once Team Heaven solidified its position in Mauville City, Cain would find someone to replace Karen, allowing her to return to her preferred activities. For now, she would only need to manage the battle arena for a while, observing how the other 5 factions handled their respective responsibilities. As for Leafy Town, Cain had decided to change his initial plans. The town's development was going smoothly, and with old Matsuda maintaining order, Cain no longer saw the need to maintain underground forces in that area. Team Heaven's presence in Leafy Town could increase the risk of Cain being discovered. Moreover, without a black market, the team lacked a major source of income. Establishing a black market in the town wasn't viable, since the Devon Corporation had built a large shopping center near the gym, with prospects for continuous expansion. This commercial area was already a considerable source of revenue for Cain, and he didn't want to disrupt that stable flow. Therefore, Leafy Town would become a clean town, entirely under the control of the Pokémon League. If the League realized the potential of Leafy Town as a model of a clean and prosperous town, it would likely double its support efforts. Even in Rustboro City, the largest city in the Hoenn region, underground groups were deeply rooted. So, having a future city free of negative influences would be a significant achievement for the League. Naturally, Cain would remain responsible for Leafy Town, but underground forces would no longer be necessary. With Team Heaven integrating into Mauville City as one of the 6 major factions, its expansion was moving to a new level. The team's ability to assimilate Team Void's operations would be decisive. Although it was a challenge, in the short term, it was enough to fuel the team's growth. Cain also obtained substantial gains. With income from participation in the battle arena's operations, Team Heaven would have a steady revenue stream, easing Cain's financial pressure for training his Pokémon. After introducing Karen, Cain gathered Sky, the other 3 leaders, and the key team members in the meeting room of Team Void's former base. The main goal was to outline the steps for taking full control of operations and define the team's development strategies. The Pokémon Cain had confiscated from former Team Void members were distributed among Sky and the other leaders. The strongest ones were assigned to them, while weaker ones were given to other members with potential, allowing them to quickly raise their combat level. However, to continue improving, they would have to rely on their own effort in training their Pokémon. For now, the acquisitions were enough to strengthen the team's ranks and face immediate challenges. Additionally, Cain formally promoted Sky and the other 3 leaders to executive rank within Team Heaven. Other members also received promotions, such as moving from captain to officer. Although some lacked the necessary strength, the integration of Team Void's resources would make up for that gap in no time. On another front, the resources obtained during the fairy-type incident had also elevated the team's capabilities. It wasn't hard to imagine that the team would soon reach, and even surpass, Team Void's original scale. The most important thing was external perception. Cain was now seen as an elite-level trainer. The presence of such a Pokémon in Team Heaven far exceeded the threat posed by Team Void, which had no Pokémon of that level. Finally, Cain authorized the recruitment of new members into the team, delegating the details to Sky and the other officers. Looking at the leaders in the room, Cain reflected that he would soon need to identify and promote more people to take on key roles. If the team continued to expand, the current human resources would not be enough. After finalizing the arrangements, Cain left the rest in the hands of his subordinates and withdrew. He opened a window on the upper floor of the building and jumped into the void. On the back of Flygon, Cain vanished into the night. Once away from the city, he summoned Slowking, who used the move teleport to take him back to the backyard of his house in Leafy Town. That night, Cain praised Altaria and Mismagius for their excellent performance, promising them a special reward. Honchkrow, Weevil, and Jengar also enjoyed an intense battle, something they hadn't experienced in a while. After releasing his Pokémon to rest, Cain went to sleep. With everything settled in Mauville City, he could now focus on his next goal, a mysterious island located between the Hoenn and Kanto regions, an island he had visited before but hadn't been able to fully explore. With Team Heaven taking control in Mauville City, Cain knew the time was right to venture to that island, where he planned to establish a secret base. Cain remained in the quiet Leafy town for another half-month, waiting for Team Heaven to gather the materials needed for his plans. Although this amount of time would have been insufficient for the old Team Heaven, now, as one of the main factions in Mauville City, the situation had changed. While it would still take time to fully assimilate the city's resources, the items required by Cain had been prioritized from the beginning. Additionally, some contacts within the League were helping gather materials, significantly speeding up the process. During this period, Cain had already completed the quality-boosting potions for his second team. Despite the ingredients being complex, the wide reach of his network made the work easier. The key item for Aron was acquired directly from Stephen Stone. Horsias came thanks to Wallace and the rich aquatic history of the Sitopoly City Gym, while the ingredients for Bagon, even rarer, were obtained through Drake. The more common materials were efficiently collected by Team Heaven. However, crucial components for Larvatar and Combuskin were still missing, complicating the creation of their potions. For Larvatar, a material known as the Earth's membrane was required, and for Combuskin, the rare Crimson Rock. Both elements were extremely rare, to the point that many people had never even heard of them. Cain remembered how, on previous occasions, the extravagant names of ingredients made them difficult to locate. Luckily, his system had already been upgraded, and he now had the help of Porygon 2, who constantly gathered information from the network, expanding the system's database. The system's analysis indicated that the highest probability of finding these materials was on Mt. Chimney, the tallest and most iconic mountain in the Hoenn region. Previously, Cain had only explored a small part of the mountain with Steven before the appearance of Team Magma interrupted their progress. This time, he planned to reach the summit and dedicate the necessary time to finding what he was looking for. Additionally, the expedition to Mt. Chimney would serve as a training and strengthening opportunity for his team. As long as he carefully managed his Pokémon's level, he could even use Larvatar in battle without issues. After final preparations and completing Bagon's potion in just 3 hours, Cain decided to depart without further delay. He had spent enough time in Leafy Town, and now it was time to move forward with his mission. He called Flygon, climbed onto its back, and set off toward Mt. Chimney, bringing all his Pokémon with him. His plan was to continue on to the mysterious island in the sea once he had gathered the necessary materials, eventually establishing his secret training base. Instead of taking the usual route through Verdanturf town, Cain decided to avoid crowded paths. He didn't want to be disturbed, even if the upper part of the mountain offered greater solitude. Moreover, he planned to begin his ascent from the mid-slope of the mountain, where the level of wild Pokémon was more suitable for his team. Flygon, now at quasi-elite level, flew faster than ever. The journey from Leafy Town to empty Chimney's slope took only a few hours. Upon landing, his presence commanded respect among the wild Pokémon, who quickly scattered, aware of Flygon's power. Flygon had fully regained its confidence after reaching this level, leaving behind its image as a mistreated dragon. Even Altaria, who had recently reached elite level, now looked at it with respect instead of mockery. Altaria, after its breakthrough, hadn't shown arrogance. Instead, it had become more cooperative and willing to follow Cain's commands in battle, which was a major step forward. Mismagius, on the other hand, had also shown remarkable progress after several months of training under Cain's strict guidance. Though it wasn't a Pokémon raised from the beginning, its simple nature and dedication to Cain had made it a valuable and obedient team member. Mismagius carried a Sooth Bell, which had greatly strengthened its bond with Cain. Although its upbringing hadn't started from scratch, its lack of previous combat experience allowed Cain to shape it to his battle style from the outset. Now, Mismagius was an elite-level Pokémon, fully synchronized with Cain on the battlefield. Along with Altaria, Cain now had 2 elite-level Pokémon on his team. Though they weren't among the strongest of their rank, Cain felt he could now face other elite-level trainers without fear of being easily defeated. As Cain advanced through empty Chimney, his mind focused on the mission. Finding the Earth's membrane and the Crimson Rock wouldn't be easy, but the reward was worth the effort. He knew that, with his current team and the support of his network, he was closer than ever to reaching his goals. In the days to come, empty Chimney would witness his determination, and the mysterious island in the sea awaited him as the next step in his ambitious plan. After entering the forest, Cain decided to return Flygon to its Pokeball. In this area, the level of wild Pokémon was considerably suitable for Larvatar and Aron to battle and train. Cain released Larvatar and Aron. Larvatar still needed to gain 4 more levels before evolving, while Aron's quality boosting potion was already complete, so there were no concerns there. The wild Pokémon around level 30 in this area were perfect for these 2 little ones. Kerr. As soon as Larvatar and Aron came out, they were incredibly excited. During this time, both had noticed their growth in strength, and by observing the surroundings, they immediately knew this was a new training opportunity. That made them very happy. Larvatar, Aron, do your best in battle and behave. If you don't listen, I'll have to call Combustion. Cain smiled as he spoke, watching how both Pokémon responded energetically. Larvatar replied firmly, raising its small hand toward its head in a gesture that looked like a military salute, although due to its short arms, it only managed to touch its nose. Aron, watching Larvatar, tried to imitate the gesture, but its short legs and quadrupedal stance left it confused and unsure how to proceed. Seeing Aron's clumsiness, Cain couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha! Both Pokémon, who in their final forms would be imposing and fearsome, were absolutely adorable at this early stage. It was hard not to smile at their behavior. Larvatar, once evolved into Tyranitar, would be as impressive as a mini Godzilla, while Aron, once it became Agron, wouldn't fall behind. Moreover, Cain already had a Mega Stone for Agron, the only one he had found so far that would work with his team. Aron's already high potential promised to become something worth witnessing once it reached its final form. Well then, time to move. Let's explore the mountain and look for what we need, said Cain, heading toward the ascent with the 2 little Pokémon closely following him. Thanks to their compact size, Larvatar and Aron didn't attract much attention. The presence of a human like Cain didn't pose a significant threat to the wild Pokémon either, so it didn't take long before some decided to attack. The first to try to take advantage of the situation was a Carnivine, a Pokémon originally registered in the Sinnoh region. This Carnivine, level 32 with light green potential, launched itself from the trees toward Cain with its mouth wide open, ready to attack. Larvatar, use Rock Slide to stop it. Aron, get ready to use Headbutt. Cain gave the instructions calmly as he watched Carnivine's charge. Larvatar and Aron were no strangers to battle. Through daily training, they had gained experience and developed strong synchronization with Cain. Larvatar raised its little hands, and rocks of various sizes appeared in the air, falling directly into Carnivine's path. Boom, boom, boom. Carnivine, unable to dodge while airborne, took the full brunt of the impact. Before it could hit the ground, Aron was already waiting. With precision, the little steel Pokémon timed its move and charged forward with a headbutt straight to Carnivine's face before it could react. Bang! The sound of the impact echoed as Aron's hard head collided with Carnivine's body, sending it flying to the side. The effectiveness of the move was undeniable. Over time, Aron's head had been constantly reinforced, making it its most formidable weapon. Aron, use Rock Tomb. Larvatar, seal it with sand. Cain saw Carnivine's condition and decided not to take it out right away. He had another purpose for it. Obeying the order, Aron launched rock fragments that formed thick chains, pinning Carnivine to the ground. At the same time, Larvatar touched the ground with its small hands, and the surrounding sand moved like serpents, slowly covering Carnivine until it was buried, leaving only its head exposed. This combination was the result of days of constant training between Larvatar and Aron. Their execution was already flawless. Carnivine tried to resist, but failed. In the end, it was completely trapped in a mound of sand, with only its small head poking out, showing clear fear in its eyes. Cain calmly approached the defeated Carnivine, smiling. Larvatar and Aron followed closely. Now, the roles had reversed, and the attacker was at the mercy of the group. Desperate, Carnivine tried to call for help. It opened its mouth and released a pink mist with a sweet aroma, sweet scent, a move designed to attract other wild Pokémon nearby. Cain, who had anticipated this, nodded with satisfaction. This was why he hadn't finished off Carnivine immediately. Thanks to the sweet scent move, more wild Pokémon would soon approach, making it easier to find opponents for training. It was a much more efficient method than chasing them one by one. Larvatar, Aron, get ready for more battles, said Cain with a smile as he watched the aroma spread. Larvae, Aron. Both responded with enthusiasm, ready for the action to come. When Cain left the area accompanied by Larvatar and Aron, both seemed completely satisfied. Meanwhile, Carnivine collapsed on the ground. Unlike before, there were no longer rocks or sand blocking its movements. However, at that moment, Carnivine couldn't move even if it wanted to. Its eyes were vacant, showing a state of utter exhaustion, lying there as if its body had been completely drained of energy. From time to time, it even trembled slightly, evidence that it had exceeded its limits. It looked to be just one step away from foaming at the mouth. On the other hand, Larvatar and Aron wore satisfied expressions on their faces, with a light blush visible on their cheeks. What an intense battle! Sometimes, an intermittent fight can't compare to a long and sustained one. The latter are usually more pleasurable and productive. Larvatar and Aron, now with diamonds in their mouths, walked with small hops, almost as if they were humming a song of happiness. What was that saying again? A diamond after effort is worth more than anything else. Cain left the forest area with his Pokémon. Due to the effects of the move Sweet Scent used by Carnivine, nearly all the Pokémon in that part of the forest had been drawn to the spot. If he wanted to keep training, he would need to move toward higher ground. Fortunately, there weren't many people in that area, because the previous battle nearly caused a widespread commotion that could have injured several. The Earth's membrane, according to the system's analysis, appears to be a type of concentrated essence from a mountain. The older and higher the mountain, the better the quality of its essence, significantly enhancing the quality-boosting potion's effect on Larvatar. On the other hand, the Crimson Rock, after analysis, appears to be a product of magma. Although the system couldn't determine its exact nature, it can identify and analyze it if it detects it, offering highly reliable results. Because of this, Cain decided to head to Chimney. Being the largest active volcano in the Hoenn region, its immense presence is visible from much of the region. If anything was hidden in the magma, Chimney was the most likely place to find it. Despite the risks associated with the volcano, Cain was determined to face them. He moved toward the mountain and returned to the cave he had previously explored with Steven. There, he found a quiet spot outside the cave to camp for the night. The next morning, with the first light of day, he decided to go into the cave. Last time, they didn't reach the bottom because a large group of slugma blocked their way, and their strength was insufficient at that time. So they had to retreat. But this time, Cain planned to search for items inside the mountain. He could climb to the top to enter from there or find a tunnel that led directly to the interior. Now that he was here, he was also curious to explore the bottom of the cave. It's worth remembering that the fragment of Grouden's armor that Larvatar carries on its back was found in this cave. However, it's unclear whether the Team Magma members found it deep within the cave or before entering. If it was found here, could it mean that more fragments are still hidden in this place? A small fragment of that armor had already granted significant benefits to Larvatar. Larvatar had always had excellent control over ground and rock-type energy, but thanks to this armor fragment, its control over ground-type energy had started to surpass that of rock-type. Even though its final evolution, Tyranitar, will change to rock and dark types, its ability to use ground-type moves won't be lost, nor will its control over that energy. This would ensure that its attack power won't decline in the future. With that curiosity in mind, Cain and his Pokémon moved deeper into the cave. The cave's wild Pokémon had previously been wiped out by Team Magma, which made entry easier. However, with time, the wild Pokémon had returned to reclaim the cave as their home. Given the level of the Pokémon in this area, Cain needed the support of other teammates to face them. He brought out Combusken, and together with Larvatar and Aron, they formed a formidable team. Their teamwork and the experience they had gained over time made them very effective in battle. Although he could have summoned Slowking and Honchkrow to clear the way with ease, Cain knew it was more important to train his second team. If they didn't face significant challenges now, they would become too dependent on the stronger ones in the future and wouldn't develop the ability to overcome tough obstacles on their own. Despite the difficulties, Aron had reached level 31 after the previous day's battles, getting closer to its evolution. Larvatar had also reached level 27, nearing its own evolution. Now, with a level 30 Combusken joining them, the team was well balanced. As they ventured further inside, they encountered many fire-type Pokémon, mainly Slugma and Numel. Occasionally, Camerupt and Torkoal appeared, who were stronger opponents. Although Aron is a Steel-type Pokémon and was at a disadvantage here, it kept adapting and improving with each fight. Cain knew it was essential for Aron to face its weaknesses rather than avoid them. Training under adverse conditions now would reduce suffering in the future. Halfway through, Cain was surprised to see something unexpected. A crouching Pokémon on the ground, with flames glowing on its head and tail. A Kalava? The fire-type Pokémon from the Johto region, the evolution of Cyndaquil, and the form before the mighty Deflosion. This type of starter Pokémon has great potential and strength as long as it's well raised. Before Cain could analyze Quilava's data, it disappeared in a flash, running deeper into the cave. Could there be a Cyndaquil colony inside this cave? Cain wondered. Starter Pokémon are usually controlled by the Pokémon League, and it's rare to find wild specimens. If one is lucky enough to find one, it represents a great opportunity. Those with good potential can be trained, and the lower quality ones can be sold for a considerable price on the black market. For Cain, as a breeder, there was a third option: capture the whole colony, raise it carefully, and select the best ones. Larvatar, Aron, Combusken, pick up the pace. We need to go deeper in, said Cain, full of determination. When Cain saw the Kalava, he immediately used telepathy to direct the battle of his 3 Pokémon with full concentration. In a short time, they managed to clear out the Pokémon occupying the cave. Although the pace was quick, Cain ended up somewhat exhausted. After all, even though he was already an intermediate-level psychic, he still couldn't maintain telepathy continuously for long periods. However, the effort was worth it to track down the Kalava he had glimpsed briefly. Returning to the place where he had previously fought the members of Team Magma, Cain couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Back then, facing a Team Magma Pokémon that had barely reached the quasi-elite level had been a huge challenge. Cain and Steven had needed considerable effort to defeat it. It was precisely that battle that had allowed Steven's Metagross to evolve. Now that Cain was back in this place, he was no longer the same. He had become a quasi-elite level trainer, and not just any quasi-elite, but one who was beginning to touch the domain of true elite level trainers. The wild Pokémon in the area now only presented a suitable challenge for Cain's secondary team. Carefully examining the Pokémon tracks on the ground, he found many footprints, all jumbled together. But one of Cain's standout skills in his previous life was tracking and counterintelligence, which allowed him to identify Quilava's tracks amidst the chaos. Thanks to the system's analysis and scanning, the process was even more efficient. Quilava's tracks were fresh, not yet erased by other Pokémon, which made tracking much easier. The tracks led deeper into the cave. They matched the direction Cain had already planned to take, so he didn't think twice and continued forward. The main battle team consisted of Aron, Larvatar, and Combusken. However, what he found inside the cave didn't match his expectations. The area once full of Magcargo now hosted only a few scattered Pokémon, mostly Slugma instead of Magcargo. The difficulty level had dropped drastically. Cain frowned. Could someone have passed through here already? But the number of Pokémon in the first half of the cave was as expected, and there were no unusual signs in the surroundings. With this doubt in mind, Cain kept moving forward. Upon entering the second half of the cave, he noticed a significant increase in temperature. The hot air felt scorching, and his shoes were soaked with sweat. Droplets began sliding down his forehead and body. After only a few moments, Cain began to feel an intense thirst. He decided to go back and change gear. Fortunately, before coming to empty Chimney, Cain had prepared a special outfit. Similar to Team Magma's uniform but of better quality, this suit offered superior thermal insulation and adequate ventilation. Once equipped, the feeling of heat almost completely disappeared. With that resolved, Cain continued deeper into the cave with his 3 Pokémon. For Larvatar, the heat didn't seem to be a big issue. His thick shell and diamond-based diet made him incredibly resilient, both inside and out. Combusken, on the other hand, seemed to be in his ideal environment. Cain even felt like the feathers on his head were almost turning into real flames. Since being released, Combusken's excitement was evident. The concentration of fire-type energy in the cave was noticeable, significantly improving his recovery and self-adjustment. This was his ideal battlefield. Aron, however, was at a disadvantage. Even though his body temperature had increased significantly, he could still fight, but there was no doubt the heat slightly affected his reaction time. Cain, however, had no intention of returning him to his Pokeball. Although the environment wasn't comfortable for Aron, pulling him back wouldn't benefit him in the long run. After all, difficulties are meant to be overcome, right? If every time he faced a problem he chose to flee, what would he do in the future if he encountered an enemy whose natural habitat was similar? Would he avoid the fight? Cain took out a bottle of water and let Aron drink. The contact of the water with his metallic shell produced a soft SSS sound as the water instantly heated up. Aron drank the entire bottle in one go, as his water consumption was higher in that environment. Cain endured the heat in his hand and patted Aron's head with an encouraging smile. Aron, perseverance is the key to success. We can't run just because fire-type energy is your weakness. Kerr. Aron shook his head firmly and moved his front legs, signaling that he was fine. Larvatar came over, trying to console Aron. Imitating Cain, Larvatar placed his hand on Aron's back, attempting to give him a few pats. As good friends, it was a supportive gesture. However, Larvatar's palm, being his most sensitive spot, wasn't prepared for Aron's shell temperature. Lair. Larvatar suddenly shouted. At first, he didn't feel anything upon touching Aron, but after a moment, he felt a burning pain in his palm. Looking at his hand, he found it completely red. Fuh! Larvatar urgently blew on his hand, trying to ease the burning sensation. Cain, seeing Larvatar's adorable reaction, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kurr. Aron joined in the laughter too, while Combusken was already on the ground, clutching his stomach from laughing so hard. Despite being the heaviest on Cain's team, Larvatar was also the most mischievous. Nevertheless, he had an excellent relationship with the others, who treated him like a younger brother. Larvatar, embarrassed, scratched his head. He had definitely lost his composure. This little incident was just a fun moment in Cain and his Pokémon's adventure. The Slugma in the area showed no intention of attacking Cain, as long as he carefully avoided the lava that occasionally spilled from their bodies. The cave didn't seem to house many more Pokémon, mostly just Slugma. At the end of this second half of the cave, Cain reached a huge space that resembled a lake, though this lake was filled with lava. The surrounding rocks were a deep red, and the lava surface was dotted with bubbles. When those bubbles burst, they released hot air currents upward. Above it was the summit of Empty Chimney, the volcano's crater. Have I reached the heart of Empty Chimney? Cain thought. Just as he was reflecting, a black shadow emerged from the lava and, as if it had found its target, launched itself straight at Cain. Busk. Combusken reacted instantly, stepping in front of Cain in a defensive stance. Cain reacted quickly, using his psychic ability combined with his agility to dodge the shards of magma that broke off when his opponent charged at him. Larvatar and Aron also responded instantly, stepping back a few paces to stand beside Cain as they began gathering energy in their bodies. Boom! Combusken crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes turning serious as he stared at the shadow lunging toward him, taking the hit directly with his own body. Bang! SSSHH. Although Combusken held his stance firmly, his feet were driven into the ground with force, but he couldn't help being pushed back 3 to 4 meters from the impact. The pale yellow feathers on his crossed arms now showed dark brown burn marks. That perfectly scorched tone. No, we're not talking about roasted chicken wings. Cough. Combusken, being a fire-type Pokémon, has special feathers imbued with energy that are normally resistant to fire. However, this time, with a single attack, part of his plumage had been scorched. Moreover, Combusken, although a fighting-type Pokémon who doesn't particularly shine in physical strength, excels in speed. He shouldn't have been pushed back so easily by a single blow. When Cain finally got a clear view of the enemy Pokémon, his expression turned to astonishment, quickly shifting into a mix of surprise and interest. Encountering a Pokémon like this in such a place was, without a doubt, unexpected. A Pokémon capable of living in magma. Definitely a fire type. Although, this Pokémon was a bit ugly. Magmortar. Standing before them was a chubby-bodied Pokémon. Its massive fist was still extended, clearly the one that had struck Combusken, and a mocking smile spread across its face, just begging to be punched. Its mouth was wide, and its lips were thick. None of that was appealing. The system in front of Cain quickly displayed the information about this Magmortar. Pokémon, Magmortar, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 38. Type, fire. Ability, flame body. Held item, none. Egg moves, Mega Punch, Dynamic Punch, Flare Blitz, Focus Energy. Basic moves, Thunder Punch, Smog, Leer, Ember, Smokescreen, Faint Attack, Fire Spin, Clear Smog, Flame Burst, Confuse Ray, Fire Punch, Lava Plume. Learned moves, Heat Wave, Iron Tail, Low Kick, Focus Punch. TM moves, none. This Magmortar was the one responsible for pushing Combusken back with that powerful attack. That Magmortar could live within magma made sense to Cain. What puzzled him was why a Magmortar was here in the first place. Magmortar normally evolves when Magmar is exposed to a special item called the Magmarizer. It's true that, later on, the discoverer of Magmortar's evolution method published this information, which was accepted by the Pokémon League and included in the official Pokédex. However, Cain had never personally witnessed a Magmortar evolve in that way. Occasionally, certain evolution methods can be replaced by other factors. For example, Feedback can evolve into Milotic through two methods, using a specific item or by increasing its beauty. Perhaps something similar happens with Magmar. Some Magmortar might evolve naturally in the wild, and this one could be such a case. Cain thought this theory was the only logical explanation for why there was a Magmortar here. What caught Cain's attention the most was the Pokémon's level. It wasn't particularly high, only level 38. Compared to the levels of the mag cargo that Cain and Steven had seen inside the volcano during their last visit, this Magmortar should have been at a disadvantage. Yet it seemed to be the strongest Pokémon in the area at the moment. Something must have happened here, Cain thought. A slight sense of unease settled in his heart, as if someone else had already arrived before him. But now, the priority was to defeat this Magmortar. A Pokémon with the Flame Body ability was valuable, even if its strength or potential wasn't outstanding. For someone like Cain, with advanced breeding skills, such a Magmortar could be an excellent assistant for breeding and selection. The Flame Body ability wasn't just useful in battle, causing burns to opponents who made physical contact, but it also had another function. When a Pokémon with this ability is near eggs, it significantly speeds up hatching time, by as much as 50%. Cain planned to establish a breeding base on his secret island. Having a Pokémon with this ability could save him a lot of time in hatching eggs, allowing him to focus on improving the quality of the Pokémon he bred. However, a level 38 Magmortar clearly wasn't an opponent that Combusken and the other three Pokémon could face alone. Cain drew another Pokeball from his belt and tossed it into the air. A Politoed appeared. "Croak," shouted Politoed. Inside a volcano, its drizzle ability wouldn't be of much use. Kerr, Busk, Lar. The three small Pokémon weren't happy with Cain's decision to call out Politoed. They saw it as a sign of distrust toward them. Although Politoed had a huge advantage as a water type against the fire type Magmortar, Larvatar, Aron, and Combusken wanted to prove their worth. "All right," said Cain, after hearing his Pokémon's cries. "You three will get the first chance to fight." Cain connected telepathically with Politoed. "Use your water control to dispel some of the fiery energy in the area, especially around the battlefield." Politoed nodded silently and began to gather energy, his antenna glowing with a faint blue light. Even though it was difficult to manipulate water in such a dry environment, his background support would greatly increase their chances of victory. Now, the battle had begun. Politoed's body began to emit water vapor that slowly dispersed into the air, reducing the heat in the environment. Although Politoed's level and strength weren't higher than Swampert's, when it came to controlling water-type energy, Politoed was probably the most skilled Pokémon in Cain's team. Even Slowking could, at most, match his ability. This was due to the intense training he had undergone under Cain's carefully planned regimen, improving step by step. Part of the reason was that Politoed naturally has a strong affinity for water-type energy. Moreover, Cain's Politoed possessed the ability Drizzle, which gave him even more control over water-type power. Compared to Slowking, Politoed had the advantage of being a pure water-type Pokémon, specialized solely in that area, while Slowking, being both psychic and water, split his potential between two types. This allowed Politoed to shine in this particular domain. However, all of Politoed's actions were done in secret, and neither Aron nor Larvatar, who were poised for battle, were aware of it. Before Aron and Larvatar could attack, Magmortar made the first move. The arm it had kept raised changed. The surrounding flames dissipated, revealing a dark barrel, like the muzzle of a large weapon. Small yellow sparks began to flash inside the barrel, and a fire-wrapped projectile shot directly at Combusken, who had blocked its earlier attack. Magmortar's mocking expression didn't waver for a second. However, Combusken didn't panic. Cain had already given him instructions through their telepathic link. With a powerful jump, Combusken nimbly dodged the fireball. Yet, when it crashed into the ground, the fireball disintegrated, producing a shower of sparks that partially scorched Combusken midair. Even so, these fire attacks weren't very effective against Combusken, given he was also a fire-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Aron and Larvatar didn't waste any time. Larvatar extended his hands, and the green horn on his head began to emit an earthy glow. Rocks started to materialize inside the cave, but shortly after, they became invisible. Aron, on the other hand, braced his paws on the ground. Suddenly, two rocky chains erupted from the floor, stretching out to entangle Magmortar. Magmortar, his red eyes gleaming, noticed the invisible rocks but didn't move. He faced the rocky chains with his fists, which immediately flared up with fire. Each punch shattered one of the chains before they could trap him. However, just as Magmortar seemed ready to flash a victorious grin, a shadow loomed above his head. It was Combusken, who had evaded the previous attack and now dove from above with a powerful kick. Instinctively, Magmortar crossed his arms in front of his face to block the attack, just as Combusken had done earlier. Bang! The blow landed hard on Magmortar's crossed arms. The strength of Combusken's legs, combined with gravity from the descent, made for an impressive strike. Even so, Magmortar managed to endure the hit. His expression, however, remained mocking, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" But Combusken hadn't aimed to do major damage with that first kick. The goal of the initial strike was merely to break through Magmortar's defense, followed by a second immediate attack with his other leg. Thanks to his elastic muscles, the second blow was no weaker than the first. Bang! The second kick landed squarely on Magmortar's face, knocking him to the ground, far more helpless than Combusken had been when struck earlier. Magmortar's eyes burned with rage, and the flames on his body flared up explosively. However, just as they reached their peak, they unexpectedly started to weaken slightly. Magmortar had no time to think about it. He was entirely consumed by fury. Before he could get up, a fresh wave of attacks was already coming his way. In a 3-versus-1 battle, maintaining the attack rhythm could determine everything. If the opponent managed to break the rhythm, they might regain balance. But once at a disadvantage, recovery became difficult. At that moment, 3 massive rocks appeared above Magmortar. Larvatar had been storing energy since launching the invisible stones and now, under Cain's guidance, unleashed them. The rocks crashed down thunderously. Boom! 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 They struck Magmortar's face with brutal force. His expression truly looked like it was asking for another punch. Aron, for his part, didn't miss the opportunity. With another move, he summoned 3 new rock chains, the most he could control at once. These latched onto the debris like iron chains, further restraining Magmortar. Meanwhile, Combusken kept darting through the cave at high speed, zigzagging without stopping. Though the initial attacks hadn't been enough to defeat Magmortar, the effects were beginning to accumulate. Soon, the sound of cracking echoed from the rocks covering Magmortar, followed by small flames seeping through the fractures. The flames intensified until finally, boom! The rocks and rock chains exploded simultaneously, revealing an exhausted but furious Magmortar. His expression was no longer arrogant, it was pure rage. Combusken and Larvatar continued aiming directly for his face with their attacks. Hitting a Pokémon in the face might not be very sportsmanlike, but this was a real battle. Magmortar, his eyes burning with fury, rubbed his cheek with one hand while raising the other, as if saying, "You're not getting away. There's still plenty of fight left." However, Magmortar had failed to gain the upper hand from the very beginning, and Cain's Pokémon already controlled the flow of battle. Thanks to speed boost and the use of agility, Combusken's speed now far exceeded what Magmortar could match. With flames flaring around his body, Combusken hurled himself at Magmortar like a blazing fireball. Magmortar, face pale, raised both hands and unleashed a scorching wind, like the exhaust of a jet engine. But it wasn't enough to stop Combusken. At that moment, Aron and Larvatar exchanged a glance. Aron ran toward Larvatar, who placed his hands beneath him like a cannon and launched him forward with force. It was a combo move between the two. Larvatar used his earth energy and strength like a spring, and Aron became a projectile. Aron activated Magnet Rise, minimizing his weight mid-flight. A thin layer of blue fire surrounded Aron as he shot toward Magmortar. It was Aron's egg move, Dragon Rush. For the first time, it was being used in real battle. And the target was a fire-type Pokémon in its own domain, surrounded by fire energy. Combusken, unafraid of fire, led the charge at the front. Right behind him followed Aron, assisted by Larvatar and the effects of the move Magnet Rise. It was as if he were a silver projectile. Magmortar, upon seeing Combusken charging toward him, intensified the heat from the heat wave move emanating from his two arms. But Combusken's speed, which had reached its limit, showed no signs of slowing down. Bang! With a powerful impact, Combusken collided with Magmortar. The move Flame Charge struck directly against Magmortar's fists. While it didn't deal much damage, it managed to interrupt the heat wave attack and force Magmortar's arms open. Now, Magmortar was completely exposed. Combusken used the opponent's resistance to propel himself backward, leaving a clear path for Aron, who was charging at full speed. With his body cloaked in Dragon-type energy, Aron tensed like a spring and rammed straight into Magmortar's face. Bang! Magmortar, with no time to defend himself, took the full force of the Dragon Rush move and staggered backward, nearly falling. At the same time, Aron was also knocked back by the force of the hit. The Dragon-type energy disappeared from his body, leaving a faint red mark caused by Magmortar's flame body ability, which had burned him. But Aron wasn't done yet. While floating backward thanks to Magnet Rise, he returned to Combusken's position. Without hesitation, Combusken grabbed him by the hind legs. The muscles in Combusken's arms visibly tensed, even through his feathers, and with a powerful motion, he hurled Aron back toward Magmortar. Boosted by Combusken's strength, Aron flew like a missile. This time, his speed was even greater than when Larvatar had propelled him. On Aron's head, two rocky horns began to glow brightly as they gathered rock-type energy. He was using the move Head Smash, an inherited move that he had never used in battle before. With a base power of 150, this rock-type move was extremely powerful. If it hit, it would deal significant damage to Magmortar, who was doubly weak to this type of attack. At that moment, the staggering Magmortar had no way to defend himself effectively. Boom! The impact sent Magmortar flying backward, crashing into the cave's rocky wall. The blow was so powerful that he became embedded in the rock. Though Head Smash normally causes recoil damage, Aron's ability, Rock Head, prevented him from suffering additional harm. It was a clean, uncompromising hit. Magmortar, tongue out and eyes rolled back, slid down the wall and collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Cain, seizing the opportunity, threw a pokeball and captured Magmortar, whose flame body ability could perfectly complement the team, especially when paired with Miltank for support synergy. Meanwhile, Aron showed signs of burns due to Magmortar's ability. Cain acted quickly, pulling out a spray from storage to treat Aron's injuries. However, just as he finished applying the spray and the red marks disappeared, Aron was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant white light. Cain's expression showed surprise. Aron had reached level 31 before the battle, so his evolution was not unexpected. What surprised Cain was that Aron began evolving immediately after defeating Magmortar. Before the battle, Cain had considered using Politoed to make things easier. But Aron had objected, insisting he could handle it alongside Combusken and Larvatar. Now, it was clear that Aron had sensed this fight would be crucial for him. During the battle, Aron showed unwavering determination. He had used moves like Dragon Rush and Head Smash effectively, facing Magmortar's heat and flames without retreating. By overcoming his innate fear of fire, Aron proved his worth, likely one of the main reasons for his evolution. Larvatar and Combusken approached, watching Aron's evolution. Larvatar, eyes filled with envy, let out a deep sigh. Although all the other second-string members of Cain's team had evolved, he still hadn't. Fortunately, his friendship with Bagon and Horsia helped him stay motivated, and he quickly turned his envy into congratulations for Aron. On the other hand, Ralts, the youngest of the team, had just finished her initial growth stage. Her development was much slower than the rest. Cain didn't pay much attention to Larvatar's feelings. He took a special potion from his storage and administered it to Aron, ensuring he was in top condition for his evolution. Politoed also approached. Stretching out his hands, he released water-type energy that began to surround Aron. While he couldn't completely alter the environment, he could balance the thermal energy and help Aron evolve in a fire-dominated atmosphere. "Thank you." Aron growled softly before closing his eyes and fully focusing on his evolution. For Aron, this was an emotional moment. He had waited a long time to evolve, watching other team members do so before him. Now it was finally his turn. The white light around him grew more intense, completely hiding his form. Through the radiance, one could see his body growing significantly. His size doubled and several horns began sprouting from his back, forming a robust armor. His limbs became more muscular, and sharp metallic claws emerged from his feet. His once round and adorable eyes took on a fierce look. When the light faded, Aron had evolved into Lyron. "Grah!" Lyron roared, unleashing all his energy and displaying an impressive aura of power. His body was now fully covered by a mix of shining and dark metals, and even his teeth were steel-hard, ready to crush the toughest minerals. Lyron's time to shine had arrived. Pokémon, Lyron, Quasi-Purple. Gender, male. Level, 32. Type, Steel plus Rock. Ability, Rock Head. Held item, none. Egg moves, Dragon Rush, Head Smash, Stealth Rock, Screech, Body Slam. Basic moves, Tackle, Harden, Mud Slap, Headbutt, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Protect, Roar, Rock Slide, Takedown, Metal Sound. Learned moves, Iron Head, Earth Power, Iron Tail, Snore, Magnet Rise. TM moves, Protect. After evolving successfully, Lyron, with the help of the Quality Enhancement Potion, managed to reach Quasi-Purple quality, formally entering the purple tier. Like Combusken, he was in an intermediate state between light purple and dark blue, a special transitional phase. However, thanks to Cain's intense training and the support of poke blocks made from rare materials, Combusken was very close to leaving the quasi-purple stage behind and reaching light purple quality. It's likely that under Cain's care, Lyron could also advance to light purple quality and even aspire to even higher levels of quality in the future. Aron's evolution into Lyron left Larvatar full of admiration. The little Larvatar excitedly circled around Lyron, poking here and there, trying to assess how much he had changed. Transforming from a cute Pokémon into a fierce and imposing one not only fascinated Larvatar, but also made him daydream about what he might look like after evolving. "Grah!" Lyron roared proudly at Larvatar. Larvatar, who had been investigating Lyron's changes, stopped immediately. He walked up, turned around, and began rummaging through his small red backpack. Lyron had said he was hungry and wanted something to eat. As a good teammate, Larvatar couldn't ignore the request. After searching for a moment, he pulled out a diamond. Lyron opened his mouth, signaling for Larvatar to toss it right in. However, Larvatar looked at the size of the diamond in his hand, then at Lyron's mouth post-evolution. It seemed the diamond was far too small to satisfy that appetite. With no other choice, Larvatar dug back into his bag and found 3 more diamonds. Along with the first, he threw all 4 into Lyron's mouth. Crack! Crunch! Lyron happily crunched them down, while Larvatar, feeling the slight drop in his backpack's weight, sighed with mild sadness. "He eats more than I do," Larvatar thought with resignation. Laughing, Cain patted Larvatar's head and pulled out a handful of diamonds, refilling the little one's backpack. Immediately, Larvatar's eyes sparkled with joy, turning into little crescent moons. After eating the diamonds, Lyron regained a bit of energy. Nevertheless, the side effects of the quality enhancement potion were still lingering, so he'd need proper rest over the next few days. Cain returned Lyron to his Pokeball and released Politoed to accompany him. In an area with such high concentrations of fire-type energy, Politoed's presence helped ease the heat a bit. Just as Larvatar finished adjusting his backpack, he lifted his head and pointed to something on the other side of the lava river. Cain followed Larvatar's gesture, and he saw it too. It was the silhouette of the Kalava they had been chasing. The Kalava stood at the entrance of a small cave. It looked at Cain for a moment before ducking and disappearing into the tunnel. Cain squinted. He hesitated for a moment, but he wasn't ready to give up. Since they had come this far, They had to not only search for the ingredients for the quality enhancement potion, but also explore this mysterious place. Cain threw a Pokeball, summoning Flygon. As soon as Flygon appeared, the beat of its wings greatly eased the stifling heat. Cain picked up Larvatar and leapt onto Flygon's back. Combusken jumped up agilely, while Politoed was temporarily returned to his Pokeball to be summoned again once they reached the other side of the lava river. Guided by Cain, Flygon soared across. Though used to the scorching heat of the desert, even Flygon had never experienced temperatures like these, surrounded by flowing lava. The hot air rising from the lava river was like the inside of an oven, and Cain and his team were the food being cooked. The lava's temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees. It was astonishing that Kalava could survive in such an environment. However, besides Kalava, Cain also spotted several Slugma and Magcargo moving through the lava. For Pokémon whose inner body temperatures surpassed the lava itself, this place was like a refreshing pool. Lava bubbles occasionally exploded, releasing hot bursts of air that could severely burn human skin on contact. Luckily, Cain wore a protective suit and used his psychic powers to maintain a barrier around himself. Even so, his underwear was soaked with sweat from the extreme heat. Stop here. When Flygon was above the center of the lava river, Cain gave the order to halt. The system had triggered an alert. Crimson Rock found. Since entering this area, the system had been working in the background, constantly scanning for the materials Cain needed. Finally, deep within the lava, it had located one of the key ingredients for crafting Combusken's quality enhancement potion, the Crimson Rock. A preliminary scan suggested a 90% probability that the rock was the required material. The rock was submerged in lava, and Cain had no idea how to extract it. The area was also filled with Magcargo, several of them near elite level, making it even more dangerous. System, show the exact location, Cain commanded, staying calm despite the intense situation. The system projected a three-dimensional map in front of his eyes, pinpointing the precise location of the Crimson Rock. It was quite deep within the lava. Among Cain's Pokémon, only the newly captured Magmortar seemed capable of attempting such a feat. Cain decided to fly toward a safe spot on the riverbank and come up with a plan. Busk. Before Cain could give an order, Combusken stepped forward and spoke firmly. He wanted to try it himself? Cain looked at Combusken, surprised. Unlike Magmortar, Combusken wasn't adapted to lava environments. Are you sure about this? Cain asked. Combusken nodded, serious and determined. After a brief silence, Cain agreed. All right. Slowking, come out and be ready to assist, he said, throwing another Pokeball and summoning Slowking. Slowking, use psychic energy and water-type energy to create a protective layer over Combusken's body. Try to achieve a heat-insulating effect, Cain instructed the Slowking that had just emerged from its Pokeball. Slowking immediately understood Cain's words. Its eyes began to glow with psychic energy, while currents of water swirled around it. In an environment like this, Slowking could control water without difficulty due to its skill and power. First, it created a thin layer of psychic energy, followed by a membrane of water, completely wrapping around Combusken. Combusken, follow my instructions to move forward. You don't know where the item is, so listen to my directions, Cain said seriously as he looked at Combusken. When Combusken suggested the idea, Cain didn't stop him because he could see the determination in his eyes. As the only fire-type Pokémon on Cain's team, he was the most suitable candidate for the task. Moreover, his level wasn't too high, which would prevent the nearby Magcargo from perceiving him as a threat if he entered the magma. Had Cain opted to have Slowking use psychic energy to extract the item directly, there was a risk the Magcargo would interpret it as a threat and respond with hostility. This could cause the magma to become agitated, and the object they were searching for might vanish without a trace. The layer that Slowking created around Combusken was designed to be autonomous. Once applied to the Pokémon, the connection to Slowking would be severed, eliminating any potential sensation of threat the Magcargo might detect. Busk. The Pokémon nodded firmly before jumping straight into the magma. Cain used telepathy to stay in contact with Combusken, while the system projected a three-dimensional model, showing his exact position. He guided the Pokémon step by step toward the item. Cain remained vigilant at all times. If he sensed that Combusken could no longer endure the heat, he would immediately order Slowking to extract him from the magma, abandoning the search in favor of Combusken's safety. Safety was always the highest priority. This would also serve as a trial for Combusken. Fortunately, the Pokémon showed no signs of fear. His strong legs and arms allowed him to move swiftly through the magma. The Slugma and Magcargo around him made no attempt to stop him, as they did not perceive any threat from an ordinary fire-type Pokémon. The water layer was the first to disappear, evaporating almost completely within seconds of contacting the magma. The psychic energy layer, meticulously prepared by Slowking, held out a bit longer. However, when Combusken finally grabbed the item, the psychic layer also vanished, as it had no energy source to sustain it. From that moment on, Combusken's real trial began. The magma, now unimpeded by any protective layer, touched his body directly, and his feathers began to singe instantly, taking on a scorched yellow hue. Despite the searing heat, Combusken didn't stop moving. He rolled, then pushed himself toward the surface with all his might. One hand clutched the item tightly, a soft, hot mass, while the other helped propel him forward. His legs never stopped kicking, as if he were swimming. "Combusken, if you can't take it anymore, use Protect immediately," Cain said via telepathy. If Combusken used the move Protect, Slowking would be ready to rescue him that instant, minimizing the risk of serious injury. However, Combusken mentally rejected Cain's suggestion and pressed forward with determination. Although the distance wasn't far, the magma made every movement feel like an immense challenge. Combusken's feathers were now completely curled from the heat, but at the same time, he felt a dense fire-type energy enter through every pore, flowing into his body. His body seemed to be changing, swelling slightly, though he couldn't tell if it was just an illusion. Additionally, the object in his hands began to pulse, as if it were a heart. From the red mass he held, thin threads of energy flowed through Combusken's skin and into his body. A burning sensation coursed through him, but it quickly faded. Surprisingly, the heat from the magma seemed to decrease, reaching a level Combusken could withstand. Even his feathers stopped singeing. When he was just about to reach the surface, Combusken made a powerful leap, bursting out of the magma. Slowking used its psychic energy to catch him immediately. Magma still dripped from Combusken's body, but there were no signs of burns on his skin. Cain looked at Combusken in astonishment. Although he had clearly felt the pain Combusken endured when coming into contact with the magma, now he seemed perfectly fine. With a smile, Combusken held out his hands, showing the item he had recovered. However, upon seeing it, both Cain and Combusken were surprised. What had once been a soft, fist-sized orb had now shrunk to at least 1/10 its original size and had transformed into a red, solid, and shining stone. The Crimson Rock. Cain nodded as he looked at the stone and confirmed with the system that it was indeed the correct item. However, Combusken seemed somewhat confused. Through telepathy, he explained to Cain what had happened. The object had changed form while he held it. When Cain analyzed Combusken's data again, he noticed that certain changes had occurred, all of them positive. Pokémon: Combusken, light purple. Gender: male. Level: 32. Type: fire plus fighting. Ability: speed boost. Held item: none. Egg moves: flame burst, agility, last resort, faint. Basic moves: scratch, growl, ember, sand attack, peck, double kick, flame charge, quick attack, bulk up. Learned moves: heat wave. TM moves: protect. The system indicated that his quality, previously quasi-purple, was now clearly light purple. Although this breakthrough had been expected, the time required to reach it had been drastically shortened. Additionally, Combusken had leveled up from 31 to 32, and his overall strength had significantly improved, both in energy and physical condition. However, Cain noticed something strange. The radiance of the sun's messenger, the item Combusken had been carrying, was no longer listed among his equipped items. Could it have fused with his body? If so, the effect should be even greater, Cain thought. System, monitor any changes in Combusken's body, Cain ordered, staying alert. They finally reached the other side of the magma zone and arrived at the cave entrance. The size of the cave was even a bit smaller than Cain had imagined. Just large enough for a Kalava to pass through easily, but for Cain to enter, it would be quite difficult. Just as Cain was about to reach out to explore the inside of the cave, the 5 characters on his right wrist suddenly began to flash. A line of text appeared in his mind. Is there a strange space here? Cain murmured to himself as he read the words. That meant the place Kalava had entered wasn't actually this visible cave on the surface, but rather it had access to strange space. A mysterious space inside empty Chimney? Furthermore, according to the information transmitted by the Unown, this space didn't seem to be an alternate dimension, but rather an independent space, something similar to the interior zones of MT Pyre. A place that normally cannot be reached or touched. Cain extended his right hand again, touching the wall in front of him. The moment the letters on his wrist glowed, he felt no barrier and his hand passed right through. However, using his left hand without channeling any energy, he only touched a solid rock wall. The Pokémon world was truly full of strange spaces like this. Every place Cain went seemed to hide one of these mysteries. Without further hesitation, he decided to enter with his Pokémon to take a look. If it turned out to be a small place, he'd explore it quickly and then leave, as what he was searching for could be inside. On the other hand, if the place was larger than expected, then perhaps there could be more interesting things to discover. Maybe even some valuable resources hidden within. Once he made up his mind, Cain acted without delay. Even if he only managed to catch a few Cyndaquil or Kalava, it would already be worth it. As for how Kalava was able to pass through this membrane, Cain wasn't sure, but he supposed it was because these Pokémon belonged to that space. After leaving, they could simply re-enter. After all, the small hole at the cave's entrance was so narrow it clearly didn't lead to a real tunnel. That day, Cain had already caught a Magmortar with the Flame Body ability, an excellent Pokémon for egg incubation. If he wanted to experiment with breeding high-quality starters, a Kalava would also be a good option. Although the final form of Kalava's evolutionary line didn't stand out much among other starters, and Johto's starters in general weren't particularly distinctive, they were still starters, and that had value. They shouldn't be underestimated. With his Pokémon and under the Unown's guidance, Cain passed through the strange space. It was like going through a dry, invisible film. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast desert stretching as far as the eye could see. There were a few rocky mountain ranges scattered around, but no signs of green vegetation. It was an entirely desolate space. Perhaps this space had originally been full of life and resources, but over time, the lack of connection to the outside world had turned it into a wasteland. Cain leaned more toward this second theory. After all, no Pokémon would intentionally create a space just to turn it into a desert. Even desert-dwelling Pokémon needed water sources to survive. Cain assumed the most scarce resource in this space was, without a doubt, water. He asked Slowking to place a psychic marker in the area and then began walking into the desert. From where he stood, it looked like another world. He couldn't see any boundaries, and not even the place where he had entered was visible without the help of the Unown. The landscape consisted only of sand and scattered piles of rocks of various sizes. Cain didn't plan to explore the entire space. Capturing a few Cyndaquil or Kalava would be enough. In the sand, he could see Kalava footprints. However, while following those tracks, Cain noticed something else. Human footprints? He stopped, surprised to see those marks. There were clear signs of human boots, though slightly faded. Had others been here before? And not too long ago. This space had no wind or sun, meaning the sand didn't shift and the footprints could remain intact for quite a while. However, any activity like a Kalava moving could partially erase these tracks. Even though they were a bit blurred, the boot prints were unmistakable. If this had just been a strange space that hadn't been visited in centuries, Cain wouldn't have been very interested. But human footprints changed everything. System, analyze these footprints and record them to determine more details, Cain ordered. Analysis complete. Based on the remaining footprints, it is estimated that at least 10 people were here, the system reported. Cain narrowed his eyes at this information. 10 or more people entering a place like this. Could it be Team Magma? Team Magma's headquarters weren't far from Chimney. The Alliance didn't know this, but Cain did. Still, it wasn't the right time yet to face Team Magma directly. However, it seemed they couldn't stay quiet, always seeking attention. Could this space have something to do with Grouden? Cain immediately wondered. If Team Magma had sent that many people here, it was surely related to Grouden. Cain couldn't help but feel intrigued. In the past, his lack of power made him avoid such matters, but now, with his growing strength, he felt more confident in exploring and taking risks. Team Magma's leader, Maxi, wasn't as cunning a strategist as Giovanni. Though powerful, Maxi didn't inspire the same respect or fear as Giovanni. Cain still remembered how Giovanni could face a fully evolved Muto directly, a level of power that placed Giovanni among the strongest in the world. Maxi, on the other hand, was probably only slightly stronger than an Elite Four member, or about the same level. Moreover, Team Magma was still a growing organization, still lurking in the shadows. Interesting. But first let's see if there's a syndical nest here, Cain murmured with a slight smile. Cain was still thinking about the initial reason for his arrival, Kalava. From the beginning, his goal had been to capture a few Kalava or Cyndaquil and see if he could breed higher-quality Pokémon. However, stumbling upon this mysterious space was completely unexpected. Cain decided to follow the trail left by the tunnel Kalava had made, slowly walking deeper into the desert. As he moved, he asked Larvatar to carefully erase his tracks so as not to leave any evidence of his presence. After all, if someone had already made the mistake of being discovered, Cain wasn't about to repeat it. As he continued, he realized that this place was much larger than he had imagined. Despite being in an arid environment, it wasn't devoid of life. Along the way, he saw traces of Pokémon adapted to desert life, hippopotas resting beneath the sand to avoid the heat, and footprints of Sandshrew and Drillbur that had passed by recently. It was clear that the local Pokémon had already adapted to surviving under these conditions. As for water, although scarce, there had to be a hidden source, as it would be impossible for these Pokémon to continue living here without it. Cain followed the Kalava tracks to a pile of black rocks that, from afar, looked small. But as he approached, he discovered that the real size of these rock formations was considerably larger than expected. Although the environment was mostly arid, Cain noticed that the shaded side of the rocks had damp patches, signs of water presence. Additionally, the ground beneath the rocks wasn't dry sand, but a mix of moist soil. It was likely that this soil contained the necessary sustenance for the local Pokémon, though it would take instinct to locate it. The Kalava tracks vanished at this point. Cain looked at Larvatar and Combuskin, who were accompanying him, and noticed that both seemed energetic. Despite walking through the desert, they showed no signs of fatigue. He even noticed something curious about Larvatar. It seemed excited, as if the environment felt familiar. Larvatar, can you sense if there are Pokémon inside these rocks? Cain asked with a smile, wanting to test his partner. Larvatar was a little surprised by the question, but closed his eyes and concentrated. From his feet, a thin snake of sand began to form, slithering toward a small opening in the rocks that was far too narrow for a human to pass through. Cain had asked jokingly, but seeing Larvatar act this way left him impressed. He hadn't expected him to be able to control the desert sand like that. Was this the innate ability of a future Tyranitar? As this happened, a faint red glow began to emanate from the fragment of Grouden's armor that Cain had stored in Larvatar's backpack. Though barely visible, a tiny line of energy flowed from the piece into Larvatar, who didn't seem to notice. After a moment, Larvatar opened his eyes and nodded. He could sense the presence of Pokémon inside. Additionally, he felt a strange and familiar connection to this place, as if the desert welcomed him. Then, can you try to bring them out? Cain asked. Larvatar nodded again and closed his eyes. Moments later, a column of fire burst out from within the hole. Busk. Combuskin reacted instantly, running forward and punching directly into the fire. Although the flames were intense, Combuskin didn't flinch, dispelling them with ease. Thanks to its training and improved resistance, the fire's heat caused no significant damage. Cain stepped back as he waited for the Pokémon inside to emerge. He didn't have to wait long. After moving a bit farther away, he saw a group of Pokémon emerging from the hole. Among them was the Kalava Cain had been following, but it clearly wasn't the leader. At the front of the group stood a Typhlosion, who seemed to be the protector of the others. Pokémon, Typhlosion Green. Gender, female. Level, 39. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Held item, none. Egg moves, Flare Blitz, Flame Burst. Basic moves, Eruption, Double Edge, Euro Ball, Tackle, Leer, Smokescreen, Ember, Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Defense Curl, Swift, Flame Charge. Learned moves, Fire Pledge, Throat Chop, Fire Punch. TM moves, none. Cain noticed that this Typhlosion wasn't particularly outstanding in terms of talent, but her gender caught his attention. Female Typhlosion were rare, as this species typically had a higher percentage of males. Watching the group dynamic, it was clear that the male Kalava he had been following was probably her mate, and behind them were 3 small Cyndaquil, likely their offspring. Cain quickly scanned all the Pokémon, but found no exceptional talents. The best among the Cyndaquil had a decent dark green potential. Even so, Cain wasn't disappointed. From the beginning, his goal had been to capture these Pokémon for breeding. It seems like they're not doing well here. Otherwise, that Kalava wouldn't have gone out looking for food. He probably found the exit while searching for supplies. Why don't you come with me? I can promise you unlimited food, Cain said with a kind smile, as if talking to himself or the Pokémon. But instead of gratitude, he was met with another burst of fire from Typhlosion. Overreacting, Cain muttered as he stepped back again. Then he threw another Pokeball, calling out Politoed. Politoed appeared just in time to meet the incoming flames. Without hesitation, it countered with a powerful stream of water, completely extinguishing the fire. The moment water and fire collided marked the start of the battle. Cain ordered Combuskin and Larvatar to attack Typhlosion and Kalava. Did he feel guilty about attacking in front of their young? No. Cain was convinced that by capturing them, he was offering them a better life. In the future, they'll understand, Cain thought with a faint smile. They'll thank me. Half an hour later, Cain had 5 more Pokeballs in his hands. He had captured the Typhlosion and her partner, the Kalava, along with their 3 Cyndaquil offspring. Although those Pokémon had gone through a tough experience that day, Cain was convinced they would have a better life in the future. They'll thank me, he thought with satisfaction. Cain nodded with a smile, pleased with the outcome. It was a good harvest. Over time, this could become a steady source of Fire-type starter Pokémon. Also, having a Pokémon with the Flame Body ability greatly sped up breeding, allowing for results in less time. Still, starting with only 5 Pokémon to build something big would require patience. But it was better than nothing. At least we have something to start with, Cain said to himself for motivation. Suddenly, Larvatar tugged at Cain's pants leg, pointing toward a spot in the distance with a serious expression. Cain followed the direction Larvatar was pointing and, through the hazy desert air, he could make out a towering mountain on the horizon. Though he couldn't tell if it was purely a rock formation or if it had some vegetation, it was clear Larvatar felt something special about that place. You're saying you feel like something is calling you from that mountain? Cain asked, using telepathy to communicate with his Pokémon. Larvatar confirmed with a firm nod. When they had entered this place, Larvatar hadn't shown any particular reaction. But after the battle with Typhlosion and her family, that sensation suddenly emerged, as if something or someone had sent him a signal. Cain furrowed his brow, trying to piece the puzzle together. MT Chimney. Team Magma. Larvatar feels something. Wait. Larvatar feels something. Cain thought, and soon realized a crucial detail. They had been in this area for some time, but Larvatar had only started to feel that connection after the battle. That meant something. Cain immediately crouched down and opened Larvatar's red backpack. He reached inside, looking for something specific, and soon found it. But what he saw shocked him. The fragment of Grouden's armor, which was normally the size of a palm, was now much smaller, having shrunk to half its size. Cain checked that special fragment regularly to make sure Larvatar wasn't absorbing it too quickly, which could cause a violent reaction. On his last check, right after Laren's evolution, the fragment had been in perfect, nearly intact condition. Larvatar had been absorbing that fragment very slowly up until now. However, in this short time within the desert, half the fragment had disappeared. It can't have just disintegrated, Cain thought. Larvatar must have absorbed it. Cain placed a hand on Larvatar and asked the system to perform a full scan of his body for any abnormalities. Larvatar looked at Cain curiously. Larvatar, do you still feel something from that mountain now? Larvatar first shook his head, then slowly nodded. There's still something, though weaker and different, right? Cain narrowed his eyes, intrigued. This is getting interesting. Grouden? Or something related to him? Cain started to understand why Team Magma had shown so much interest in this place. Could it be that they were searching for something related to Grouden? If so, he had to proceed carefully, especially if someone powerful, like Maxi, was involved. Though Cain didn't hold Maxi in high regard, he was well aware that he stood no chance in a direct confrontation. As Cain pondered this, the system completed the scan of Larvatar and displayed the results. Body density has increased again. The thickness and hardness of his armor have also improved. But most notable is, the ground-type energy inside him has grown significantly. It even seems to be accelerating his evolution, Cain observed. There were no negative signs in Larvatar. Every change pointed toward a major improvement. Incredible. On this expedition to empty Chimney, Aron evolved, Combuskin improved its potential, and now Larvatar is rapidly absorbing the fragment of Grouden's armor, strengthening his body. This is going better than expected. Cain stored the remaining fragment of the armor back in Larvatar's backpack and zipped it up carefully. Clearly, this place was accelerating the absorption process. With already outstanding talent, Larvatar could reach impressive levels by the time he finished absorbing it. Though the sky remained clear, Cain figured it was lunchtime. He found a quiet, secluded spot, brought out his Pokémon, and prepared a simple meal for them. My Pokémon are the reason I can keep going in this world, Cain thought. Even in urgent situations, he always prioritized their well-being. Besides, there was no need to rush at the moment. Team Magma had been here for a while, which meant they hadn't yet reached their objective. Intervening too soon could put Cain in danger, especially if he ran into a high-ranking Team Magma member. While they ate, Cain devised a plan to approach the mountain without drawing Team Magma's attention, ensuring he could get what he was after without unnecessary trouble. After lunch, with a preliminary strategy in mind, Cain resumed his journey. He kept Larvatar, Combuskin, and Politoed out, his 3 Pokémon in most need of training. Though Larvatar was at a relatively low level, this desert seemed to be his natural territory. However, Cain decided not to involve him too much in battles for now, since leveling up might trigger premature evolution. Larvatar had reached level 28, and if he leveled up to 29, he could evolve at any moment. Cain didn't want that to happen before finding the Earth's membrane, a vital resource to complete the quality enhancement potion. I won't sacrifice his future for short-term gain, Cain thought. As they advanced toward the mountain, Cain noticed scattered human footprints. Some had been erased, likely due to local Pokémon activity. They also encountered several opponents along the way, but Cain kept Larvatar out of the fights, leaving the work to Combuskin and Politoed. After 3 days of travel, Cain and his Pokémon finally approached the imposing mountain. It was truly as the saying goes, see the mountain and die of exhaustion before reaching it. Cain didn't dare summon his flashier means of transportation, like Flygon, due to its size. Although it wasn't unusual to see a Flygon around here, one carrying someone on its back would be too suspicious. When they were still far from the mountain, he could use it with some ease, but now that they were close, he had to be even more cautious and avoid drawing attention. Even when facing wild Pokémon, Cain chose to evade them, avoiding any confrontation that might create noise and alert Team Magma. Only upon reaching the base of the mountain did he realize how truly tall it was. However, This mountain was different from those he had encountered before, which were made solely of rock. If this mountain were made entirely of rock, it would be impossible for it to reach such height. Had he known that the mountain and its surroundings were so vast, he wouldn't have acted so cautiously. During the past few nights, Cain used the time to finish crafting the quality-enhancing potion for combustion. The blood-red stone he had found turned out to truly be the Crimson Rock. After the system analyzed the resulting potion, no anomalies were detected. However, it was still a mystery what those viscous fluids were that had vanished before the rock solidified, as combustion had mentioned. During the battles over these 3 days, Cain deliberately controlled Larvatar's growth, keeping it at level 28. Though it seemed close to reaching level 29, the energy within it was still highly concentrated. According to the system's calculations, it wouldn't take more than 10 days to reach the next level. In addition, the fragment of Grouden's armor that Larvatar carried in its backpack had once again shrunk. Although the absorption rate wasn't as fast as before, it was still considerably higher than under normal conditions. Cain was considering whether it might be wise to remove the fragment for a while to avoid excessive absorption. As for combustion, Cain had no intention of limiting its growth. Since the quality-enhancing potion was ready, combustion was in a condition to evolve. Currently, combustion had reached level 34. Although Larvatar felt anxious seeing the other Pokémon improving so quickly, it knew that Cain hadn't yet finished preparing what was necessary for it. Missing that opportunity would be a lifelong regret, so it could only endure the wait in silence. In any case, it could always console itself by eating more diamonds. After 2 days of rest, Aron finally recovered from the side effects of the quality-enhancing potion. By the 3rd day, Aron was already accompanying Cain. The current environment was practically ideal terrain for Aron. However, because Cain had reduced the frequency of battles on the last day, Aron didn't level up. After evolving, Aron was mainly adapting to its new body. Although its strength and other abilities had significantly improved, it had also suffered a decline in certain areas, such as speed and agility. At this moment, Aron was more comparable to a heavy tank. To Larvatar's consolation, there was finally another Pokémon that outweighed it. However, it was also somewhat discouraged, as Laren's appetite had increased considerably. Now, Larvatar hesitated to share its food reserves with Aron. It simply wasn't enough. Every time it saw Laren's huge mouth, Larvatar felt an inexplicable pain in its heart. Fortunately, Cain had already accepted Larvatar's peculiar habit of hoarding food. After Larvatar finished eating, Cain would always restock its provisions. After all, those diamonds were meant for both Larvatar and Aron. If they could eat them, it was best that they did. The results were evident. Cain had interacted with Steven's Aron in the past. When he first saw it, that Laren's level was higher than Cain's current Aron. However, in terms of physical build and the toughness of its metal armor, Steven's Aron couldn't compare with Cain's. This was the subtle but significant effect of long-term diamond consumption. Cain was satisfied with these results, even though the rate at which resources were being consumed was alarming. Fortunately, he had recently obtained a large amount of resources, allowing him to maintain this pace. However, the small diamond reserves collected on Mythical Island had already been more than halfway consumed by these two gluttons. Cain couldn't help but think he had underestimated these two Pokémon's appetites. It was crucial to help the Carbink expand their colony as soon as possible, otherwise, Larvatar and Aron might run out of food. Larvatar, can you feel it more clearly now? Cain asked. Larvatar's response was immediate. Now it felt it with complete clarity. Inside this mountain, there was something it needed. And not just one thing. Cain decided to recall his Pokémon and summoned Honchkrow and Slowking. Facing Team Magma required strong and reliable Pokémon. Honchkrow, fly over the area and check if there are any humans nearby. If you see anyone, avoid being detected, Cain instructed. Then he turned to Slowking. Slowking, place psychic markers at every location we reach and use your powers to shield us with a barrier. That way, we'll reduce the chances of being discovered. Honchkrow nodded and soared into the sky. The red gem on Slowking's head glowed, forming a thin psychic membrane that enveloped Cain and itself. This not only helped avoid unnecessary noise, but also concealed any scent that other Pokémon might detect. Team Magma was in a visible position, while Cain remained hidden. This gave him room to maneuver. If the situation were reversed, Cain would have no choice but to flee. They slowly advanced up the mountain. Without the cover of trees, it was easier to be discovered. However, it also provided a wider field of view, making it easier to detect enemies. As he walked, Cain pondered what Team Magma could be searching for. After so many days, they still hadn't left. That left only two possibilities. Either they hadn't found what they were looking for, or they had been completely annihilated. Either scenario required Cain to act with caution. After walking a stretch, Cain noticed something strange. On a moss-covered rock, there was a symbol carved, Omega. Judging by the state of the engraving, it seemed recent. This symbol was exclusive to Team Magma, even appearing on their uniforms. The Omega symbol came from Grouden in its primal form, representing the concept of Omega, a special designation. Team Magma wasn't looking for the ordinary Grouden, but its primal form, the legendary ground, and fire-type Pokémon, a deity among level 1 deities. Cain stared at the Omega symbol carved into the rock before him and couldn't help but shake his head with an ironic smile. Well, it seems everything ties back to Grouden, he murmured in a self-mocking tone. The use of that symbol indicated that Team Magma had sent at least one elite officer. Not just anyone was authorized to use it, not even standard officers. An elite officer. This could get complicated, Cain thought as he felt a slight headache coming on. As little as he respected Team Magma, anyone who had reached the rank of elite officer in an organization of that caliber was likely an elite-level trainer. And not the mediocre kind he had encountered in Mauville City. Slowking, have you detected any traces of psychic energy? Cain asked. The Slowking beside him nodded and made a soft sound, transmitting his answer directly into Cain's mind. So there are psychic markers here as well. At least they don't appear to have been placed by an elite-level psychic-type Pokémon, or this would be a much bigger problem, Cain reflected, relieved by Slowking's report. At that moment, Honchkrow returned from its aerial patrol. Cain extended his arm for the Pokémon to perch on. After months of training, his arm could handle Honchkrow's weight with ease. "Grah!" Honchkrow exclaimed, reporting what it had observed. Cain narrowed his eyes as he processed the information. According to Honchkrow, it had spotted a few people near the summit of the mountain. Additionally, there was a structure that looked like ancient ruins. However, due to the guards posted at the entrance, Honchkrow hadn't gotten too close to avoid being noticed. An ancient structure? That could mean this place was inhabited by humans in ancient times, perhaps during the era of early civilizations, Cain mused. Although he initially considered sending Honchkrow back to maintain aerial surveillance, he quickly changed his mind. A Pokémon like Honchkrow was too conspicuous in this environment. Cain released another Pokeball, summoning his Flygon. This Pokémon, which had recently reached quasi-elite level, was a much more suitable choice for desert terrain. He ordered it to patrol from the air and raise an alarm if anything unusual was detected. In a desert region, the presence of a Flygon wouldn't draw as much attention, so long as it wasn't carrying anyone. With Flygon airborne, Cain continued climbing the mountain with Slowking and Honchkrow. According to Honchkrow's report, only 2 people were guarding the entrance to the ruins, meaning the rest of Team Magma was likely occupied inside. This gave Cain more room to maneuver. As he advanced, something caught his attention. Near a pile of rocks, a Hemore was foraging. This Pokémon, known for feeding on minerals and metals, was not an unusual sight in such an environment. Though officially recorded in the Unova region, its presence had also been documented in volcanic and high-temperature zones in other regions. What truly intrigued Cain was the direction in which the Hemore fled upon noticing him. The Pokémon moved toward a pile of rocks and began shifting them, revealing a small passage before slipping inside. Once inside, the Hemore repositioned the rocks, sealing the entrance. Interesting. If it had just entered a hole, I wouldn't have thought much of it. But sealing the entrance afterward, that's something worth investigating, Cain thought. Wasting no time, he released 3 of his Pokémon, Drapion, Aron, and Larvatar. Drapion began clearing the rocks with its powerful claws. Meanwhile, Aron and Larvatar used earth energy to reinforce the tunnel walls as they progressed. Cain also recalled Flygon. He couldn't afford to ignore what might be underground. If Team Magma was searching for something in this region, this hidden tunnel might also lead to something important. To Cain's surprise, the tunnel did not ascend toward the mountain's summit, but instead descended into the depths. At first, he thought he might have made a mistake, but as Drapion moved ahead, the passage grew wider. Eventually, they found themselves in what appeared to be a natural tunnel reinforced with clay bricks. This wasn't made by Pokémon. Looks like the work of ancient humans, Cain observed as he inspected the tunnel walls. As they continued, Larvatar tugged at Cain's clothes, signaling something up ahead. Cain stopped and looked to Slowking, who extended its psychic energy to scan the area. After a moment, Slowking nodded, confirming the path was clear. Shortly after, they emerged into a large space. A powerful sense of antiquity filled the air. The smell of rotting wood and a slight acidity invaded their senses. It wasn't unbearable, but it was intense. The light from Cain's torch revealed a vast underground hall. But what truly left him breathless was the massive structure at the center of the chamber. The building, constructed directly into the cavern, stretched all the way to the ceiling, fitting perfectly without leaving any gap between the surfaces. Its scale rivaled that of modern buildings, but its design lacked any contemporary technology, making it all the more impressive. Most striking of all was the enormous Omega symbol carved into the main door of the structure, covering its entire surface. An ancient civilization that worshipped Grouden. And not just any Grouden, but its primal form, Cain thought, completely mesmerized by the discovery. It was no surprise that Team Magma had come here. This place was practically a sanctuary for them. In ancient times, there was already a group of people who worshipped Grouden, and they may have even served it directly. These ancient people are, in a sense, the predecessors of Team Magma. It is very likely that they left behind numerous artifacts or valuable knowledge that Team Magma could take advantage of. However, judging by the scent that permeated the air, it seemed this place had been sealed for a long time. The entire structure was probably in a state of decay, so if he decided to go inside, caution would be necessary. Cain ordered Slowking to leave a psychic marker in the area, which would allow for a quick retreat if needed. Only after ensuring this safeguard did he begin to slowly approach the ruins. Suddenly, Slowking cried out and quickly enveloped Cain in a psychic barrier while retreating at full speed. Drapion and the other Pokémon immediately assumed defensive stances. Cain, though surprised, could also sense something strange thanks to his own psychic abilities. However, Slowking's reaction had been much faster. A loud crash echoed as the ground beneath them suddenly fractured. Chunks of rock flew in all directions. Drapion moved swiftly, smashing the larger rocks to dust before they could cause harm. Larvatar and Aron used their own abilities to protect themselves, controlling the terrain's energy to deflect the debris. Although some smaller stones hit them, they suffered no significant damage, not even scratches on their bodies. When the dust settled, Cain could finally see the source of the sudden attack. Before them stood a towering figure, a colossus built of stacked stones. "Is that a Golurk?" Cain murmured, identifying the Pokémon. Golurk, along with its pre-evolution Golett, are considered the first Pokémon created by humans. In ancient times, humans used all their wisdom and knowledge to bring these Pokémon to life. This proves that humans of that era were no less ingenious than those of today, and may have even been more advanced in certain respects. Using only stones and a set of mysterious runes, they were able to create a Pokémon with its own consciousness. Moreover, these Pokémon possess the ability to evolve, a truly astonishing achievement. Originally, humans only created Golett, but as its powers increased, its original body could no longer contain its growing energy. As a result, it evolved into Golurk. It is said that Golett was created as an imitation of the Regis, specifically Regirock. Although the exact process remains a mystery, the fact is that these Pokémon came into being. They're extremely loyal to the commands of their creators, much like the Regis. It's likely that this Golurk had been activated because Cain and his team intruded into the area it was guarding, triggering a programmed response. Pokémon: Golurk, light blue. Gender: genderless. Level: 55. Types: ground plus ghost. Ability: Iron Fist. Held item: none. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: heavy slam, high horsepower, pound, astonish, defense curl, mud slap, rollout, shadow punch, iron defense, stomping tantrum, mega punch, magnitude, dynamic punch, nightshade, curse, earthquake. Learned moves: fire punch, thunder punch, ice punch, earth power, drain punch. TM moves: none. A quasi-elite level Golurk, perfect for guarding a base. Cain couldn't help but feel tempted. A Pokémon like this would be perfect as a guardian. Even if it couldn't match the capabilities of the Regis, having a simplified version would be more than enough. However, in order to capture it, he'd have to defeat it first. Cain called over Larvatar and Aron, while Drapion, Honchkrow, and Slowking prepared for battle. Golurk began to move, displaying surprising agility. This Pokémon can fly, and its aerial speed is nothing to scoff at. In flight mode, Golurk's legs retract, turning into thrusters, and its arms can also convert into boosters to enhance speed. It was impressive to witness the creative ingenuity of the ancient humans in action. With each step Golurk took, the ground trembled. Its speed rapidly increased as it charged toward Cain's team. Drapion didn't hesitate and launched itself at Golurk to confront it head-on. The massive Golurk, standing 2.8 meters tall, was even more imposing than Drapion. Nevertheless, Drapion didn't back down. Slowking summoned several black spheres of psychic energy that transformed into arrows and fired them at Golurk. Honchkrow flapped its wings, generating gusts of wind that surrounded both itself and Drapion, increasing their speed. Then, Honchkrow quickly ascended, preparing to use the move Sky Attack. Golurk charged its fist with flames, while Drapion cloaked its claws in fire, ready for the clash. When their attacks collided, the impact was deafening, raising a cloud of dust and shaking the ground. Although both Pokémon appeared evenly matched in strength, Slowking seized the opportunity to launch a powerful psychic attack that struck Golurk directly, causing the glowing runes on its body to flicker as if it were stunned. Drapion wasted no time and used all its strength to lift Golurk and pin it down. Honchkrow, having been charging Sky Attack from the air, descended engulfed in blue flames and struck Golurk squarely, slamming it to the ground. Though Golurk seemed incapacitated, Cain remained alert. He ordered his Pokémon to continue attacking. Slowking launched another psychic, Honchkrow fired off a dark pulse, and Drapion added to the assault with Shadow Ball. After a minute of continuous attacks, Golurk finally stopped moving. The runes on its body completely dimmed, confirming its defeat. Golurk was a formidable Pokémon, immune to normal, fighting, and electric types, and resistant to rock and bug. However, its weakness to ghost, water, grass, ice, and dark types had been its downfall in this battle. As he looked at the defeated Golurk, Cain couldn't help but once again admire the skill of the ancient humans, able to create something so impressive with the limited resources of their time. Seeing that the mysterious runes on Golurk's body had completely shut off, Cain slowly approached with his Pokémon. However, just when he was halfway there, Larvatar suddenly stopped. Cain looked at him with some surprise, noticing that Larvatar had become completely still. In his vision, the system showed Larvatar's data flicker momentarily. Did it level up? Cain murmured, a bit puzzled. He had been keeping Larvatar's level in check to avoid it progressing too quickly, but he didn't expect it to level up at that moment, especially considering it hadn't participated in the last battle. Now Larvatar had reached level 29, just one level away from 30, which meant it was about to evolve into Pupitar. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, and his expression changed as he approached Larvatar. He opened his backpack and began searching quickly. After a careful inspection, he discovered that the fragment of Grouden's armor he had been storing was no longer there. It had been completely absorbed by Larvatar. That probably explained why it had unexpectedly leveled up. From the moment they entered this space, Larvatar had absorbed almost half of the fragment. Then, over the following days, it continued to absorb it bit by bit, and finally, upon entering this mysterious cave, it had absorbed it completely. However, Larvatar didn't seem to have noticed anything strange about itself. Although Cain had planned for Larvatar to absorb that fragment, he hadn't expected the process to be so fast. Moreover, the way it had occurred so suddenly had caught him off guard. With a resigned sigh, Cain reflected on the situation. The system had estimated that it would take Larvatar about 10 more days to fully absorb the fragment, and since the absorption rate had slowed over time, Cain hadn't paid it much attention. But now, there was nothing he could do about it. Larvatar had already leveled up, and there was no way to reverse it. At least, he thought, there was still some time before it reached the next level. System, perform a full analysis of Larvatar to check for any anomalies, Cain said, wanting to make sure everything was in order. Then he approached the Golem lying on the ground. Up close, it looked like an oversized ceramic figure, with a rough and rudimentary texture. The ancient humans had used mysterious runes and unknown methods to give it life. Life? Was that the reason Golem was a ghost-type Pokémon? A chill ran through Cain as he considered the implications. The ancient humans, in their quest for power, had likely resorted to far more extreme methods than those used today. In that era, ruled by kings and nobles, slaves had no rights or protection. It was likely that the ancients had used human souls to create these Pokémon. System, analyze the principle behind Golem's creation, said Cain, with a sudden idea. If he could understand how these Pokémon were made, maybe he could replicate them today. Although it sounded unrealistic, it wasn't impossible. He placed his hand on Golem's body, feeling the rough and fragile texture of the clay. The system began analyzing through direct contact. A key material has been found. Name of material: Earth's membrane, the system suddenly announced. Cain raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had configured the system to alert him if it detected anything related to Crimson Rock or Earth's membrane. When he was above the magma, the system had already warned him once about the presence of Crimson Rock. Now it seemed that the Earth's membrane was related to Golem. According to the system's previous analysis, the Earth's membrane was likely the essence of a mountain, a form of highly compressed energy. The larger and older the mountain, the more energy it contained, and the higher the quality of its Earth's membrane. That was why Cain had come to empty Chimney, the largest mountain in the Hoenn region. He was hoping to get lucky and find something valuable. Although he had already found the Crimson Rock, he hadn't succeeded with the Earth's membrane. But now it seemed he had finally found it. Where is the Earth's membrane? Cain asked the system. Would you like to visualize the location? The system responded. Visualize? That was something new. Yes, show it, Cain ordered. Suddenly, the point of contact between his hand and Golem emitted a faint glow. Small electric currents ran across the Golem's body, causing it to tremble slightly. For a moment, Cain thought the Golem was about to reactivate, but then the mysterious rune on its chest flickered and a yellowish-brown lid opened, revealing its interior. Inside its hollow, dark chest floated a small orb that emitted a dim, earthy yellow glow. Is this the Earth's membrane? The essence of the Earth? Golem's energy core. Cain watched in amazement. It turned out that Golem was a ground-type Pokémon not because it was made of mud, but because it contained this essence as its energy core, which granted it power. The combination of an unknown soul, an Earth's membrane, and the mysterious runes on its body were the principles behind Golem's creation. Cain reached out and took the glowing orb. Upon contact, he felt the heat emanating from the sphere, a concentrated energy that seemed to pulse in his palm. System, confirm the analysis, Cain ordered. If an entire mountain was needed to create one Golem, how many of these cores could really exist? Confirmed. The material is the Earth's membrane, the system replied. Cain nodded, watching as the orb's light gradually faded. Finally, it transformed into an opaque sphere, about the size of 2 thumbs, similar to a marble but without the transparency. When the light completely vanished, Golem collapsed into dust. Without its energy core, The mysterious runes on its body had lost their power source, and time had done the rest, crumbling its structure in an instant. Cain blinked, surprised by the sudden disintegration. Before he could store the core, the system spoke again. Full analysis of Larvatar complete. Its condition is stable. It contains a large amount of unabsorbed energy, which is being gradually processed. Evolution is expected to occur upon complete absorption, the system reported. Cain's expression darkened. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Is it because the fragment's energy was too intense? Cain reflected. It seemed there was no time to waste in completing the quality-boosting potion for Larvatar. Luckily, he already had all the necessary ingredients. However, before he could do anything more, something unexpected happened again. The giant Golem, now reduced to dust, released a nebulous, completely dark form from the remains. It floated slowly, like smoke. Through psychic perception, it could be identified that this thing possessed traits of a ghost-type Pokémon. In other words, this dark object was actually the soul that had been injected into Golem's body. It was likely also the source of Golem's thoughts. Cain frowned as he observed the dark form that had suddenly appeared. In theory, after the disappearance of the energy core, this thing should have vanished as well, since it wasn't a real Pokémon. Strictly speaking, it might have just been a mass of thought and ghost-type energy. ZZZ. Suddenly, the dark form let out a high-pitched, piercing screech. The sound echoed throughout the cave. It was hard to imagine how something so small could produce such a deafening noise. With this shriek, drastic changes began to occur. The ground started to crack, and pieces of rock of various sizes broke loose, shooting from the cave floor and walls in all directions. Cain and his team, positioned in the square in front of the ruins, became the primary target of the launched rocks. Strange sounds began to emanate from the fractured areas. They were Golem, and also some Golem emerging among them. More Golem and Golem began to appear along the surrounding walls. Cain's face darkened instantly. No one could have imagined that so many Golem and Golem were hiding in a place like this. What were all these Pokémon protecting? Cain's Pokémon began acting swiftly. The first wave of rocks had been easy to deal with, but this time the situation was entirely different due to the overwhelming number of enemies. Cain was surrounded by his Pokémon, who were destroying the large incoming rocks. Slowking created a psychic barrier to keep the smaller ones at bay. Cain also intervened occasionally, moving his right hand to use his spatial slicing ability to shatter the larger rocks in case Slowking's barrier couldn't hold them. Then, the Golem and Golem began appearing en masse, floating in the air. The runes on their faces glowed with a bright, dangerous red as they slowly advanced toward Cain. The Golem looked like floating suits of armor, observing Cain and his group emotionlessly from above, completely surrounding them. This can't go on. Slowking, do you see the door to the ruins ahead? Use teleport to take us there. Everyone else, stay alert for sudden attacks, Cain said through his telepathic link with his Pokémon. Yadin. Slowking nodded firmly, and a powerful psychic wave radiated from its body, lifting the smaller rock fragments. The energy barrier shrank, covering only Cain and his team. Fortunately, the distance between their position and the door of the ruins was short, allowing Slowking to quickly execute teleport. Before the Golem's attacks could reach them, Cain and his team vanished, reappearing in front of the ruins gate. It was a massive door, about 10 meters tall, with a large Omega symbol engraved on its surface. Without wasting time, Cain decided to enter the ruins immediately. Although Golem were excellent guardians, their creators typically did not allow them to enter inhabited areas. Once inside the ruins, they would be practically safe. If things got worse, Slowking could always use teleport to get them out. Having discovered this place, Cain wasn't willing to retreat so easily. With the help of his Pokémon, the massive stone door began to open slowly. Once there was enough space, Cain and his Pokémon entered, closing the door behind them. The stone door was surprisingly thick, wider than Slowking itself. Just as Cain had anticipated, once inside, the Golem didn't follow them. They remained outside, not daring to enter. Cain let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, Team Magma had entered the ruins under their commander's orders. They were slowly descending inside. In fact, the ruins Cain had entered were part of the same structure Team Magma had discovered, but the building was so tall that Team Magma assumed the entrance was at the top. For them, descending from above proved much more difficult. Unlike Cain, they encountered numerous locked doors and traps left behind by the ancients, making every step of their progress arduous. Then something unexpected happened. A sharp screech echoed from deep within the ruins. Though faint, it still reached them. With that sound, the walls began to crumble and previously open stone doors slammed shut. Members of Team Magma were split into different sections of the building. Worse still, Golurk and Gollet emerged from the broken walls. Although fewer in number than those Cain faced, the confined space made evasion extremely difficult. Team Magma suffered heavy losses. Report the situation, ordered a middle-aged man wearing attire different from the rest, known as Ryudo. Commander Ryudo, the sudden attack resulted in 3 casualties and 5 seriously injured, one of his subordinates replied, drenched in sweat and showing visible fear. Useless. Ryudo cursed and turned forward, his gaze fixed on the dark corridor. However, the moment he turned, his expression changed dramatically. Gone was his rage, and his eyes became eerily calm, almost inhuman in their serenity. Regaining his composure, Ryudo issued new orders, determined to press on deeper into the ruins. Inside the ruins, after the doors closed, the place didn't fall completely into darkness. The entrance seemed to trigger a mechanism, and the torches and lamps placed on the pillars began to light up. Though, due to the passage of time, only a few still shone brightly enough to illuminate the place. Still, it was enough to faintly perceive the surroundings. The space resembled an ancient palace. Behind the door, a hall opened up, and at the back, some stairs led to a platform where a chair was placed. From a distance, it was impossible to make out the details of this chair, but the atmosphere suggested that this hall had once been a meeting room or a place of worship. Perhaps it was a site where a leader once sat on the chair, or where others came to pay homage to whoever or whatever was there. On the pillars around the hall, ancient carvings could be seen, with drawings and inscriptions. Wasting no time, Cain ordered his system to scan all the inscriptions, to later analyze and compare them with the data in its database, with the aim of translating them. Meanwhile, Cain sat on one of the steps of the hall. At that moment, his priority was to prepare the quality-enhancing potion for Larvatar. If Larvatar were to evolve without this preparation, it would be a waste of its potential, something he could not allow. Although the earth membrane obtained from the Golurk did not seem to be the best possible material, its quality was sufficient. After all, Cain had noticed that the other Golurk that appeared afterward were clearly of lower level than the first one they fought. The preparation of the quality-enhancing potion was much more complex than making poke blocks. Fortunately, Cain didn't have to carry it out manually. Even though he was working to reduce his reliance on the system, this type of process, one that directly influenced his Pokémon's future development, was not something he wanted to leave to chance. However, in his training with poke blocks, Cain had begun practicing manual preparation instead of depending entirely on the system. Although his initial manual attempts often resulted in failures, over time he started to get acceptable results. After witnessing the process thousands of times, even someone inexperienced wouldn't be entirely clumsy in their first tries. Precision, of course, remained a challenge, but thanks to his psychic abilities, Cain could achieve a level of control that made the process easier. He could now make basic poke blocks with no problem, and had a decent success rate with intermediate ones. With advanced ones, his results were still rare, but it was steady progress. After 3 hours, Larvatar's quality-enhancing potion was finally ready. Before him stood 2 vials, one with a yellowish earth-colored liquid and the other a deep red. These potions were the result of Cain's effort and would ensure that both Larvatar and Combusken evolved without losing their innate talents. Cain stood up, feeling that a great concern had been resolved. With that matter taken care of, he could now fully focus on exploring the ruins. While he worked, the system had also deciphered part of the inscriptions on the walls and pillars, uncovering information about what they contained. The texts were filled with praises for the god of the earth, the beast of the earth, or simply the Crimson Beast. These names clearly referred to Grouden, or more specifically, Primal Grouden. The devotion of these people toward Grouden was evident in their writings. According to the records, in ancient times, Grouden existed solely in its primal form, unlike the Grouden that, in recent times, had been artificially awakened by Team Magma. Cain slowly climbed the stairs, observing his surroundings while the system scanned the carvings and arranged them into three-dimensional images that Cain could examine. These projections had an impressive visual impact and allowed him to better understand the story the ancients were trying to convey. In their legends, Grouden created the land, battling against Kyogre, who created the oceans. This battle was eventually stopped by the intervention of a mysterious dragon from the sky. However, their fight had shattered the continents and split the seas. Grouden, Kyogre, and Rayquaza? These three Pokémon were known even to Cain. While the Pokémon world has many legendary beings, few have such a history marked by conflict. Dialga and Palkia often fought each other, and Newtwo fought both Mew and Team Rocket. Ho-Oh and Lugia rarely appeared, and the dragons Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem had yet to show any signs of existence. However, these three Pokémon were unique in that their conflicts had left a deep mark on history. Cain continued climbing until he reached the upper platform, where he found a strange chair, ancient-looking. It appeared to be made of wood or stone, but its pristine condition suggested it was made of a unique material that didn't degrade over time. Next to the chair stood a stele, similar to a pillar, but with a flat surface full of inscriptions. The stele was damaged in some parts, with broken fragments that had likely been deliberately destroyed. Throughout the hall, it was evident that several parts, including walls and pillars, showed signs of deliberate strikes. It wasn't the type of damage caused by time, but rather the result of direct attacks. The system began translating the text on the stele, and when Cain read the first line, he couldn't help but hold his breath. His eyes widened, and for a moment he was speechless. These ancients are insane. Calling them passionate would be an understatement. Cain didn't know how to describe what he had just read. The first translated line read, "If souls, combined with earth essence and glyphs, can create earth guardians, then is it possible to combine the consciousness of the god of the earth with its energy and the glyphs on its body to create a new god of the earth controlled by humans?" The earth essence seemed to refer to the earth membrane Cain had found inside the Golurk, and the earth guardians were the Golurk themselves. But the most shocking part was that the ancients had attempted to use Grouden's consciousness and energy, along with its glyphs, to create an artificial version of the legendary Pokémon. Could this have been the origin of Team Magma's inspiration to create the modified Grouden? The idea these ancients had was so advanced and terrifying that Cain couldn't help but compare them to an archaic version of Team Rocket. Their methods and ambition were on a completely different level, and Cain began to realize that this place held secrets far darker than he had imagined. After suppressing his surprise, Cain continued reading. Ancient humans sometimes truly had interesting ideas. Creating a version of Grouden like Golurk meant that, if achieved, even if it didn't possess the same power as Grouden, it wouldn't be something an ordinary Pokémon could face. But the important thing was, how did these ancient humans obtain those things from Grouden? If they were able to get close to Grouden and collect those materials, wouldn't that imply they could create endless Grouden-type Golurk? Thinking about this, Cain had to admit that, if they succeeded, this ancient civilization could have completely dominated the Pokémon world. However, it was still unclear who the people behind the creation of these ruins were. Did they really do it? As he read further into the text, Cain couldn't help but react again. Yes, they did. And the most surprising part was that this Grouden-style Golurk was supposedly inside these ruins. The text on the stone described those who participated in its creation, as well as some of the methods used. However, when trying to read more, the lower parts of the inscription were damaged, and only fragments of words remained. Among them, terms like destruction, regret, and apologies could be distinguished. It seemed that, although they managed to create the Grouden-type Golurk, They made the same mistake as Team Rocket. They couldn't control it. Controlling Grouden's wild thoughts? That seemed impossible. Even more so when it had such an explosive energy core like Grouden's. Cain was curious about the symbols the Golurk bore, wondering what they meant and what their purpose was. He was also intrigued by Grouden's patterns, including the Omega symbol on its body, and how they were used in creating these Golurk. Unfortunately, the text didn't provide more details. However, Cain obtained crucial information. The Grouden-style Golurk was located deep within these ruins. If he reached that place, he might find what he was looking for. Additionally, what had been attracting Larvatar was probably that special Golurk. Cain didn't know if that would be a good or a bad thing. Regardless of the outcome, he felt the need to explore. After coming this far and discovering something so interesting, he couldn't allow himself not to investigate further. He passed by the chair and the engraved stone and continued down the stairs behind the chair. It's possible that the damage here was caused by that special Golurk, Cain thought to himself. Also, the Golurk outside the ruins don't just seem to be there to prevent intruders from entering, but also to prevent something inside from getting out. How far did the mastery of these ancients go for them to fear their own creations so much? Perhaps it was also an act of reverence towards Grouden, a way to apologize for defiling its existence by trying to replicate its power. But the most unsettling thing of all, how did they acquire those materials from Grouden in the first place? With every step he took down the stairs, more questions arose in his mind. If he wanted answers, he would have to go deeper. Upon reaching the end of the stairs, he found another door. It wasn't as imposing as the main door, but it had the Omega symbol engraved on it. Upon opening it, he encountered something different from the previous area. It was an open corridor flanked by gardens on both sides. In ancient times, these gardens were probably full of vibrant plants and flowers. Now, however, the landscape was desolate. Although not completely desolate, since some plants still survived. Curious, Cain stepped out of the corridor and headed toward the plants. The ground, dry and hard as cement, evidenced that this land had been deprived of water for a long time, an environment in which most plants couldn't survive. That's why these plants were especially strange. As he approached, he noticed that some had black holes in their trunks, which together formed sinister faces, like those of ghostly creatures in dark forests. The system activated its scanner, providing detailed information. It's a Trevenant. Pokémon, Trevenant, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 56. Type, ghost plus grass. Ability, natural cure. Held item, none. Egg moves, grudge, imprison, venom drench. Basic moves, shadow claw, horn leech, tackle, confuse ray, astonish, growth, ingrain, faint attack, leech seed, curse, will-o-wisp, forest's curse, destiny bond, phantom force, wood hammer. Learned moves, seed bomb, snore, worry seed, foul play, block, pain split, telekinesis, giga drain, drain punch. TM moves, none. Among the data collected, the strongest Trevenant was a specimen at level 56 with a light blue quality. A ghost and grass-type Pokémon. It wasn't surprising that they could survive in a place like this, since they didn't require much water to live. Although this space was mostly a desert, that didn't mean it completely lacked water. Probably, if their roots reached deep enough, they could access a hidden water source. That explained how these Trevenant had survived all this time. Upon noticing that Cain and his Pokémon had stopped their advance, the Trevenant who had been motionless opened their eyes. The largest one, in the center, opened an intense red eye, which glowed with a bloody gleam. For an ordinary person, the sight of a Trevenant in this state could be terrifying. The most cowardly would flee immediately, while the most reckless and aggressive might attack without thinking. However, Trevenant is not an aggressive Pokémon by nature. Although its appearance may be intimidating, its character is surprisingly peaceful. They only attack those who harm the forests, while they are kind to those who respect their home. They are the true guardians of the forests, taking on this responsibility since they were little phantom. Even though they had been in this place for a long time and hadn't seen other living beings, these Trevenants seemed naive and simple in behavior. They simply stared at Cain without making any hostile move. It was precisely because no danger was detected that Slowking, who was next to Cain, didn't act immediately. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, Slowking had quickly sensed the presence of these Ghost-type Pokémon. Trevenant is usually native to Kalos. Seeing them here is quite surprising, Cain thought as he looked at them. With a faint smile, he took out a bottle of pure water from his storage space and, using his psychic powers, offered it to the nearest Trevenant. The Trevenant seemed confused at first, but after carefully inspecting it, it confirmed that it was indeed water. Its expression of surprise quickly turned into one of joy. With eyes full of expectation, they watched as Cain tilted the bottle, letting the water slowly flow onto the dry, cracked ground. Within seconds, roots began to emerge, eagerly absorbing the liquid. It was as if the Pokémon, who had been thirsty for an unimaginable amount of time, finally found relief. The expressions of satisfaction on their faces were unmistakable. What is happiness? Perhaps it's something as simple as what these grass-type Pokémon were feeling, being able to drink water in an environment that almost completely denied it. As Cain reflected, for such a special plant species, having access to abundant water was undoubtedly the closest thing to paradise. Seeing how easily these Pokémon were satisfied, Cain felt a slight pang of discomfort. However, he didn't waste time and, through telepathy, conveyed his intentions. He promised that if they agreed to accompany him, he would take them to a place full of vegetation, abundant water, and ideal conditions to thrive. The leading Trevenant, who seemed to be the group's leader, quickly showed interest. The other Pokémon, being innocent and simple in nature, barely hesitated. For generations, they had remained isolated in this place, knowing no other living beings besides their own. Trusting Cain, who offered something as valuable as water, seemed like a natural decision. With a satisfied smile, Cain threw his Pokeballs, capturing the 10 Trevenant and the 8 Phantom that made up the community. Although they weren't particularly aggressive fighters, these forest guardians would be invaluable for protecting the forests on the island Cain had designated as his base. By providing them with a nutrient-rich and well-cared-for environment, there was no doubt these Pokémon would work enthusiastically, transforming the forests into lush vegetation. It was an unexpected but meaningful acquisition. After securing the group in their Pokeballs, the garden was left completely desolate, with no signs of plant life remaining. Cain proceeded down the long corridor that led him to a slightly open door. The door gave access to a large reception hall. The antique and elegant wooden furniture had been reduced to rotting fragments that filled the air with a pungent smell of decay. However, something curious caught his attention. The lights in the hall were still on. But they weren't ordinary lights. The flames that lit the space didn't glow with the warm radiance of a normal fire. Instead, they emitted a faint but eerie purple hue. The atmosphere, already unsettling, filled with a penetrating chill that seemed to seep from the floor to the marrow of the bones. Frowning, Cain assessed the situation. As an experienced psychic, he was extremely sensitive to the energies of his surroundings. It didn't take long to identify the predominant energy signature, ghost-type energy. His partner Slowking, who remained alert at his side, detected the same. Surrounded by a fluctuating psychic aura, it prepared for anything. Looking more closely, Cain realized that the lights coming from the walls weren't just decorations. Each wall sconce held a small white wax candle. The purple flame that burned on each one swayed slightly, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Larger antique-style lamps hung throughout the hall, and in the center of the ceiling stood out an immense chandelier. It was a classic rustic-style chandelier, adorned with elegant details. In the center, a violet flame crackled more intensely, while 4 smaller flames surrounded it, creating a lighting effect that, although cold and strange, remained hypnotic. Cain quickly understood what he was seeing. These weren't ordinary lights, they were Pokémon. The chandelier in the center of the ceiling was none other than a chandelure, accompanied by several lampent and lit wick hanging from the sconces and lamps on the walls. Activating the system scanner, Cain focused his attention on the majestic chandelure in the center of the hall. The Pokémon specifications appeared on screen. Pokémon, chandelure, light blue. Gender, female. Level, 59. Type, ghost plus fire. Ability, flash fire. Held item, none. Egg moves, heat wave, endure, acid, clear smog. Basic moves, ember, astonish, minimize, smog, fire spin, confuse ray, nightshade, will-o-wisp, flame burst, imprison, hex, memento, inferno, curse, pain split. Learned moves, telekinesis, spite, snore, ally switch. TM moves, none. A chandelure of maximum quasi-elite level. Although it was the only one of its species in the hall, it was surrounded by numerous high-level lampent. Observing the flames of the Pokémon, Cain noted that they all burned strongly, indicating they weren't lacking fuel. But this raised an important question: where were these Pokémon getting the souls or life energy they needed to survive? This thought deeply unsettled him, though he didn't have much time to reflect. The flames began to flicker intensely, and the shadows on the walls distorted, moving unnaturally. The spectral Pokémon had noticed the presence of Cain and his companions. From the ceiling, the chandelure opened its bright yellow eyes, fully revealing itself. The flames around it intensified, releasing a wave of heat that filled the hall. With this act, the lampent and Litwick also activated, joining forces with their leader to attack Cain's group. Calmly, but without lowering his guard, Cain threw out more Pokeballs. Combuskin, Politoed, and Swamped appeared, joining Slowking, Honchkrow, Drapion, Larvatar, and Lyron, who were already present. As a final touch, a huge dark figure emerged from the shadows behind him. Flashing a sinister grin, Gengar had arrived to join the fray. If the Ghost-type Pokémon wanted a fight, Cain and his team were more than ready to grant their wish. Chandelure possessed great endurance. The combination of its Ghost and Fire types allows it to be immune to normal and Fighting-type moves, while also being doubly resistant to Poison, Steel, Fire, Grass, Ice, and Fairy-type moves. Additionally, its resistance to Bug-type moves is quadruple. However, they also have notable weaknesses. They are vulnerable to Ground, Rock, Ghost, Water, and Dark-type moves, which balances their stat composition. Nevertheless, overall, their typing remains quite solid. The chandelure species stands out for a very evident trait: its outstanding special attack. Out of its 520 base stat points, the 145 allocated to special attack are a clear sign that this species is designed exclusively to deal devastating damage through special moves. Among the trainers recognized for using chandelure exceptionally well is Chantal, a representative from the Unova region, whom Cain had the chance to meet at the Sinnoh tournament. Chantal's chandelure was a perfect example of this species' potential when trained properly. However, one of Chandelure's drawbacks is its constant need to absorb life energy to sustain itself. Although some specimens, under special training, can control this ability, they cannot eliminate it entirely. Though Chantal likely found a method to manage this aspect, Cain neither had the tools nor the interest to train a Pokémon with such dependency. No matter how powerful it may be, the side effects of this species make it a complicated choice. The battle between Slowking and Chandelure began quickly. The rest of Cain's Pokémon, such as Drapion, Gengar, and Honchkrow, engaged the Lampent and Litwick. The Litwick were especially vulnerable due to their lower levels, while some of the more powerful Lampent managed to hold out longer. In the midst of the chaos, Larvatar stood out. Its happiness was evident, as ground and rock types are especially effective against Lampent and Litwick. Over the last few days, Larvatar had significantly improved its control over ground-type energy, an advance that also influenced its mastery of rock-type energy due to the similarities between the two. Although the progress in using rock-type energy wasn't as notable, the improvement was undeniable compared to its state before arriving at MT Chimney. Additionally, Larvatar's body continued to strengthen thanks to the full absorption of the fragment of Grouden's armor. The effects of this transformation would manifest more evidently in the future. The most intense battle was taking place between Slowking and Chandelure, suspended in the air. Although Chandelure's level was one higher than Slowking's, its experience was undeniable after years of existence. Slowking had evolved significantly during the time spent on Azelf's island, learning new and complex techniques in the use of its psychic power. To gain an advantage, Slowking began the fight using the move Skill Swap, replacing its own ability with Chandelure's Flash Fire. Though this ability wasn't particularly useful in direct combat, it did allow Slowking to become immune to Chandelure's Fire-type moves, limiting the opponent's offensive options to Ghost-type moves. Then, Slowking activated Trick Room, reversing the speed priorities. Although Chandelure wasn't especially fast, this strategy granted Slowking an even greater edge. With each move, Cain's Pokémon demonstrated its mastery by combining water energy with psychic power, increasing both the strength and speed of its attacks. With Cain's guidance and after several strategic exchanges, Chandelure began to show signs of fatigue. Its purple flame, which had burned brightly at first, began to weaken. Across the battlefield, Honchkrow, Drapion, and Jengar, following Cain's occasional instructions, methodically defeated the Lampent and Litwick. As time passed, only a few Lampent remained standing, while the Litwick lay defeated. Still, Chandelure continued to fight with determination. Cain and Slowking didn't let their guard down, well aware of the danger posed by the species' curse-based attacks and special abilities. Moves such as Imprison, Curse, Memento, and Pain Split could easily turn the situation around if precautions weren't taken. This caution was the main reason why Slowking hadn't unleashed its full strength from the start. Every attack was calculated to leave room for defense against potential surprises. Finally, after one last exchange of blows, Chandelure descended to the ground, its flames reduced to a minimum. Slowking, floating nearby, maintained a protective barrier of aquatic energy, ready to defend against any desperate attempt from the Ghost-type Pokémon. Unexpectedly, Chandelure's 5 flames began to merge, forming a single sphere of purple fire. Instead of attacking Cain and his Pokémon, Chandelure directed its final attack toward the floor. The explosion's impact released intense heat and a corrosive effect, breaking apart the ancient floor of the room. As the cracks spread, some areas began to collapse, revealing a hidden underground space. Cain watched closely. From the cracks, fine threads of black smoke emerged, filled with a recognizable energy, ghost energy. Though the density of this energy didn't compare to that found in Ghastly's cave, its presence was unmistakable. The cracks widened quickly, and finally, the entire floor gave way, causing the entire room to collapse into the underground space. The Pokémon returned to Cain after the intense battle. Following his orders, Slowking unleashed his most powerful attack and finally defeated the Chandelure. However, the collapse of the ground was inevitable. Fortunately, Slowking always kept his psychic abilities active around his body, which allowed him to immediately use his psychic power to keep Cain and the other Pokémon suspended in the air as the ground gave way. In this way, they avoided falling along with the debris. Combustion, throw some fire downward to see what's down there, Cain instructed. Busk. Combustion responded determinedly. At once, he generated small sparks in his hands, which quickly became 2 fireballs. With a swift motion, he hurled them into the space below. The fireballs collided in midair and exploded upon contact, partially illuminating the area beneath them. Cain could see that, like the upper chamber, the lower space was also a wide room, though this one lacked any light source. Using his psychic power, Cain gathered several Litwick that had been knocked out and threw them downward. Even though they had lost the ability to battle, the flames atop their heads still burned, albeit faintly. Curiously, upon entering the lower area, their flames seemed to glow more intensely, probably due to the concentration of ghostly energy that permeated the space. Confirming there was no immediate danger, Cain nodded and signaled Slowking to lower them down. However, before descending, he threw a Pokeball to capture the fallen Chandelure. Although Cain had no intention of using this Pokémon due to the risks involved, he knew it held significant value on the market. This Chandelure, at maximum quasi-elite level, could become a valuable asset for someone else, especially those unconcerned with the side effects of its life energy absorption. Upon reaching the ground, Cain lit a special torch and combined its light with that of the lit wick already below, illuminating the space enough to explore. As he examined the surroundings, Cain's expression grew grim. The mystery of why the chandelier and lit wick in the upper level remained in such good condition was solved. Their source of both spiritual and life energy came from the space they now stood in. This place was none other than a crypt. The idea of building a crypt beneath an inhabited place was unsettling. Cain couldn't help but wonder if the ancient occupants of this place didn't suffer from nightmares due to such a design. Perhaps this structure was built as a last resort during a desperate situation. That could no longer be known. However, what truly unsettled Cain was that, once again, they were surrounded. This time, it was Cofagrigus and numerous Yamask blocking their path. The chandelier clearly knew what lay beneath and, by destroying the floor, was likely trying to drag Cain and his Pokémon into a death trap. The Cofagrigus, which looked like animated coffins, stood out as true crypt guardians. Their bodies, shaped like yellow and blue coffins, had glowing red eyes and a beige mask with sharp teeth, resembling that of their pre-evolution Yamask. For gray arms extended from cracks in the coffin. These Pokémon were famous for their terrifying behavior. They trapped those who came too close and turned them into mummies. Usually, they were only found in tombs of highly important people, guarding the sarcophagi from thieves. Though they typically remained inactive, the collapse must have awakened them. The leader of the Cofagrigus, an imposing figure, radiated an intense energy that alerted Cain. His psychic instinct didn't fail. This Cofagrigus was extremely dangerous. Even Slowking, standing beside him, assumed a defensive posture. This Cofagrigus was no ordinary Pokémon. It was level 60. Pokémon, Cofagrigus, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 60. Type, ghost. Ability, mummy. Held item, none. Egg moves, memento, imprison, nasty plot, toxic spikes. Basic moves, scary face, astonish, disable, haze, nightshade, hex, will-o-wisp, ominous wind, curse, power split, guard split, shadow ball, grudge, mean look, destiny bond. Learned moves, block, telekinesis, pain split, knockoff. TM moves, none. Additionally, Cofagrigus' mummy ability would make the battle even more complicated. With this ability, any Pokémon that made contact with Cofagrigus would temporarily lose its original ability and gain mummy instead. This meant abilities like Honchkro's Moxie or Laren's Rock Head would lose their effects when using contact moves. However, Cain wasn't only worried about direct confrontation. He observed the Cofagrigus' formation. Most were concentrated in front of them, while in the back, where more Yamask lingered, there were fewer Cofagrigus. At the far end, Cain noticed something unusual, a black door. It was clear the Cofagrigus were trying to protect that entrance. Though the rest of the crypt lay in ruins, the important items were likely hidden behind that door. Cain threw more Pokeballs to reinforce his team, summoning Weevil and Florges. He knew facing an elite-level Pokémon wouldn't be easy, especially with more Cofagrigus and Yamask as reinforcements. After a brief moment of thought, he made a crucial decision. He released his Mismagius from its Pokeball. This Pokémon, always the highest level in his team, had never fought since Cain captured her. Today, against a worthy opponent, would be her debut in battle. Myas, she floated beside Cain, rubbing affectionately against him before staring fearlessly at the Cofagrigus leader. Mismagius's energy began to gather, and her excitement to take part in her first battle was evident. Though it was her debut, her prior training had prepared her for a challenge like this. The air grew heavy with tension. The confrontation was about to begin. "Mismagius, ready for your first battle?" asked Cain. "Myas," replied Mismagius softly, her delicate voice paired with a gaze full of determination. "In that case, Gengar, use roleplay to copy Drapian's ability, and Mismagius, use skill swap on Gengar." Drapian's sniper ability could be a huge advantage for Mismagius right now. Gengar nodded, and a strange energy flickered around him. He had already perfected the use of roleplay through extensive training. Once Cain saw that Jengar had successfully copied the ability, Mismagius used Skill Swap on him, exchanging her Levitate ability for Drapion Sniper. Mismagius, being a Ghost-type Pokémon, shared the same typing as Cofagrigus, making both mutually effective against one another. In the end, the winner would be determined by sheer power. In a direct confrontation, having the Sniper ability activate multiple times could make all the difference. Cain led the fight against the strongest Cofagrigus with Mismagius, while the lower-leveled Cofagrigus were handled by the combination of Slowking and other Pokémon. The remaining Yamask were left to Larvatar and the rest. However, Cain insisted on one critical rule: avoid direct contact with the enemy whenever possible. Otherwise, things could get complicated. Even though Cain had telepathy, he couldn't command all his Pokémon simultaneously. At times, he relied on the combat instincts and habits developed during training. As long as they dealt with the strongest Cofagrigus up front, the rest would be manageable. And if things became too complicated, Cain could always summon Altaria to join the fight. For now, the situation was under control. The enemy Cofagrigus wasn't going to wait patiently while Cain organized everything. As soon as he saw Mismagius, he felt the pressure. Its forearms quickly conjured 2 shadow balls and launched them straight at Cain. This Cofagrigus was clearly highly intelligent. It knew that, even though Cain appeared to be the weakest of the group, he was surrounded by Pokémon, which made him the most important target. In addition to attacking him directly, the Cofagrigus ordered the others and the Yamask to focus their attacks on Cain. Mismagius, destroy the shadow balls with your own. Cain remained calm, even as the primary target. Mismagius showed not a hint of fear. Although this was her first real battle, she had undergone intense practice during training. The 3 red gems on her chest glowed, generating 3 shadow balls of varying sizes, 1 larger in the center and 2 smaller ones on the sides. Under Mismagius' control, the 3 shadow balls were launched simultaneously. The 2 smaller ones moved faster, tracing curves through the air. They intercepted the enemy's shadow balls mid-flight, causing energy explosions that destabilized the area. The larger shadow ball, traveling at a slightly slower pace, passed through the chaotic zone after the blasts. And just as it cleared the impact area, it suddenly accelerated under Mismagius' control. Boom! Direct hit. This difference in strategy highlighted the advantage of a trainer-trained Pokémon over a wild one. While wild Pokémon had their own methods, they couldn't compete with the refined strategic approaches developed by a trainer like Cain. Mismagius, being a speed-based Pokémon, couldn't just stand still trading blows with Cofagrigus. Since the enemy had targeted Cain, Mismagius only needed to keep it distracted so it couldn't focus on attacking him. With agile movement, Mismagius darted toward Cofagrigus, who was still dazed from the hit. Upon seeing her approach, Cofagrigus gave a sinister grin. The coffin that made up its body opened slightly, revealing a dark abyss inside. A blast of icy wind surged out directly toward Mismagius. Ominous Wind. A formidable move that, in addition to dealing damage, had a chance to boost all of the user's stats: attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Mismagius, payback, ordered Cain coolly. A faint brown veil appeared around Mismagius. Although the ominous wind struck her and did significant damage, Cofagrigus had no luck. None of its stats were boosted. Now it was Mismagius' turn. The brown veil contracted, turning into a black sphere that was launched at Cofagrigus. Bang! The move Payback, when triggered after taking damage, doubles in power. Although typically a physical attack, Cain adapted its use to avoid direct contact, slightly reducing its power, but maintaining a safe distance. Mismagius, use Confuse Ray. The largest gem on Mismagius' chest glowed brightly, launching an iridescent orb that traced a curved path before striking Cofagrigus in the face. At such close range, the slow Cofagrigus couldn't dodge it. Specialized in illusion and dream-based moves, Mismagius executed the technique flawlessly. Cofagrigus' eyes became clouded with an iridescent haze as it fell into a confused state. Now's the time. Mismagius Hex. Maius. With determination, Mismagius channeled dark energy, manifesting as a giant eye above her head, firing rings of deep blue energy at the confused Cofagrigus. Each ring hit directly, powered up by the sniper ability and the enemy's confused state. Cofagrigus couldn't withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, defeated. The combination of double damage due to type advantage, the power of Hex, and the occasional sniper boosts was devastating. Mismagius' first battle was a resounding success. Satisfied, Cain left the rest of the Cofagrigus to the team led by Slowking. He fully trusted their ability to handle the situation. Before moving on, he pulled out a Pokeball and, without a word, tossed it at the defeated Cofagrigus. The Pokeball opened with a red flash, engulfing the Pokémon in energy. After a few tense seconds, the final click confirmed the capture. With Mismagius at his side, Cain stepped into the dark room beyond, where a complete coffin lay in the center, radiating an ominous presence. As Cain approached the chamber, the remaining ghost-type Pokémon, Cofagrigus, that still had enough strength to fight began to attack desperately. Protecting the coffin inside the room was their top priority. However, their efforts were to little avail. Slowking and the rest of Cain's Pokémon firmly held the Cofagrigus back, preventing them from crossing the doorway. Only Cain and Mismagius managed to enter the room. The place was a completely sealed space, save for the single entrance door. Unlike the outside, this chamber was impeccably clean. Both the walls and floor indicated that the ancient inhabitants placed great importance on this site. While the coffins outside were in ruins, the one inside remained in perfect condition. Although its design was simple and even somewhat modest, the fact that this coffin remained intact while the others had decayed suggested that it was made of extremely special materials. Mismagius, open this coffin. Let's see what's inside, Cain ordered. Mismagius, still euphoric after having recently defeated a Cofagrigus of a similar level, showed no hesitation at Cain's instruction. Her eyes glowed red, and with a burst of psychic energy, she began slowly lifting the heavy coffin lid. The weight was considerable. Had Cain tried to open it himself, he likely wouldn't have managed. But to his relief, there were no traps or hidden mechanisms inside the coffin. After scanning it with his psychic ability and system to ensure there was no danger, Cain approached the coffin. This place represented a fusion between technology and the knowledge of an ancient civilization. It was reasonable to think that a coffin of such importance might be protected by traps. However, all Cain found inside was a fine layer of dust and a sheet of special paper. Though it looked like ordinary paper at first glance, it was clear that the material was not common, given that it had withstood the test of time. Using a layer of psychic energy to avoid damaging it, Cain carefully lifted the sheet. What the Cofagrigus had been so fervently protecting wasn't the coffin itself, it was the knowledge written on that sheet. After scanning the characters with his system, Cain noticed they were identical to those he had seen engraved on the walls of the grand entrance hall. Using the system's translator, he managed to interpret the text preliminarily. The sheet contained details directly related to the creation of the Grouden-inspired Golem previously mentioned in the monolith inscriptions. But unlike those superficial records, this document included precise instructions for the construction process. Of course, many of the materials mentioned seemed exclusive to that era. Some of the material names were completely unknown, and they might no longer even exist. Thus, replicating this creation process today would be impossible. However, as he read further, Cain found new and crucial information. After countless failed attempts, the Grouden-inspired Golem had finally been successfully created. It possessed unique abilities linking it to Grouden, and its arrival was met with great excitement by the kingdom's people, who believed their Earth God had finally granted them protection. But their joy was short-lived. It wasn't long before the Golem began to show signs of instability. It became increasingly difficult to control, and its unchecked power became a threat to the kingdom. The kingdom's ruler, who had personally overseen its creation, gave the order to seal it away to prevent catastrophe. However, this decision was met with fierce opposition from his subjects, who viewed the order as a selfish attempt to retain power, fearing that the Golem might usurp his authority. Amid the chaos, a rebellious movement arose aiming to overthrow the king. Though this group appeared to have popular support, it was in fact being manipulated by traitors within the royal court itself. The true enemies of the king were dissident court members who sought to exploit the widespread discontent as a pretext to usurp the throne. Despite ongoing political conflicts, the king devoted all his attention to containing the Golem, whose power continued to grow uncontrollably. To him, preserving his own life or his place on the throne was irrelevant. His priority was to ensure that the creature he had helped create would not destroy the kingdom he loved. Eventually, the king was overthrown. In his final moments, he wrote the words found on the sheet, entrusting them to his most loyal followers to be placed in the coffin. In his final message, the king expressed his regret. He acknowledged that his responsibility as a leader included dealing with the consequences of his own mistakes. Though he saw himself as a descendant of the Earth God, he chose to seal the Grouden-inspired Golem, ensuring that its power would never again threaten his people. Cain finished reading and let out a sigh. The story behind this place was more complex than he had imagined. In his mind, he began to picture an ancient kingdom that, in its obsession with achieving divine power, had sealed its own fate. A kingdom that lived and died under Grouden's shadow, Cain murmured. The irony couldn't be more obvious. Their salvation was also their ruin. Although the details of how the Golem was sealed remained a mystery, Cain had no doubt that its connection with Grouden had had catastrophic consequences. Moreover, if Larvatar had sensed a calling, it was very likely that the Golem was still somewhere within this sealed space. On the back of the sheet, Cain found a map of the area. A specific section was completely shaded, probably indicating the Golem's location. Upon exiting the room, Cain saw that his Pokémon had finished battling the Cofagrigus and Yamask. Though victorious, many had suffered injuries. Florges, help them recover, Cain ordered. With a graceful motion, Florges used grassy terrain to generate a field of healing grass. Cain also distributed Poke Blocks to restore his team's energy. Meanwhile, the members of Team Magma began descending to the deepest level of the place, led by their mysterious leader, moving with impressive speed. Cain retrieved the Pokémon that had already rested, leaving only Mismagius, Slowking, and Larvatar outside their Pokeballs. With the help of Slowking's psychic powers, he managed to exit the underground chamber. The Chandelure, which had intended to use the Cofagrigus from the chamber as tools for revenge, never imagined it would end up sacrificing the same group of Cofagrigus that had provided it with energy for so long. Thanks to the map in his possession, Cain didn't need to wander aimlessly through the ruins. He headed straight to the location marked in black on the map. That had to be the site where the special Golem was buried. Larvatar's intuition matched perfectly with the destination Cain had marked. On the way, he didn't encounter any more Pokémon. After so much time, the only ones capable of surviving in the ruins were ghost-type Pokémon, or those that could enter a state of hibernation and only awaken when someone approached, like Golem and Golett. This place was, essentially, an ancient imperial palace. Without a map, one could be lost indefinitely among its corridors. Boom! Suddenly, as Cain moved forward, a crash shook the place, followed by two tremors that made the entire structure vibrate. If it weren't for the fact that the building was constructed with the sturdiness of a royal palace, it likely would have collapsed. Even so, the movement caused aged parts to fall apart and a rain of dust to descend from the ceiling. Cain frowned, his expression turning serious. Could it be Team Magma? Have they already made it here? He thought cautiously. Before obtaining the map, Cain had believed that he and Team Magma were exploring different ruins, but now he knew that both were within the same complex. The difference was that Team Magma had found an upper entrance, while Cain had accessed it from the lower level. The access from above was more complicated, as that area used to be the ruler's residence, filled with traps and mechanisms to protect the site. On the other hand, the lower entrance, although guarded by numerous Golem, was much more direct. In the past, the ancient inhabitants allowed easier access to those who came to offer worship. In reality, the Golem weren't exclusive to the lower entrance. According to descriptions of the site, these Pokémon were a permanent military force of that ancient kingdom. At their peak, they could be deployed in overwhelming numbers. However, Grouden's arrival had sealed them underground, in the rock and soil. That's why, upon approaching the ruins, the Golem would emerge from the ground to defend the place. Although the ancients didn't have modern weapons, they had followed a different path to develop their strength, achieving formidable power. It wasn't surprising that some ancient kingdoms still existed. Even if the Pokémon League found them, they preferred not to attack, as it was impossible to know what secrets or hidden weapons they might possess. However, only the wise kingdoms that cooperated with the League had a chance to survive. Otherwise, the League would not hesitate to eliminate them discreetly, even if their hidden cards were strong. A power that could rebel at any moment would be eradicated before it grew too much. The kingdoms that managed to collaborate with the League offered valuable knowledge, ancient technology that helped scientific progress and maintained social order in their regions. This strategy of coexistence allowed the League to gradually absorb these local forces, integrating them as internal departments. It was a slow but effective process, a policy of peaceful assimilation. Cain set aside these thoughts as he quickened his pace. He was about to reach the place marked on the map. However, judging by the fading battle noises from outside, it seemed Team Magma had finished dealing with the Golem. Cain could only hope the Golem could delay them a bit more. Although they were numerous, the truly powerful Golem were few, and none reached elite level. Speeding up was his only option. He began to run. He passed through several narrow hallways and circled around paths blocked by fallen debris. Even with a map, it was difficult for him to progress. Finally, after 10 minutes of running, he arrived at the door to the room indicated on the map. In front of him was a huge stone door, thick and heavy, secured with 2 giant chains of an unknown material that kept the place firmly sealed. Cain didn't rush to approach. In front of the door stood 2 statues. They weren't simple sculptures, but petrified Pokémon. 2 Claydol. Although they appeared inanimate, Cain knew that any attempt to approach could trigger some kind of alarm. Pokémon, Claydol, light blue. Gender, genderless. Level, 64. Types, ground plus psychic. Ability, levitate. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, hyper beam, teleport, confusion, harden, rapid spin, mud slap, heal block, rock tomb, psybeam, ancient power, cosmic power, power trick, self-destruct, extrasensory, guard split, power split, earth power, sandstorm, imprison. Learned moves, stealth rock, drill run, gravity, telekinesis, snore. TM moves, none. Both Claydol were identical in level and ability, with slight differences in their moves. This made Cain hesitate to proceed. 2 elite-level Pokémon weren't an easy challenge. Even if Mismagius and Altaria could take on one each, that didn't guarantee there weren't other Pokémon behind the door. Cain remained still, weighing the risks. At that moment, Larvatar, beside him, tugged urgently at his pants. "You're saying the target is in there?" The concern and insistence on Larvatar's face confirmed they had reached the right place. The 2 Claydol in front of the door were the best proof of that. Cain knew using Sloking's teleport move to bypass the defenses wouldn't work. Claydol, being psychic type, could detect and block any attempt to enter that way. Will this sheet work to prove I have authorization? Cain pulled out the special paper he had found earlier, debating whether to move forward or not. Cain took out the special sheet of paper and instantly, the many eyes of the 2 Claydol opened fully, emitting a faint reddish glow that focused on the object Cain was holding. At this movement, Mismagius, who had remained alert, floated up beside him, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from the 2 guardians. Cain also placed his hand on Altaria's Pokeball, ready to release it in case of a confrontation. If a battle broke out, Altaria would be key to holding off one of the Claydol while Cain attempted to unlock the chains blocking the entrance. If he couldn't do it quickly, his only option would be to retreat. Facing 2 high-level Pokémon, with a Team Magma group approaching from behind, would be too risky. However, a few moments passed, and the Claydol did not attack. Their gazes remained fixed on the paper in Cain's hands. Intrigued, Cain gently waved the paper. The Guardian's eyes followed its motion. That's when a thought crossed his mind. Could this paper contain some kind of seal or special mark? Cain wondered, taking a cautious step forward. Despite the movement, the clay doll remained still. This gave him a bit more confidence. With one hand holding the paper and the other ready to release Altaria, Cain moved forward. His Pokémon remained on high alert. Mismagius floated beside him, while Slowking was prepared to use Protect if necessary. Suddenly, the chains blocking the door began to move, creating a metallic sound that echoed throughout the space. The two thick, intertwined chains seemed to come alive, and as they slid apart, an Omega symbol carved into the door became visible. Cain observed the heavy stone door closely as it slowly began to rise, activated by an internal mechanism. From the darkness beyond, small lights began to flicker on one after another, illuminating a surprisingly well-preserved interior. The candles on the walls, intact despite the passage of time, began to burn softly, revealing the details of the place. Hesitating for a moment, Cain finally stepped forward. With his Pokémon following him, he crossed the threshold. The clay doll did not attempt to stop him, they merely watched from their original positions. Once Cain was fully inside, the door began to close behind him, accompanied by a deep echo that resounded throughout the space. The chains locked the entrance once again, and the Guardians returned to their inert state. The place Cain had entered resembled a prison, with multiple cells aligned along both sides of the central corridor. The cells were empty, and the environment, though ancient, was surprisingly clean. Every detail of the design, from the walls to the cell bars, suggested this was no ordinary prison. What kind of Pokémon or being had they kept locked up here? Cain thought as he slowly advanced, remaining alert. Suddenly, Larvatar, who had been by his side, began behaving agitatedly. It pointed toward a cell at the end of the hallway, displaying an unusual level of excitement. A faint red glow appeared on the horn on its head, as if reacting to something inside the cell. "Is that where what we're looking for is?" Cain asked softly, looking at Larvatar. The Pokémon's insistent gaze gave him a clear answer. Not taking his eyes off his surroundings, Cain approached the indicated location. When he reached the cell, he found that although it appeared empty, its walls were covered with inscriptions and symbols that resembled complex calculations and ancient formulas. There was a deteriorated table and chair, evidence that someone had once spent time working there. "System, scan these walls and translate what you find," Cain ordered as he continued inspecting the room. His gaze finally settled on a coffin placed vertically in a corner of the cell. This sarcophagus was enormous, over 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, secured with multiple chains and a metal pendant bearing the Omega emblem. Every detail of its design suggested it was no ordinary object. Cain attempted to use his psychic power to probe its interior, but was unable to penetrate the sarcophagus's material. An effect that blocks special abilities. This is more than it seems, he thought, observing the container with growing interest. Larvatar, by his side, showed signs of impatience, eager to interact with the mysterious object. As Cain analyzed the inscriptions on the walls, the system quickly processed the information. The translations revealed that this place served not only as a prison, but also as an improvised laboratory. The formulas and texts described theories related to the creation and control of a Golem based on Grouden. This Grouden-type Golem was a project that had become uncontrollable, leading the ancient king to seal it in this place. The writings explained that the king had designed this space as a final line of defense. Here, the sealed Pokémon would remain trapped until its energy was completely drained or a way to control it was found. So this place was built to contain a threat too great even for its own creator. Cain reflected. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, the pendant on the sarcophagus's chains made a dry sound and fell to the ground, breaking. A crack began to form on the surface of the metal. Larvatar, now wrapped in a reddish glow, stepped forward, his eyes reflecting the same intense light. Cain, aware of what was about to happen, prepared his Pokémon, knowing that the situation was about to change drastically. "Larvatar, Cain noticed Larvatar's unusual reaction and called out firmly. Larvatar, upon hearing Cain's voice, seemed to regain control. Its eyes, which had started glowing a strange red, returned to normal. "Lar," it asked in confusion, looking at Cain as if it didn't understand what had just happened. "This isn't just energy, it feels like something much deeper," Cain murmured as he kept his eyes on the pendant, which was slowly beginning to disintegrate. Once the pendant had completely broken, the chains binding the mysterious coffin began to slide off and fall. In a short time, the coffin was entirely free of restraints. A dry sound echoed as a cloud of dust rose. A thin crack appeared on the surface of the coffin, from which a faint red vapor emerged. Cain slowly stepped back, bringing his Pokémon with him. Although the ancient king's calculations suggested the coffin should be safe, no one could truly guarantee what was about to emerge after so long. A soft clink broke the tense silence. Something fell from the coffin to the floor and rolled until it stopped at Cain's feet. It was a small red crystal orb that, as it settled, reflected a warm and gentle glow. Larvatar's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the orb. It even seemed like drool was beginning to gather at its mouth. Cain cautiously crouched to pick up the orb. As he took it, he felt a soft warmth emanating from it. Inside the orb, the Omega symbol could clearly be seen in a pale yellow hue. Cain immediately recognized its resemblance to the red orb that, in the future, would be coveted by Team Magma, although this version was noticeably smaller. "Lar. Lar." Larvatar murmured, its voice filled with impatience and desire as it stared at the orb in Cain's hands. "Scan this orb," Cain ordered the system in his mind, holding the orb in front of him without handing it over to Larvatar just yet. Item name: Red Orb, small. Description: contains a significant concentration of energy from the legendary Pokémon Grouden, known as the God of the Land. Effect: can provide a large amount of energy to Pokémon, with a small chance of granting Grouden's unique moves. Warning: excessive use could result in loss of mental control. The analysis confirmed Cain's suspicions. This small orb had properties similar to the authentic red orb, but with less power. While it couldn't summon or control Grouden like the original, it did contain energy that Pokémon could absorb. Cain reflected on the possible moves Larvatar could gain from the orb. Grouden was known for its immense power, with the move Precipice Blades being one of its most iconic. According to legend, Grouden developed this move to overcome its inability to fly, allowing it to strike airborne enemies with devastating ground-type power. A loud bang, bang, interrupted his thoughts. Something else seemed to be emerging from the coffin. Cain looked up and saw massive legs, similar to Grouden's, slowly coming out of the coffin. The same Omega symbols adorned their surface, though they lacked the golden glow characteristic of primal Grouden. Instead, the markings were black, and the rest of the body was covered in a deep red hue. Gradually, a full figure emerged from the coffin. Cain instinctively stepped back upon seeing what stood before him. For a moment, he almost believed it was the real Grouden. The Pokémon had the same imposing design. The head, limbs, and tail were identical to the legendary Pokémon. However, upon closer inspection, Cain noticed critical differences. The creature's chest was decorated with strange runes, similar to those seen on a Golem, and a protective panel protruded from its torso. It was evident that this compartment housed its energy core. It was a Golem with Grouden's appearance. Its eyes weren't real, but rather a pair of glowing symbols meant to simulate eyes. Although its size was smaller than the real Grouden, its presence was just as intimidating. Cain quickly analyzed the situation while his system scanned the Pokémon. Pokémon: Golem, Grouden type unknown. Gender: genderless. Level: 69. Type: ground plus fire. Ability: none. Held item: Grouden energy core. Egg moves: none. Basic moves: heavy slam, high horsepower, pound, astonish, defense curl, mud slap, rollout, shadow punch, iron defense, stomping tantrum, mega punch, magnitude, dynamic punch, nightshade, curse, earthquake, hammer arm, focus punch. Learned moves: fire punch, thunder punch, Ice Punch, Earth Power, Drain Punch. TM moves, none. Cain was impressed by the ancient technology and knowledge that had gone into creating this Pokémon. It was an impressive tribute to Grouden, designed to replicate both its appearance and power. The Pokémon remained motionless, its eyes fixed on the small red orb in Cain's hands. It showed no signs of aggression, but its very presence was unsettling. Could this orb be the key to controlling it? Cain wondered, though he quickly recalled that the ancient king's records stated this Golurk had been impossible to control, which led to its sealing. Maybe it's the effect of the coffin. The long duration of containment and energy depletion may have dissipated its original aggression, Cain reasoned as he held the orb. Whatever the case, the creation now before him was a testament to the ingenuity of the ancients, but also a reminder of the dangers of tampering with powers beyond understanding. Rough. The Grouden-like Golurk suddenly opened its mouth and let out a powerful roar. A red beam of light emerged from its mouth, though it didn't seem to be an attack, nor did it emit any sensation of heat. The beam shot directly at Larvatar, who was standing next to Cain. Upon seeing the beam appear, Cain's expression changed drastically. His face turned dark and serious instantly. He had never expected that instead of attacking, Golurk would fire an unexpected beam of light. After releasing the beam, the runes covering Golurk's body began to dim. Its bright red appearance faded into a dull dark red, as if all of its life energy had vanished. Larvatar let out a pained whimper. Everything happened so quickly that neither Cain nor the others had time to react. Larvatar's joy transformed into discomfort, as if something strange had invaded its body, fighting to take control. Larvatar. Cain placed his hand on Larvatar's body, using his psychic power to establish a telepathic link and attempt to access its consciousness. However, what he found was surprising. Two presences coexisted within Larvatar. One was clearly its own, while the other was a completely different energy. There was no doubt about who that second presence belonged to. It had no clear thoughts or defined emotions, just a violent and chaotic instinct. Cain barely made surface contact before he was hit with a wave of madness and destructive urges that nearly overwhelmed him. The energy that had invaded Larvatar seemed to be drawn to the Grouden energy that had not yet been fully assimilated within Larvatar's body. At the same time, Larvatar itself seemed capable of absorbing that chaotic energy, as if the two forces were locked in a constant tug-of-war. Slowking. Mismagius. Help me seal this energy, Cain ordered, his voice low but firm. Had that energy remained within Golurk's body, it would have been nearly impossible for Cain to handle it. But now that it had detached, it could be managed with the help of his Pokémon. Slowking and Mismagius responded immediately. Though Mismagius had a higher level, Slowking's psychic strength was superior, making him the primary executor in this task. Meanwhile, the 5 unknown symbols on Cain's wrist began to glow, contributing their power to the effort. The 3 sources of psychic energy quickly merged, entering Larvatar's mind and encapsulating the chaotic energy. Gradually, they began to compress it down to the size of a finger. At that moment, Larvatar's consciousness also appeared within its mind. To the surprise of Cain and the others, Larvatar showed its innate gluttonous nature. Without paying much attention to what the energy was, it simply gobbled it up in one bite, as if it were a delicious treat. Crunch, done. Cain and his Pokémon were stunned, watching as the mental representation of Larvatar licked its lips contentedly after devouring the compressed energy. Within Larvatar's mind, its consciousness form was massive, and the chaotic energy, even when compressed, didn't fill even a small gap. Nevertheless, Larvatar looked completely satisfied. Burp. A loud burp echoed in Larvatar's mind, followed by a small cloud of reddish-black smoke that was expelled and eventually vanished. Plop. After feasting, Larvatar flopped to the ground, rubbing its belly with a gesture of complete satisfaction. Though it had only ingested a small amount, it felt surprisingly full. At that instant, it seemed to realize it had learned something new, though it couldn't quite explain it. It finally noticed the presence of Cain and his companions in its mind. In comparison, they looked tiny, and even sitting, Larvatar had to lower its gaze to look at them. Cain didn't know what to say. After all the worry, the problem had been solved with a simple bite from Larvatar. With nothing more to do there, Cain withdrew his telepathic connection, as did his Pokémon, all returning to reality. To his relief, Larvatar no longer showed any signs of pain. All traces of red energy had vanished from its body, as if nothing had happened. Larvatar, full of joy, leapt excitedly, trying to tell Cain about its strange dream. It had eaten something delicious and seen a tiny version of Cain and Slowking. However, before it could continue, its body began to glow intensely, emitting a white radiance that rapidly increased in brightness. Is it evolving? Cain reacted immediately, pulling out the quality-enhancing potion he had prepared in advance. Fortunately, he was ready, otherwise, Larvatar's sudden evolution could have caught him off guard. Perhaps it was due to the Grouden energy it had absorbed, or simply the fact that it had accumulated enough strength. Larvatar had finally reached the necessary threshold to evolve. Delighted by the flashes of light, Larvatar seemed initially a bit confused, but quickly remembered what it meant. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. With astonishing speed, it gulped down the potion Cain had prepared and then stood still, ready to experience the transformation. The light intensified, fully enveloping Larvatar as its body began to change. It hunched over while its tail expanded and wrapped around its body, taking the shape of a cocoon. At that moment, the sound of footsteps and human voices came from outside, followed by two booming explosions. Team Magma had arrived. Cain's expression hardened. He couldn't allow them to interrupt Larvatar's evolution. He could only trust that the clay doll at the entrance would be able to hold them off long enough. Shortly after, the glow around Larvatar began to fade, revealing a bluish-gray cocoon. Larvatar had evolved into Pupitar. However, one detail stood out: the central horn on its head was red. "Pup!" it exclaimed excitedly, letting out a low cry as it tried to adjust to its new form. Suddenly, a burst of air shot from beneath its body, lifting it off the ground. It had gained the ability to use the compressed gases inside its body for propulsion. Cain immediately scanned Pupitar's new capabilities with his system, and what he saw left him stunned. Among its moves, one stood out. Precipice Blades? An incomplete version. This time, it was truly astonishing. Pokémon, Pupitar, purple. Gender, male. Level, 34. Type, rock plus ground. Ability, shed skin. Held item, none. Egg moves, dragon dance, outrage, ancient power, stealth rock. Basic moves, bite, leer, sandstorm, screech, chip away, rock slide, scary face, thrash, dark pulse. Learned moves, snore, earth power, precipice blades, imperfect version. TM moves, protect. The changes after Pupitar's evolution were simply astounding, both in appearance and internal development. His level shot up from 29 to 34, a 5-level jump, something that rarely happens. Moreover, his potential took a dramatic turn. Although the use of the quality enhancement potion was crucial, it wouldn't have been enough to transform Larvatar's dark blue potential into a purple potential after evolution. Something else had definitely contributed to this drastic change in Pupitar. And then there was the move that left Cain astonished: Precipice Blades. Even though it was an imperfect version, it was still Precipice Blades. This move was exclusive to Grouden, the legendary Pokémon, and had never been seen on any other. The fact that Pupitar learned it defied common logic. The question that arose was, just how powerful could this imperfect version of Precipice Blades be? Analyzing Pupitar's changes after evolution, Cain came to a conclusion. The key element had been Grouden's energy. That violent consciousness, which had tried to invade Larvatar's mind before the evolution, was likely a fragment of Grouden's thoughts, obtained by ancient humans and turned into a destructive essence due to their inability to control it. This, combined with the energy previously absorbed from the fragment of Grouden's armor, completed the process. With both, it wasn't surprising that Pupitar could learn Precipice Blades and enhance his capabilities. The system's analysis confirmed that all of Grouden's latent energy in Larvatar had been fully assimilated during evolution. That explained the massive level increase and potential improvement. Pupitar, how do you feel? Cain asked. Pup. Pupitar replied softly, showing that aside from the discomfort of having no limbs, everything else was in perfect shape. A surge of energy flowed from Pupitar, causing the ground beneath him to rise, forming a column of earth and sand that lifted him into the air. With this move, he also retrieved a small red backpack containing several diamonds. With a greedy glint in his eyes, Pupitar couldn't help but lick his lips. Cain sighed, knowing that while his form had changed, his personality remained the same. Smiling, he pulled a few diamonds from the backpack and handed them over. For now, I'll hold on to your backpack. When you can manage it better, I'll give it back. Although Pupitar showed a displeased expression as Cain stored the backpack in his inventory space, he didn't protest. Still, he seemed a little down knowing he no longer had a place to stash his precious diamonds. Outside the lab, the sounds of battle grew increasingly intense, and it was clear that the two Claydol Cain had left guarding the entrance wouldn't hold out much longer. With a swift motion, Cain used a Pokeball to capture the Grouden-like Golem. Although it appeared to be drained of energy, Cain knew this Pokémon could be useful if he managed to install a new energy core. Slowking, get ready to teleport us, Cain ordered. As Slowking began scanning coordinates for teleportation, Cain moved to pick up Pupitar, who was exhausted from the side effects of the quality enhancement potion, though his fatigue would be lessened thanks to his recent evolution. Before leaving, Cain turned to the inscriptions on the laboratory walls. With a simple hand gesture, he slashed a cross-shaped cut using spatial energy, destroying the most crucial parts of the texts. This would ensure that Team Magma, even if they recovered part of the information, couldn't complete their experiments. Giving them something to stay busy with was better than having them constantly tracking Cain. Just before leaving, a vial on the table fell and shattered, revealing its contents. Is this a Megastone? Cain didn't waste any time. Using his psychic power, he picked up the Megastone and vanished along with Slowking and Mismagius in a flash of light. Outside, the Team Magma leader known as Ryudo was leading the battle against the two Claydol. Though the clash appeared fierce, he didn't feel like he was facing a real challenge. Just then, a Team Magma member came running up, accompanied by a Xatu. Mr. Ryudo, my Xatu has detected a spatial distortion. It looks like someone is using teleport in that room. Ryudo's eyes narrowed, a mix of surprise and anger on his face. So, just as we suspected, someone got here before us. With a cold tone that made the messenger tremble, Ryudo gave clear orders. Bartim, use your Xatu to follow that distortion and capture the intruder. If you fail, don't bother returning to Team Magma. Yes, sir. Bartim obeyed without hesitation, disappearing with his Xatu in a flash. Butler, Ryudo called. A young man of about 20 stepped forward respectfully. Sir, you're coming with me. I want to know what's in that room. Understood. Butler, an expert in Grouden-related research, felt a mix of excitement and pressure. This was his chance to stand out in the organization, but he also knew that one mistake could cost him dearly. Under the effect of Slowking's move teleport, they managed to escape the ruins and appear in a place in the middle of the desert. Because the distance to the exit was too great, Slowking couldn't take them directly outside in a single use of teleport. However, with a few additional jumps, that wouldn't be a problem. So this is really a Megastone. I wonder which Pokémon this particular Megastone belongs to, Cain murmured as he observed the peculiar rock in his hand, which emitted an unusual glow. He had been lucky to accidentally bump into the jar on the table before leaving the ruins. Otherwise, he never would have imagined that it contained a Megastone. Finding a Megastone in such ancient ruins was unexpected and far more exciting than he had anticipated. If it also turned out to be a Megastone compatible with one of his own Pokémon, even better. The last Megastone he had found belonged to Aron, but his Aron had only recently evolved into Aron. It would still be a long journey before Aron could evolve again. And, of course, even when a Pokémon evolves, it doesn't mean it can use a Megastone immediately. The bond between trainer and Pokémon is a crucial factor to unleash that power. Yadin. While Cain was still deep in thought, Slowking let out a warning cry, a serious expression on its face. Shortly after, using telepathy, it conveyed what it had detected. "Oh? Someone's following your teleportation path." Understanding Slowking's message, Cain reacted immediately. The first possibility that came to mind was that it was a Team Magma member with a Psychic-type Pokémon. While trapped, he had used Slowking's teleport to escape, which was likely detected by the enemy's Psychic-type Pokémon. Still, while Pokémon of similar levels could detect the move, without proper preparation or if they were too far away, they wouldn't be able to stop Slowking's teleport. The fact that they could trace their position meant the enemy's Pokémon had outstanding talent in space-related moves. Cain pulled out Altaria's Pokeball. If the Team Magma leader had joined the pursuit, he'd need to be ready to flee. However, if it was just a subordinate, there was no need to worry too much. Shortly after, a ripple in space announced the arrival of a trainer and his Pokémon. Before Cain appeared a man accompanied by a Xatu. Seeing that no one else was with them, Cain calmly returned Altaria's Pokeball to his belt. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the Team Magma member approach with a smile on his face. Beside him stood Xatu, radiating confidence. Among the Pokémon of the world, Xatu, Alakazam, and Gardevoir are the most skilled in using the move Teleport. This is because the move is deeply rooted in their blood, and as soon as they reach a sufficient level, they master it naturally. This explained how Xatu had been able to trace Slowking's teleport. Cain decided to analyze Xatu using his system. Pokémon: Xatu Dark Blue. Gender: male. Level: 57. Type: Psychic plus Flying. Ability: Synchronize. Held item: None. Egg moves: Quick Attack, Feather Dance, Refresh, Roost. Basic moves: Air Slash, Tailwind, Teleport, Peck, Leer, Nightshade, Lucky Chant, Stored Power, Ominous Wind, Confuse Ray, Wish, Psychic, Miracle Eye, Psycho Shift, Future Sight, Power Swap, Guard Swap, Me First. Learned moves: Pain Split, Telekinesis, Laser Focus, Clear Smog. TM moves: Protect, Psyshock, Light Screen, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Trick Room. A level 57 Xatu. No wonder it was able to trace Slowking. However, Cain knew that although its level was high, it didn't reach elite level. Therefore, he didn't need to rely on his strongest Pokémon, like Mismagius, to face it. Xatu seemed unable to detect Mismagius's presence, since Mismagius had perfected the ability to conceal its energy. Had the Team Magma member's Pokémon sensed its presence, it probably would have fled immediately. Cain decided to take the opportunity for his Pokémon to get some practice. He threw a Pokeball and released Weavile, whose current level was 53. Although the level difference was notable, Weavile's Dark/Ice type moves were a huge advantage against a Psychic/Flying type like Xatu. The Team Magma member, named Bartim, maintained a confident smile as he advanced. A thief who teleports. You probably got something valuable from that mysterious room. If I defeat you here, everything will be mine, said Bartim with a mix of arrogance and greed. As he spoke, he dropped a small device into the sand without Cain noticing, letting it become partially buried. I don't care who you are. Give me what you got in that room, and I'll spare your life, he declared with contempt. Cain smiled slightly. Is this what you're looking for? He asked, holding the Mega Stone in front of Bartim and waving it lightly. Bartim's eyes sparkled upon seeing it, though he kept a facade of calm. Xatu, use Miracle Eye, he ordered, intending to nullify Weavile's type advantage. Interesting, Cain murmured. Weavile, respond with Shadow Ball and then use Agility. The battle was about to begin. Cain, calm as ever, was ready to face whatever threat might come his way. Weavile was excited and let out a cry as it charged 2 dark balls in its claws and launched them directly at Xatu. Fly, Xatu. However, the 2 shadow balls were not aimed at the same point. One targeted the Xatu using Miracle Eye, while the other was headed directly above its head. If Xatu took too long to use Miracle Eye, it would be hit by the first shadow ball. But if it tried to fly to dodge it, it would get struck by the second one waiting above. Following the command to fly, Xatu managed to dodge the lower shadow ball, but ended up taking a direct hit from the one above. Never put all your eggs in one basket. The Shadow Ball was highly effective against Xatu's Psychic type, dealing significant damage. Xatu used Psychic. Though surprised by Cain's strategy, Bartim didn't flinch. He knew that Xatu's strength lay in its ability to fly, giving it control over the terrain. After launching Shadow Ball, Weevil began running swiftly across the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand that started to obscure Xatu's vision. Although the psychic attack hit Weevil, it didn't deal much damage, and Weevil kept running, stirring up even more sand and making it harder for Xatu to see. While Xatu could use its psychic powers to sense its surroundings, Weevil, as a dark-type Pokémon, wasn't easy to track. Weevil, use Icicle Crush. Bring him down and close in. Cain ordered calmly. Fighting a flying opponent could be annoying, but if you brought them down, things became much simpler. Suddenly, a massive icicle appeared above Xatu's head, ready to fall. However, Xatu was prepared and used Teleport just before the impact to evade the attack. But Weevil's Icicle Crash strategy didn't rely on just one icicle. The moment Xatu reappeared after using Teleport, another icicle manifested right above it, plummeting at high speed under Weevil's control. This time, Xatu couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit. After the first strike, the following icicle attacks became unavoidable. Weevil quickly formed 3 more icicles, shaped like ice spears, and hurled them straight at Xatu. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the spears hit their target. Xatu, use Protect. Bartim shouted, desperate to shield his Pokémon before it hit the ground. A green energy shield appeared, blocking the icicle attacks, though it couldn't stop Xatu from falling. Weevil, use Ice Beam. Charge in. Weevil became a black blur, dashing across the sand and aiming to hit the falling Xatu with Ice Beam. Bartim's expression turned grim. He pulled out 2 Pokeballs from his belt and hurled them as far as he could. Out came a level 53 Mitina and a level 51 Camouflage, both stepping in front of Cain. Bartim's goal was to distract Cain and relieve some pressure from Xatu. However, Cain merely smiled. He threw 2 Pokeballs of his own, summoning Drapion and Swampert, who had recently reached level 47. Without a word, Drapion and Swampert exchanged glances and charged at their opponents. Swampert leapt into the air with a powerful motion, bringing both fists down toward Camouflage in a crushing blow. Though Bartim's Pokémon were near elite level, Cain showed no fear. He was used to handling such challenges regularly. While Drapion and Swampert kept Mitina and Camouflage busy, Weevil completely ignored the new arrivals, focusing solely on its primary target, Xatu. With ice crystals quickly forming around its claws, Weevil prepared an ice punch and attacked Xatu, who was just starting to rise from the ground. Xatu tried to retaliate with psychic energy spheres, but Weevil dodged most and endured the few that hit. Before Xatu could react, Weevil was already in front of it, wearing a sinister grin as it unleashed a flurry of blows. Boom! Boom! At such close range, Xatu couldn't avoid Weevil's physical strikes, especially with the type advantage so heavily in Weevil's favor. Seeing his Xatu on the verge of defeat, Bartim tried to recall it with a Pokeball. Weevil, use Assurance. But Cain had been waiting for this very moment. As the red recall beam began to pull Xatu back, Weevil intercepted it, slamming Xatu back to the ground and continuing the assault. Bartim clenched his teeth, clearly frustrated. Suddenly, the ground beneath Cain's feet began to shake. Slowking, Cain said quietly. Slowking responded immediately, blasting a stream of water at the ground and using its psychic powers to lift Cain into the air, dodging a surprise attack from an Excadrill that had emerged to ambush him. From the beginning, Cain had noticed Bartim's suspicious movements. The ambush attempt with Excadrill failed, leaving Bartim stunned. Kikik. At that moment, a Gengar emerged from Bartim's shadow. While Bartim had been plotting a secret strategy, Cain had already stationed his own Gengar in the shadows, waiting for the perfect time to counter. Although Excadrill was skilled at moving underground, it couldn't match Gengar's ability to silently navigate through shadows. When Bartim tried to flee with Xatu, Gengar easily intercepted him, ensuring he had no chance to strike back. Cain proved that in terms of strategy and experience, he was on a completely different level. Finally, he defeated Bartim and prepared to move quickly before more members of Team Magma could arrive. After taking care of the trainer, the remaining Pokémon could barely put up any resistance. Cain quickly took advantage of the numbers and defeated them all. Then, he stored them. When Pokémon reach the quasi-elite level, their value, once tamed by humans, doesn't differ much from that of wild Pokémon. After all, upon reaching this level, wild Pokémon already have their development more or less defined. In fact, Pokémon raised by trainers tend to grow better and are easier to train. After taking the items the trainer was carrying, Cain buried his body beneath the sand. Without the help of Zata's teleport move, Team Magma wouldn't be able to reach him quickly. He stored his Pokémon and, using Slowking's teleport, left immediately. However, shortly after Cain departed, a Jengar suddenly emerged from the sand. It looked in the direction of Cain's group, then at the Team Magma member buried in the sand, and without hesitation, flew toward the ruins. It was still unclear who this Jengar belonged to. It had remained nearby the entire time, yet neither the humans nor the Pokémon had detected its presence. After several uses of teleport, Cain and Slowking finally managed to exit the ruins. Upon leaving that mysterious space and returning to empty Chimney, they immediately felt the scorching heat of the air, a sensation that was hard to readapt to. Cain didn't linger at empty Chimney. With Slowking, he left the area directly. Once on the mountain surface, he summoned his Flygon and, without delay, took flight towards Slateport City. During the journey, aside from eating and sleeping, there were no stops. The goal this time was simple: head to a nameless island in the ocean. He planned to establish a base for his Pokémon there, something that would allow him to train with greater peace of mind. All the objectives of his empty Chimney visit had already been fulfilled. Both Pupitar and Lyron had successfully evolved, and the quality-enhancing potions he had used worked perfectly. What intrigued Cain the most was the small red orb he had obtained. He still didn't know what it was for. There was also the Mega Stone he had acquired at the end. Currently, Cain had 3 Mega Stones. One belonged to Aron, but the other 2 remained unidentified. He especially hoped the new Mega Stone would be compatible with one of his current Pokémon. Elsewhere in the ruins, in front of the cage, the Team Magma elite officer used all his strength to quickly defeat the 2 Claydol. After entering the site, he saw the engravings on the walls. Butler, eyes gleaming, was frantically jotting down everything he saw on the walls, memorizing especially the formulas etched there. Unfortunately, the most important part of the mural had been destroyed by Cain, so its exact content remained a mystery. Meanwhile, the Team Magma elite officer stood in front of the open sarcophagus, deep in thought. Once they finished recording everything, a Jengar flew toward them at high speed. It approached the leader and whispered something in his ear before melting back into a shadow. After hearing his Jengar's words, the Team Magma elite officer cracked an unexpected smile. "Interesting. More and more interesting," he murmured. He didn't seem upset about what had happened. In fact, the objective of his mission in the ruins was already almost complete. Since the member sent to chase the intruder had been defeated, the matter no longer concerned him. "It's good to have someone to blame if anything goes wrong," he commented calmly. "Let's go. We're heading back to headquarters," he ordered as he left the area with determination. The Team Magma members, impressed by their leader's strength, didn't dare question him and followed obediently. Cain had no idea what was going on with Team Magma. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do about it. He had already gotten what he came for. 3 days later, he arrived at the coast of Slateport City. Prepared for another sea journey, he felt a comforting sense of familiarity as he set out once again. He had gathered everything he needed. All that remained was to reach the island and start building his base. Since Flygon had reached the quasi-elite level, its endurance had improved significantly. Moreover, a Flygon of this level as an aerial mount drew a lot of attention. Currently, Cain was a well-known figure in the Hoenn region, so he always made sure to disguise himself when going out, even without official plans. Before sunset, Cain and Slowking returned to the island. The place hadn't changed much since his last visit. Although there were more Pokémon on the island, their number was still small compared to his first arrival. After thoroughly cleaning out the 4 major Pokémon clans on the island, only the Beautifly group remained relatively strong. Many Pokémon had also come to the island, but their levels were low. This didn't pose a significant obstacle for building his base. Since the sun was about to set, he decided not to work that day. He would spend the night recovering and begin the next day. He released all his Pokémon so they could rest. They had been traveling for several days, and keeping them inside Pokeballs for so long wasn't ideal for their development. Pupitar, for his part, had fully recovered from the side effects of the quality-enhancing potion. After dinner, Cain sat beside the campfire and said to Pupitar, "Pupitar, try using the move Precipice Blades." Although Pupitar now lacked limbs, he could use the compressed gases in his body to propel or fly, something he was beginning to get used to. However, he still needed Cain's help to eat, as he couldn't open his small food compartment on his own. "Pup." Pupitar nodded and looked toward an arid part of the island. The red tip of his central horn glowed as a spine shot up from the ground at high speed. The spine rose 2 meters before stopping, looking sharp and dangerous. Though his version of the move Precipice Blades resembled Grouden's version in appearance, its power was considerably lower. However, Cain was sure that with practice, the move would become much more effective. A move that attacks directly beneath an opponent's feet certainly hits a weak point. The idea made Cain instinctively press his legs together, feeling a shiver. He finally understood why the move Precipice Blades was so terrifying. At that moment, the energy of Grouden residing within Pupitar had already been completely assimilated, and its level had reached 34. With this advancement, it surpassed Aron and Combuskin, becoming the strongest among Cain's second team. Moreover, it had now learned the move Precipice Blades. Although this version was incomplete, it was the only one Pupitar could perform, otherwise, it wouldn't be Pupitar, but Grouden itself. Even a newly awakened Grouden could only use an incomplete version of Precipice Blades, only its primal form could unleash the move's full potential. The difference lay in the perfection of the attack. Cain approached and lightly struck the terrain altered by Pupitar's Precipice Blades. It was considerably solid, though there was still room for improvement, something that would require constant training. After testing the move's capabilities, Cain pulled out one of the Mega Stones from his collection. During his recent travels, he hadn't had the chance to let his Pokémon interact with it. Now was a good time. Among Cain's Pokémon, it was already known that Aron had its own Mega Stone. Just by observing both Mega Stones, it was clear this new one didn't belong to Aron. That left other team members as potential candidates. The Pokémon in Cain's current team capable of Mega Evolution included Gengar, Swampert, Blaziken, Combuskin's Final Evolution, Tyranitar, Pupitar's Final Evolution, Salamence, Bagon's Final Evolution, Altaria, Diancie, Carbink's evolved form, and Gardevoir, Ralts' Final Evolution. Additionally, Cain had Pokémon like Absol in his base in Leafy Town, who were also capable of Mega Evolution. But even without Absol, Cain's team already had 7 or 8 potential Mega Evolution candidates. All that remained was to find the specific Mega Stones for each of them, which would undoubtedly boost their abilities enormously. With help from his monitoring system, Cain let each Pokémon approach and interact with the Mega Stone. He started with Gengar, one of his oldest and most reliable Pokémon. Their bond was unshakable, and if the Mega Stone belonged to Gengar, it could Mega Evolve immediately. Cain already had a Keystone in his possession, which meant he was ready to activate this transformation at any moment. However, to his disappointment, the Mega Stone didn't react to Gengar. Although Gengar didn't show discouragement, Cain felt a twinge of frustration. Next up was Pupitar. If the Mega Stone belonged to this Pokémon, its power would be immense, as pseudo-legendary Pokémon like it reached their true potential in their final stage. But again, the Mega Stone showed no reaction. Cain continued with Swampert and Combuskin, 2 of Hoenn's most iconic starters. Both could Mega Evolve and were key parts of the team. But once again, the Mega Stone remained inert. Next was Bagon, who would eventually become Salamence, another pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Cain had high expectations, but once more, there was no reaction. Only 3 Pokémon remained: Altaria, Carbink, still in the process of evolving, and Ralts, who had just entered its development stage. All 3 shared one trait: the fairy type. Altaria, though currently a dragon/flying type, would become a fairy type upon mega evolving, turning into a direct threat to other dragon-type Pokémon. It wasn't surprising that, after this trait was discovered, some nicknamed Altaria the Dragon Clan's traitor. Its type combination was devastating: immunity to dragon-type moves and double damage from both dragon and fairy-type moves. Altaria was the next to attempt interaction with the Mega Stone. As she approached, Cain noticed a spark of interest in her eyes. Like many dragon-type Pokémon, Altaria had a natural inclination towards shiny objects. However, what truly surprised Cain was the Mega Stone's reaction. As Altaria drew near, the Mega Stone began to emit a faint vibration, and the system confirmed that it was indeed Altaria's Mega Stone. Cain could barely contain his excitement. He had finally found a Mega Stone he could use immediately. There was no need to test with Carbink or Ralts. Altaria's compatibility was confirmed. As Altaria gazed at the Mega Stone with curiosity, feeling a special connection to it, Cain smiled and said with enthusiasm, "That's right. This Mega Stone is yours, Altaria." Altaria responded with a soft trill, still a bit confused, but trusting Cain. He placed the Mega Stone on Altaria and pulled the keystone from his inventory. Now it was time to attempt something Cain had never experienced firsthand, even after 2 lives in the Pokémon World: Mega Evolution. "Let's give it a try, Altaria," Cain said, his voice full of excitement. Although Altaria didn't fully understand what giving it a try meant, she trusted her trainer completely. Since Cain had taken her in, her life had changed for the better, and he had always worked to strengthen and protect her. So, when Cain raised the keystone and synced it with the Mega Stone, Altaria closed her eyes, ready for what was to come. "Mega Evolve, Altaria," Cain exclaimed with determination. Cain held in his hand a keystone, the same one he had obtained from Steven, and which he was now going to use for the first time. When Cain uttered the words Mega Evolution, a strange energy emerged from the keystone. With great speed, that energy flowed from Cain's hand into his body and then projected toward the Mega Stone that Altaria carried, generating a peculiar and invisible wave. Upon sensing the wave coming from the keystone, the Mega Stone emitted a brilliant glow that completely enveloped Altaria. At that moment, Altaria vaguely sensed Cain's thoughts, and her own began to transmit to her trainer's mind. However, both perceived a slight barrier, as if something thin separated them, preventing Altaria and Cain from fully feeling each other's emotions. Due to this disconnection, the glow of the Mega Evolution that enveloped Altaria began to dissipate little by little. All the other Pokémon were watching closely the changes happening to Cain and Altaria, without understanding what was going on. Even Altaria seemed confused, not entirely grasping what had happened. The only thing Altaria managed to sense was that, had she achieved a complete connection with Cain, her power would have reached a new level. Moreover, while she was surrounded by that bright light, Altaria felt the presence of a new energy, different from the dragon type and flying type she already possessed. It was an energy that, under normal circumstances, she would have found uncomfortable, but within that light, it felt warm and familiar to her. Finally, the glow on Altaria's body completely disappeared and returned to concentrate within the Mega Stone she carried. "It seems that Mega Evolution isn't possible, is it?" Cain murmured with a slight hint of disappointment, though at the same time he wasn't surprised by the outcome. From the beginning, Cain had considered that this outcome was possible. After all, Altaria was a Pokémon that had joined his team at a later stage and still couldn't be considered fully his partner in the deepest sense. The bond between Cain and Altaria still wasn't strong enough to trigger Mega Evolution. Despite this, Cain made sure to record everything that had happened using his monitoring system. He wanted to analyze that strange energy that allowed Pokémon to Mega Evolve, and also investigate why, in the future, Ash's Greninja would be capable of achieving a type of mega evolution based solely on emotional connection. The phenomenon of mega evolution was something that, even after having lived 2 lives, Cain had never directly experienced. Although the Kalos region had known of the existence of mega evolution for a long time, until now it was considered simply as a mysterious manifestation of the bond between a trainer and his Pokémon, without having been officially categorized or thoroughly studied. It was thanks to Professor Sycamore from Kalos that Mega Evolution finally received its official name and was established as a completely new and unique system. Cain knew that even if Altaria had managed to Mega Evolve at this moment, he would not have used that power unless he were in a life-or-death situation. His priority now was to make the most of the time before Mega Evolution became widespread to collect as many Mega Stones as possible. Only in that way could he gain a significant advantage when the world discovered this phenomenon. Mega Evolution had the potential to generate an impact as great as the appearance of the fairy type, which was still causing shifts in the strategies and hierarchies of the Pokémon world. Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi, who had returned to Hoenn after the Sinnoh tournament, had still not come back to Leafy Town. Since his return, he had remained busy at the Hoenn League headquarters, participating in endless meetings and debates on the effects of the new fairy type. Without a doubt, the appearance of the fairy type was already transforming the balance of power in the Pokémon world. However, Cain was convinced that Mega Evolution would have an even greater impact. For the strongest trainers, like Giovanni, the fairy type did not represent a significant threat, as their teams were already optimized for high-level combat. But if Mega Evolution became popular, the changes would be more drastic. For example, Giovanni's Beedrill, which was already formidable without Mega Evolving, could become an unstoppable force upon receiving the additional power of Mega Evolution. This would alter the dynamics of power even among the most experienced trainers. Cain knew that, eventually, his bond with Altaria would grow strong enough to allow Mega Evolution. For now, he was satisfied to have found 2 Mega Stones compatible with his team, which was already a significant achievement. When night fell, Cain lay down next to his Pokémon on the island's beach, gazing at the moon in the sky. Nearly a year had passed since his rebirth, and the speed of his progress far exceeded what he had achieved in his previous life. He had recruited Pokémon with exceptional talents and abilities, and had reliable allies. His hope was to continue growing alongside his Pokémon, whether he found himself in the underground world of dark powers or in the ranks of the Pokémon League. All that mattered was having enough strength to not be limited by circumstances. Deep in the ocean, a mysterious figure had seen the multicolored flash that emerged from the island. Intrigued by the energy that emanated from that glow, the creature flapped its wings and sped toward the island, determined to investigate more closely. The dawn of the next day brought with it a new purpose for Cain: to make this island disappear. He had prepared machines obtained by exchanging a significant amount of resources with Team Rocket. These tools could be installed on the edges of the island and, once activated, would make the island vanish from sight, although, in reality, it would still exist. What the tools generated was a virtual barrier. This mechanism was similar to the one used on Mythical Island, but on a much smaller scale. The difference was that, while Mythical Island was extensive and complex, this small island only required a basic set of the virtual camouflage device. Team Rocket's scientists had perfected their designs based on the experience gained from Mythical Island, and what Cain had acquired was a state-of-the-art model. Throughout the morning, Cain dedicated himself to installing the devices around the island's perimeter. Each device, resembling a miniature camera, was designed to resist common attacks and had solar panels that continuously provided power. Even if the sun didn't shine, a full charge could keep them operational for 2 weeks. The device's self-sufficiency and autonomy were what led Cain to choose this model. With Sloking's help, he carefully installed them one by one. Without Cain noticing, a curious gaze was observing him from the depths of the ocean. A marine Pokémon, intrigued by Cain and Sloking's movements, was approaching stealthily. When he finished installing the devices, Cain activated the virtual camouflage system. Instantly, the island appeared to vanish from sight. Satisfied with the result, he headed toward the freshwater lake at the center of the island, the only source of drinkable water in the area. This lake was crucial, as any Pokémon inhabiting the island would depend on it. However, Cain knew that after his previous cleanup, most of the Pokémon on the island no longer posed a threat. He released the Pokémon he had recently captured, including the Magmortar he had caught on empty Chimney and the group of Trevenant and Phantump from the mysterious ruins. At first, Magmortar was restless and aggressive, but after some time under Cain's strict supervision and the training provided by Slowking and Flygon, he had calmed down. Now, just looking at Flygon made Magmortar tremble with fear. On the other hand, the Trevenant and Phantump were filled with joy when they saw the forests surrounding the lake. To them, this place was paradise. They became the guardians of the forest, taking care of it and ensuring it developed in harmony. Meanwhile, Magmortar was assigned a specific area near the lake. Although it wasn't his ideal environment, he accepted it resignedly. Cain planned to use his special ability to incubate Pokémon eggs, making his role on the island essential. He also released the Typhlosion family he had captured in the mysterious space. These Pokémon, accustomed to the harsh conditions of the desert, found in this island a perfect place to thrive. Cain encouraged them to reproduce, with the intention of overseeing their future generations and ensuring a stable production of Pokémon with high potential. Cain considered relocating Carbink and its group here, but he knew this place was too small for a clan that would eventually be led by Diancie. Therefore, he decided to leave them in the mountains near Leafy town, where they would have more space to grow. Lastly, Altaria and her 2 hatchlings were brought to the island. Although this place was much smaller than Mythical Island, the tranquility and natural environment made it perfect for them. Cain knew that Altaria valued peace and serenity, and this place met her expectations. In the center of the island, near the lake, Cain began building a basic camp. Although he didn't plan to spend much time here, he wanted to ensure that the Pokémon had continuous access to necessary resources. He installed a basic teleportation device that allowed not only the transportation of Pokémon, but also the delivery of essential supplies. He also set up a device for the production of Pokeblocks, which would be operated by Porygon 2 with the help of Cain's system. Porygon 2, under the control of Cain's system, could perform maintenance tasks, manufacture Pokeblocks, and monitor the status of the Pokémon on the island. It could even transmit images and audio, allowing Cain to supervise the island in real time, as if he were physically present. The connection between Porygon 2 and the system ensured that information about the Pokémon's growth and development was always up to date. This would allow Cain to adjust his training and breeding methods as needed. Thanks to this setup, Cain could divide his efforts between his usual work and the development of the island, accelerating his progress and moving more quickly toward his goals. Surpassing Steven and Cynthia no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. The teleportation devices also offered flexibility, as they allowed Cain to retrieve or send Pokémon from any location, as long as he had access to a compatible device. This functionality gave him a significant advantage over other trainers. After finishing the installation of the devices, Cain allowed himself a moment to admire the result of his work. He had created a self-sufficient and safe refuge for his Pokémon, a place where they could grow and thrive under his indirect supervision. Although the road ahead was still long, Cain knew he had taken a major step toward his ultimate goal, becoming an influential figure in the Pokémon world, free from restrictions and capable of exploring everything this vast world had to offer. After installing all the devices, Cain activated them across the entire island. Immediately, the whole island became completely camouflaged. From the inside, Cain and the others noticed no difference. Everything looked the same. However, from the outside, the island had vanished completely into the ocean. Under normal circumstances, this action wouldn't have drawn any attention, since this island held no significance to anyone who might spot it, whether human or Pokémon. But today wasn't just any day. The previous night, while Altaria attempted to achieve Mega Evolution, a flash of light had attracted special attention. Whoever had noticed it remained outside the island, not daring to enter. He remembered well his mother's warnings and restrained himself from acting impulsively. However, curiosity gnawed at him. He wanted to know what had caused that bright light he saw the previous night. That's why he spent the whole night circling the nearby waters, unable to decide whether to leave. But what he patiently waited for was not an answer to his questions, but an even more astonishing scene. The entire island vanished without warning. He was left completely stunned. He had spent his entire life in the ocean and had never seen anything like this. He had witnessed islands destroyed by storms or erosion, but never a disappearance so sudden, without any disturbance in the water. Combining what he had seen the night before with this event, his curiosity reached an unsustainable level. His mother's warnings were completely forgotten. Flapping his large wings underwater, he quickly rose to the surface without making many waves and hovered in the air. His wings not only allowed him to move skillfully in the water, but also to fly freely through the sky, which was extremely useful. He extended his wings and cautiously approached the area where the island had disappeared. Then, something incredible happened. As he brought the tip of his wings near the spot, they vanished from his sight. Frightened, he pulled them back quickly, but upon doing so, he confirmed he was unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He tried again and saw the tip of his wings disappear once more. This time, he felt intrigued instead of scared. It was fun. Determined to explore, he extended both wings and moved forward. Before long, not only his wings, but also his head passed through that invisible barrier. He blinked and, to his amazement, his head was now inside the island. He looked around. The island hadn't disappeared. It was merely hidden behind a barrier that made it invisible from the outside. He turned his head to look at his own body. As long as he was inside the barrier, he could see himself clearly, but pulling his head out made the island vanish again, replaced by the vast expanse of ocean. Instead of calming his curiosity, this scene only fueled it further. Determined to find out more, he flapped his wings powerfully and passed completely through the barrier. In the blink of an eye, he was inside the island. Upon confirming that his body was still unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief and began to explore. He observed that the field hiding the island seemed to emanate from a strange object installed on the ground. An island that had once seemed irrelevant to him now felt like a new world full of mysteries. Meanwhile, Cain, who had just activated the camouflage field and the devices, was getting ready to rest when he received an alert. Something or someone had passed through the barrier and entered the island. At first, Cain didn't think much of it. There were no ships nearby, so it could only be a sea Pokémon. With so many Pokémon in the ocean, it wasn't unusual for one to enter by accident. But soon the alerts repeated. Again and again. This was too much. It was one thing for a Pokémon to enter, but why cross the barrier so many times? Annoyed, Cain, accompanied by Slowking and a sleepy Ralts in his arms, decided to head to the shore where the alerts were coming from. Using Slowking's teleport move, they quickly arrived at the location. When Cain opened his eyes again, he was completely paralyzed. He saw the Pokémon playing at the edge of the barrier. It was a Pokémon he couldn't believe he was seeing. Its body was mostly white, with a light blue shade on its abdomen. It had blue protrusions on its back and around its eyes. Its wings, which looked like a mix between arms and wings, spread out to let it fly gracefully. A sturdy tail and strong legs completed its imposing figure. From a distance, it could be mistaken for a bird, but on closer inspection, its body had unique characteristics. There was no doubt, the Pokémon in front of him was Lugia, the legendary god of the seas. Lugia was known for its immense power, able to cause 40-day storms with a single flap of its wings. For this reason, it chose to hide in the depths of the ocean. Though astonished, Cain soon noticed that this Lugia was different from the one described in legends. The Lugia from the stories was a huge Pokémon, over 5 meters tall. However, this one was much smaller, barely exceeding 2 meters. The conclusion was clear: this was a young Lugia. Cain remembered stories about a small Lugia that would later be captured by Team Rocket. This confirmed his suspicion, The Pokémon in front of him was that young Lugia. A bold thought crossed Cain's mind. Capture it. Tame it. The true god of the seas was unattainable, but this young Lugia was different. It seemed to notice Cain's intentions, for it stopped in the air and looked directly at him, with a reflective expression. Cain felt all his thoughts vanish under the Pokémon's gaze. It was like facing death itself. Even if it was a young Lugia, it was still a Lugia. No matter how small it was at the moment, it had a fearsome parent. Even an organization as large as Team Rocket, after capturing a young Lugia, had been forced to release it when the real Lugia appeared to retrieve it. If the adult Lugia were to find out that Cain had tried to capture its offspring, he would be doomed. Faced with this situation, Cain decided to put aside the idea of capturing it. However, he couldn't help but wonder just how powerful this legendary Pokémon truly was. It was the first time Cain had encountered one of the most powerful entities in the world, a Rank 1 legendary Pokémon. Even though this young Lugia didn't hold a divine status like other legendary Pokémon, its very existence was exceptional. Lugia once again showed a doubtful expression. It had felt a faint trace of hostile intent from Cain, but that feeling had quickly disappeared. Had it been a misunderstanding? With a gentle flap of its wings, Lugia flew toward Cain and stopped right in front of him. It was the first time Cain had observed a Pokémon of this level up close. Not missing the opportunity, he activated the Integrated Analysis System. Although in the past this system wouldn't have been able to gather data on a legendary Pokémon, recent upgrades made it possible. Pokémon, Lugia, light black. Gender, genderless. Level, 69. Types, psychic plus flying. Ability, pressure. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, whirlwind, weather ball, gust, dragon rush, extrasensory, rain dance, hydro pump, aeroblast, punishment, ancient power, safeguard. Learned moves, iron tail, dragon pulse, giga drain, aqua tail, hyper voice, iron head, icy wind, tailwind, water pulse, sky attack, telekinesis. TM moves, none. Cain was left speechless upon seeing the data. He was thankful he hadn't acted impulsively when encountering the young Lugia. Not only did it have a formidable parent, but the young Lugia itself was also out of his league. What truly stood out was its potential. Since Cain had started using the system, the highest quality level he had encountered in a Pokémon was the color purple, not even dark purple. Even Professor Oak's Dragonite, with its champion-level strength, only reached the purple tier. The same applied to the star Pokémon of future champions like Steven, Cynthia, and Diantha. Their best Pokémon didn't surpass the purple quality tier. However, this young Lugia had a light black quality color. Even though it was a lighter shade, the black tier represented a qualitative leap above purple. Just as there was a significant gap between light purple and dark blue, the distance between light black and dark purple was even more pronounced. A Pokémon with light purple quality had the potential to reach champion level. But a Pokémon with light black quality, Cain couldn't even imagine its power limits. Maybe it had none. There was no doubt. This young Lugia was a direct descendant of a Rank 1 legendary Pokémon. Among the legendary Pokémon Cain knew, only Lugia had offspring. Others like Grouden, Kyogre, Rayquaza, or the gods of space and time, Dialga and Palkia, didn't seem to have any. Cain completely dismissed the idea of capturing the young Lugia. Taming a Pokémon with this level and quality wasn't an easy task, especially without equivalent strength. The parent didn't even need to intervene. This young Lugia was already capable of going toe-to-toe with any elite-level Pokémon without significant disadvantages. Even experienced elite Pokémon would have trouble facing it. Cain and Lugia stared at each other for about a minute. Lugia's eyes reflected curiosity, while Cain couldn't help analyzing every detail of the Pokémon. At his side, Slowking remained still. There was an innate sense of respect toward Lugia that kept him calm, and he didn't sense any immediate threat from the young Pokémon. Ralts. Ralts' soft voice broke the silence. The little Pokémon had woken up, stretching lazily in Cain's arms. Ralts' call drew Lugia's attention, who turned its head to look at her. Cain gave a tense smile, aware that Ralts had just said the word daddy. With a yawn, Ralts noticed Lugia's presence and her eyes sparkled with joy. Thanks to the sensitive red appendages on her head, Ralts could feel the emotions of others. What she sensed from Lugia was an energy that felt extremely friendly. Ralts softly called out again, this time directly addressing Lugia. Lugia hesitated for a moment before moving closer to Cain. The proximity allowed Cain to observe the intricate details of Lugia's skin. With a red gleam in her eyes, Ralts gently floated from Cain's arms, naturally using her psychic abilities after training with Slowking. Slowly, she floated toward Lugia. The two Pokémon looked at each other for a few seconds before sharing a smile. Ralts climbed onto Lugia's back, who showed no resistance and allowed her to sit comfortably. Cain watched the scene in disbelief. His Ralts riding Lugia, even if it was just playful, was something worth bragging about forever. Lugia also seemed to enjoy the situation. Although it had sensed a hint of hostility from Cain at first, now it felt Ralts' pure and joyful energy. There was something else in her too, a feeling of familiarity it couldn't quite place. Cain didn't interfere. If this interaction could strengthen the bond between them, there was no reason to stop it. He sat down on the sand, letting Slowking rest by his side as they watched Lugia fly Ralts around the island and through the camouflage field again and again. The laughter of the two Pokémon filled the air. Not wanting to waste time, Cain began to meditate and train his own psychic ability while observing them. When night fell, both Pokémon seemed exhausted after so much play. Cain suggested to Ralts that she invite Lugia to dinner. Using all his culinary talent, Cain prepared a meal unlike anything Lugia had ever tasted. With that, he erased any bad impression that might have remained from their initial encounter. Lugia was completely won over. Lugia, my name is Cain. If you ever want to enjoy these meals again, you can always come to this island. You know where it is, and you'll be welcome anytime, said Cain after dinner, using telepathy for the first time to speak with Lugia. Upon hearing his words, Lugia's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it began nodding happily. This place not only had delicious food, but also Pokémon like Ralts, who could be excellent playmates. Moreover, as it explored the island, it discovered that not only Ralts was fun, others like Pupitar, Aron, and Combuskin were also great friends. However, the one it got along with best was Ralts. Watching Lugia's happiness, Cain smiled to himself. Such an innocent child, he thought. Innocent children are the best. They're charming, easy to get along with, and most importantly, it's easy to earn their trust. Cain was about to continue the conversation with Lugia when the latter suddenly lifted its head. It was as if it had heard something far away. Cain immediately stood up and looked around. Aside from his own Pokémon, a few wild Pokémon, and the occasional crackle of the fire, there were no notable sounds. However, Lugia seemed to be hearing something no one else could. Sorry, I have to go back. I've been away too long. But I'll return next time, said Lugia's voice in Cain's mind. From its tone, it was clear Lugia was young. Its voice was soft, full of innocence, and with a hint of shyness. After saying this, Lugia softly called out to Ralts before flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Cain, looking at the empty sky, had an idea of who might have called Lugia, but didn't dwell on it. The encounter with Lugia had been unexpected, but he had achieved something valuable, gaining its trust. Perhaps in the future, this would open an opportunity to meet the true guardian of the seas, the adult Lugia, and establish communication through his bond with the young one. It was like planting a seed for the future. On the other hand, Ralts was especially happy that day. Lately, Ralts had been busy learning psychic abilities with Slowking, but her days were usually filled with sleeping, eating, and playing. However, that phase was about to end. Cain already had a training plan in mind for her. After all, a Pokémon needs strength to face the challenges of the world. Cain had originally planned to explore the island's depths that day, but the unexpected meeting with Lugia had delayed his plans. He decided to wait for dawn to continue. The night on the island was calm. Ralts curled up in Cain's arms and together, along with the other Pokémon, they drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun rose, bathing the island in light. Cain, accompanied by Slowking, Florges, Swampert, Politoed, Mismagius, and Altaria, prepared to explore the island's depths. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon remained on the surface, training under the supervision of Porygon 2. Over the past few days, Cain had given them a short break from their strict training routines. Now, it was time to resume a systematic plan. Ralts, Bagon, and Horsia received special attention in their training. Porygon 2, who acted on Cain's behalf even in his absence, oversaw every detail and ensured no one slacked off. Bagon, for instance, was naturally competitive. He always sought to improve himself after seeing the rapid progress of the others. Cain had even assigned Honchkrow to supervise him, preventing him from overexerting himself and ensuring he took breaks when necessary. Horsia, on the other hand, shared some traits with Politoed's past. Her time in the wild had left her with certain habits that needed to be gradually corrected. Luckily, Horsia showed a good attitude toward improvement. Ralts, being new to training, was given light tasks. Cain wanted to ensure she grew accustomed to physical effort before increasing the intensity. She required close monitoring and constant encouragement. Meanwhile, more experienced Pokémon like Aron, Pupitar, and Combuskin didn't need much attention. These three understood the importance of training and gave their best without Cain having to push them. Even more advanced were Honchkrow, Weevil, Gengar, and Drapion. For them, training was already part of their daily lives. Even on rest days, they found ways to secretly practice. Cain knew this, but didn't stop them. He was proud of their dedication. Lastly, there were Pokémon like Carbink, Flygon, and Miltank. Cain didn't impose strict training on them. These Pokémon had more freedom to decide how hard they wanted to work. However, the hardworking atmosphere of the team was contagious, and even the most relaxed ones felt the pressure to stay active. Flygon, for example, had recently regained its relevance in the team and didn't want to lose it. Carbink, under the leadership of Minister Carbink, strived to meet Cain's expectations. Miltank, on the other hand, having decided not to focus on combat, maintained light training just to stay in shape. With all plans in motion, Cain and his team descended into the island's underground. At the center of the underground lake, Cain stood before the four streams that emerged from the darkness. Water flowed from an unfathomable black hole, covered by a thin membrane that had previously blocked Cain's progress. Now, with greater strength, he hoped to break through. Slowking, try to see if you can pass through it with your psychic abilities, Cain instructed. The Pokémon nodded, releasing its psychic energy toward the membrane. Cain also extended his abilities to observe how the barrier reacted. Although there was resistance at first, when Slowking increased his intensity, the psychic energy finally managed to penetrate it. With a smile, Cain placed his hand on Slowking's shoulder. Together, they vanished from the surface, ready to face whatever awaited beyond.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.